Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission meeting being held virtually via Zoom on Tuesday, January 23rd. We have two items that have been postponed. The first one is item number 2, Deanna Kirkpatrick Stackpole at 46 Coriglia in the RA1 for a final coastal site plan. And the second item is Susan Satter for a final site plan and special permit at 414 Round Hill Road in the RA4 zone. With that, we will begin. Bob Barilak, who is an alternate, will not be with us tonight, and Mary Jenkins will leave us while we hear the two 830G applications. With that, we will begin with the first item on the regular agenda, which is 237 Pemberwick LLC at 237 Pemberwick Road. This is for an 830G application on a 15,909 square foot property in the R7, and it is to construct 10 units, of which 2 will be designated as affordable. And with that, we will begin with, is it Mr. Smith or Mr. Pecora who will begin speaking?
So I'll start, Madam Chairwoman, if that's all right.
Yes, I'm not sure that the elbow can reach all the way across the Hollywood squares. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening or good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Mr. Leroux, Ms. Kolakowski. For the record, my name is Chris Smith. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson, and I appear before you this afternoon on behalf of the owner applicant 237 Pemberwick LLC. As you're aware, this is an application for a final site plan approval, and we initially appeared before you with our initial presentation on January 9th. And at the outset, Madam Chairwoman, I would just like to introduce the members of the team before getting into our responses to the questions that we had, not only from the commission and professional staff, but also from the neighbors. And with us this afternoon, on behalf of the owner applicant, we have Mr. Joseph Pecora, our professional licensed civil engineer and land surveyor, Mr. DeAndrea of Rocco DeAndrea, Inc. is with us. Our landscape architect, who is also a professional wetland scientist, Mr. Matt Pop of Environmental Land Solutions, LLC, I believe is with us. And our traffic engineer, Mr. John Canning of Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. is with us. Madam Chairwoman, we were asked to look into a number of different questions, and I'm just going to lump them in 2 different categories. The first one concerned the will serve letter from Aquarian that had been provided to the commission for the initial meeting on January 9th. And we'll get into that. And there were a number of questions on, in particular with traffic, and Mr. Canning will be addressing those. We do have Mr. DeAndrea relative to, we'll just very quickly revisit the stormwater management system. But at the outset, what I'd like to do with your permission is just address quickly the Aquarian will serve letter. We did get an updated one, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Canning, our traffic engineer, to address those issues. So as to the Aquarian will serve letter, as the commission is aware, we did provide a follow-up letter of January 18, 2024. It was updated concerning certain additional information with the fire sprinkler system. Mr. Pecora can address any questions that you have relative to that additional information that was provided to Aquarian. We did receive a letter dated January 18th, 2024 that was provided to the commission. And the letter does, the first sentence I'll just read very quickly. Quote, this letter confirms that Aquarian Water Company of Connecticut, in parens Aquarian, has sufficient water supply to meet the following estimated residential water demand for the proposed development of the above referenced property. And they have average day demands, maximum day demands, irrigation system demand, and the final bullet, there's 4 bullets, is fire sprinkler demand for 102 gallons per minute at 47 PSI at the water main on Pemberwick Road. There is some qualifying language that appears in paragraph 4 that starts off with, please note that the fire flow test is indicative of the available flow. And then after that, there's another paragraph. This service commitment is valid for 12 months. It's my understanding that this new both of those paragraphs are now standard paragraphs that Aquarian provides in their will serve letter. That had raised some concerns, and I understand that the commission has had other matters involving your middle school where similar qualifying language was in there, or caveat language. So Mr. Pecora did contact Hannah Swirsky, the planning engineer for Aquarian Water Company, and Hannah did confirm that that language is indeed standard language that they do provide. Aquarian provides in a will serve letter, and they've been doing that since the latter part of 2022.
Yeah.
I would like to indicate to the commission that Aquarian does confirm that there is sufficient water capacity or water supply to service the fire sprinkler system with this proposal. And so hopefully that does address the concerns that were raised with regards to the initial letter from Aquarian concerning the sprinkler system associated with this proposed development.
So just to catch everybody up, we did not ever remember seeing such a letter from Aquarian. And I don't think we had, but just to fill you in, it was exactly, we got the same letter on the Central Middle School. And when our town administrator asked about it, and he also spoke to their council, they got the same kind of answer that our applicant here got. And where our understanding at this point is, if there is a problem down the road when you're doing the full fire review, you, the property owner, and in our case as a town, it'll be us as a Central Middle School property owner, we will have to pay to do whatever is required to bring up the flow in order to satisfy whatever requirements exist. That is what the town administrator is trying to work out as being what Aquarian is saying regarding Central Middle. And I'm sharing it because it's what we're being told. And so we would apply that just as fairly and say to you, I believe that what this means is that we would just say in a letter to you, we would say, you would have to satisfy the requirements and you're going to have to pay to have those requirements done. You can imagine that our town administrator was surprised by that, but apparently this is what Aquarian says now. And that's where he left it, and he's moving on now. So I think that's fair and clear. And that's all we've learned as of this afternoon and this morning. I think, Tracy, you had also spoken with the town administrator, or maybe it was Patrick. Did you want to add anything to that?
Hi, Tracy Kulikowski, Deputy Director. The town administrator emailed me, and his email was characterized just by what you said. So no, there's nothing.
So
new.
that's how
The
we
flow
understand
is what
it.
the flow is what we've all been told.
And if you need a higher flow, well, you with your Central Middle School, you're going to have to fix it. So, Mr. McRae and then Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Smith, is 102 gallons at 47 PSI sufficient to cover the sprinkler demand for code, to meet code?
It's my understanding that it is, Mr. McRae, but I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Pecora, who could probably respond to that better. He's been working with the engineer with the sprinkler system.
Mr. McRae, the answer is yes. I spoke with our engineer who designed the fire sprinkler system. He was kind of frustrated throughout the process because of the interpretation of the letter. I just said to him, look, just redesign it so that we are conservatively below the minimum PSI, and he did that. And I also confirmed that the numbers that are on his plan are different than the numbers that were on the original plan, meaning that the chart and all the numbers reflect the current design. And yes, they, according to him, meet code, but that's all reviewed during the permit process. And Peter Robinson or like kind will review with Rob Natali or like kind, and if they require a change, we have to make a change. But
Right.
I'm comfortable with the situation now. I didn't want to be right at 57 or 58. I wanted to be conservatively below that. So we redesigned the system.
Okay.
So the current design system actually is not at 102 and 47. It's below that number.
No, I don't know what you're looking at, but the requirement, the demand at the street main is 47. So what you're reading is what's at the house. So
No, I'm reading fire sprinkler demand, 102 gallons per minute at 47 PSI at
okay,
the water main on Pembroke Road.
yeah,
Is your sprinkler system designed at those specifications or less than those?
at those specifications.
Okay,
If I can with Mr. McBride's questions, Mr. Pecora, you made reference to 57, 58. Can you explain what that was?
Yes, because of the height differential in the road between the two hydrants, which I've never experienced before. Usually the Aquarian will take a fire flow test at one hydrant closest to the building, but because we're in between two hydrants, they take the fire flow test on both hydrants, and they take they use the more conservative fire flow test at the I think it was at the lower hydrant. So we went with the more conservative number to be well below the hydrant flow test of, I think, 58, I think it
There
was.
we go. That's what I wanted you to explain. So it's a 58 and this is designed for 47. I was trying to hopefully clarify that for Commissioner McBride. Sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Mr. McBride. Apologize.
that's quite all right. I think I'm good on that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, I was going to say that the fact that that Aquarian characterizes this as standard language does not seem to provide this commission with adequate assurance that appropriate safety measures are in fact in place. And I believe we articulated some discomfort at the briefing yesterday over just pushing this issue off until the permit stage. Is that accurate, Madam Chair?
Yeah, but that's part of the problem there is that is what our fire department review that the fire marshal was saying, that they were pushing it into the permit phase. So what we would have to do is condition anything we do on fire safety, lacking sufficient information. And this was the question was that Mr. Yeski raised yesterday, is that he was uncomfortable with lacking that information.
Can I
Right.
respond to that?
Of
Well,
course.
and just if I may, Madam Chairwoman, but Commissioner Lowe, this information concerning the standard language from Aquarian, we only obtained that yesterday, and I think it would have been after your meeting, but I'm just not sure on that. But again, the capacity is at that
Correct.
58 number, and this is going to be at 47, which would be within it.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chairwoman.
No, we were just, the way the fire marshal comment was worded was giving us trouble yesterday, because the fire marshal was assuming that things could be reviewed in the permit phase, and yet if there's a major issue, we need to know about it now. And that was troubling us, that because we mess up the applicant as well. If
And
we're not
frankly,
aware
the
of it.
applicant should want to know
Yeah.
now before.
I mean,
go
I
further
think
down
Mr.
the road.
Pecora and Mr. Smith, you would want to know too. Mr. Yeski, you look like you want to say something?
Yeah,
Nearly done. Yeah, I hear you that what they're saying is this is standard language and therefore not an issue that we need to caveat. Been digging into this some more because I'm on Central Middle. And it's the same thing, public safety. I don't know. Someone has got to go look deeper into Aquarian. There is one thought I read somewhere, and again, we're not qualified, and this is not going to be part of our opinion, that apparently you would think that this pressure problem would cause a problem if the sprinklers and the hose are going on. And there's some theory that says sprinklers are there to stop the fire, very small area of the fire, and you'll have the pressure for that. You're not going to, if you have to sprinkle, if the whole building goes off and you need fire hoses, it's going to exceed the pressure and volume in the street. But somewhere there's a theory that says that's why you have sprinklers, because you stop the fire in a small area and you can provide the pressure. But I don't know. I'll see where Central Middle goes. If they get the same answer, Madam Chair, I guess that's the standard language and we can caveat it, but it doesn't seem very settling. But it is what it is.
I provided a response that was communicated to me from Aquarian to Tracy and Patrick yesterday, basically saying that,
We saw it.
yeah, that it's, if they're saying that the fire flow test says 58 and, 2 days later, at the time that they do another fire flow test, it's 57 or 60, the fire sprinkler engineer has got to design it conservatively, or should design it conservatively. We also spoke to the fire marshal today to make sure that he didn't need to review the Aquarian water, and he said we don't do that now. We basically do it during the permit process, just like they review the fire sprinkler system at the permit process stage. He didn't even, he doesn't even look at that right now. So, the building department does a good job with the fire marshal during the permit process stage, and if there's an issue, they'll address it at that time.
I think we get the fact that this is acceptable to the fire department. It just sounds a little unsettling. But let's move on.
Okay. Mr. Smith,
And we would have no objection to that being a condition of
Condition.
approval relative to the letter. That's what I'd like to do with permission of the chair is turn it over to Mr. Canning. And he did submit material concerning a number of, I'm going to call them traffic-related issues and questions that we had from not only the commission staff, professional staff, and the neighbors. I don't know if John is there, but I believe he is. I don't know, Patrick, if we can elevate him or do whatever the expression is.
did you find him, Patrick? Okay.
Thank you.
There he is. There he is. Up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Thank you. Good to see everybody. So at your last meeting, you had a number of questions and we wanted to be as responsive as possible. We did prepare a submission that was dated, let's see, we'll scroll this up, January 16th. And then I'll quickly go through those. And then there were a couple of questions that arose from your briefing yesterday, and we provided some more information on that today. You may not have seen it, but I'll quickly run through.
One of the things I wanted to mention to the applicant and his attorney is that we have had such a flow of information this afternoon coming in that we have had a hard time keeping up. I had a hard time getting everything. So anything that you can tell us that is in our email, just point us to it. We'll try to catch up. But it's been, there was just so much today, especially on this application. Go ahead, Mr. Canning.
And I understand. I thank the commission for being so diligent in responding to all of it. Thank you. So one of the issues that was raised was how fast people are traveling on this section of Pemberwick Road. So we put a road tube out on the road right by the driveway. There was a concern that people were traveling at more than 50 miles an hour on the roadway. We did document that there was one vehicle in 5,900 that was doing more than 50 miles an hour. There were actually 13 vehicles that were doing between 46 and 50 miles an hour, which is not desirable, and there's not really a lot we can do about that.
I know.
We did, at the request of the town's traffic engineer, Michael Kislak, do an additional site distance analysis and provided that information to him about a week ago, which documented the 85th percentile and calculated the site distance requirements based on the 85th percentile, which are more demanding than the town's standard. It's a national standard. And we determined that the sight lines provided at the proposed site driveway will meet the higher national standard. And we provided that information to Mr. Kislak, and he responded that he was satisfied with that response. There was a question from the commission on whether we had looked at the accident data, and we had not. So we decided we better do that. It's an important safety issue. Normally, when you do accident studies, you look at a 3-year window. But when you have a lower volume roadway, you like to increase the exposure, increase the time period so that you can have a better picture of what's going on. So instead of doing 3 years, we did 5 years, which is what we normally do for a lower volume roadway. And we found that in the last 5 years, from January 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2023, there were a total of 3 accidents on Pemberwick Road between Bender's Drive and Comley Avenue inclusive. So one of them was at Concord Drive, one of them was at Comley Avenue, and the third one was just north of the site at 243 Pemberwick Avenue. Based on a review of the data, it's not a high accident rate. It's less than 1 a year. And a couple of them were single vehicle accidents, which don't relate to driveways at all. Next comment or question was the level of traffic activity. So we provided that in our memo, which was a couple of weeks ago. The busiest time was Friday from 8:45 to 9:45. Oh, actually, I beg your pardon, it was a Friday from 6 to 7 in the evening when there were 240 vehicles on the road, which is relatively modest. Typically on a busier road, you'll see over 1,000 vehicles. So it's a relatively modestly traveled roadway. I would, based on my experience, I haven't done a quantitative analysis, but I would say you could expect to see a level of service B at that location, and levels of service range from A, which is the best, to F, which is the worst, and C, which is acceptable based on the town's standards. There was a question about turning left out of site driveways is unsafe. If it were inherently unsafe, it would be not prohibited. It can be unsafe at certain locations. Typically, it's associated with inadequate sight distance or some other issue, but it's not inherently unsafe. There's a question regarding being difficult to bike on Pemberwick Road, quite apart from the grade. The road at this location is about 26 feet wide, so it's not as narrow as some other locations, and it won't be changed materially by the project. In fact, the improvements to the site driveway will probably make it better because it'd be easier to see a cyclist coming up the hill. There was a question about how trucks and delivery vehicles will be able to access the site with cars parked. So the driveway is 24 feet wide, which is wider than many of the streets in the town. And we provided turning templates. The fire trucks will basically just drive in, fight the fire, and back out with personnel. And we have provided many of the deliveries that are made these days are in the smaller, Amazon type, I guess what you call them, the Mercedes Sprint vehicles. So we've provided an area on site where you would be able to turn those vehicles around and drive out. Garbage will have to back in, which is pretty much what it does at all of the dead end streets in the town. What else? Pushing down the list here. I know your time is valuable.
No, you had, Nick, your questions on the parking spaces.
Yeah, let Mr. Koenig finish. I have a bunch of questions for him.
Okay, okay.
Traffic projections were based on national data, not local data. That is correct. But we did do a comparison of parking data, local to national, and found that it was more or less the same. So the traffic projections will be more or less the same as well. How will multiple vehicles get in and out of the driveway at the same time? First of all, there's not going to be a lot of that. Occasionally there will be. It's a 24 foot wide driveway, so they'll do it like they do it at any other driveway. The first there, if there's nobody there, he goes. If he or she goes, if there's somebody there already, they wait and they let them go in or go out, and then they go. There's not enough parking, and the data we have provided indicates that there is enough parking, and we're providing more parking here than at the other Pecora developments, relatively speaking, per unit. We provided information, the public, and we're interested, I guess, to know how many residents were likely to be in these units. And the applicant currently has 34 one-bedroom units under management, and only 5 of these units have 2 people living in them. And 4 of these 5 units have 2 cars, so one of them only has 1 car. Can the existing house be reused and incorporated into the project? Actually, a very good question. The applicant looked at it. The house is, it's old, and as soon as you try to incorporate it into the project, not only do you lose units, but it conflicts with where the driveway wants to go. It's just not feasible. It's a good idea, just not feasible. So those were the most recent comments. And then there was a question that the commission had yesterday regarding construction. So construction at these facilities will be very similar to construction at 4 Orchard, 180 Hamilton, and 303 Hamilton. In fact, you could make the case that construction at those locations was more challenging because there's a school next door to 2 of them, and they're on busier streets, especially 4 Orchard is right next to the signalized intersection.
Mr. Kenning, sorry to interrupt you.
Yep.
Can you, did those 2 other sites have the same amount of cut and fill that's this site has? Do you know that?
I will refer to Mr. Pecora on that because I don't know anything about the amount of cut.
Thank you.
And I'll Joe, do you want to answer that quickly, and then I can wrap it up?
I can. 180 Hamilton had an enormous amount of rock that we removed, and I think there were, 90 trucks that came out of there. 303 Hamilton had a ridiculously amount of trucks. I think we had 160 trucks that came out of there of just rock. And 4 Orchard was much easier. It was basically like digging in a sandbox.
Thank you.
So
Interesting.
the first activity that will take place will be the demolition of the existing home, and trucks will basically come up Pemberwick Road like they would if there was any other construction project at a site. They'll stop, they'll have flaggers there, they'll stop traffic back into the site, and the demolished building, which will be demolished with an excavator, will be loaded up onto them and they'll be driven out. Because of the dimensions of the existing driveway, we'll probably only use a 15 to 18 yard truck to remove the house. Those are about 26, 27 feet long. We did provide turning templates. Let me show you those. Am I permitted to share, Madam Chair?
You'd have to ask Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Leroux, may I share?
I will allow it. Make
Just for the
co-host.
record, it's Chris Smith. You did forward what you're sharing to the town as part of the record.
Okay.
Don't
And
know
yes,
what happened to Mr.
we
Canning
did
here.
receive it.
Yeah, we lost Mr. Canning. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Mr. Canning, what happened to you? If you're in the attendees, would you kindly raise your
Wait.
hand?
Coming back in, I had something
Oh,
happen.
he's back in. Okay. You had trouble making him co-host? Yeah, I can't do it. You have to do it. Yep. Okay. All right.
now.
All right. He's in
Sorry, Too many
business.
buttons, too many buttons. I was sent to Coventry and I came back, and now I will try and share.
And John, Chris Smith, for the record, the information that you're sharing has been submitted to the town, correct?
It was provided to the town today. So it's one of the emails that Madam Chair was referring to.
Saying that we have not, I did see that there was something else, but I haven't looked at this one.
Okay,
So spend a little time going through it, John. Thank you.
Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry. Go ahead.
so and I should go to this is for the demolition of the house. So basically this is a 28-foot long, 15 to 18 yard dump truck. It drives up Pemberwick Road. We would have the typical construction worker flagger signs ahead. You drive the truck up, back into the driveway. There'll be some sort of construction piece of equipment here that will pick up the debris, scoop it up, dump it into the back of the dump trucks, and then they'll drive out. It's quite easy to drive out, easier to drive out than it is to back in. And once the
Oh,
house
yeah.
once the house is removed, we'll bulldoze the wall here and level the area so that we can make a wider area for the larger trucks. So then we'll start with rock removal. It can be a slightly larger truck. It reduces the amount of truck trips. So this would be a 35-foot truck. It's a 20 to 25 yarder. Same operation, signs and a flag person. You drive up, you back into the driveway. The rock gets chipped and loaded up and you drive out. The intent is to work the site from the front to the back so that we can make enough room as quickly as possible for trucks to be able to drive in and turn around on the site and drive out, so we don't need to inconvenience motorists any more than necessary. Joe, Mr. Pecora has advised me that this site is wider than any of the other 3 sites that he worked on, so it should make it easier than what he has done in the past. And as part of this process, when you get the building permit, you sit down with the staff and you have to work out and make sure that everything is planned and organized in a manner that is safe for the public and minimizes inconvenience to the greatest extent practicable. So I believe those are responses to the comments that we have. I may have missed one. My apologies if I have, but I am happy to answer Mr. McRae or anybody else's questions.
Mr.
Mr. Cannon,
McRae?
you said that you had done revised counts
Yes.
and you said there's 5,900 cars on Pembroke during your count?
That was a total over 3 days of
Over 3 days.
5,900. Yeah.
5,900, okay.
Yeah, so maybe 2,000 a day would be a good estimate.
And that was over a holiday weekend, correct?
It was the Friday before the holiday weekend. It was the Saturday, which was part of a holiday weekend, the Sunday, which was part of the holiday weekend. It did not include the Martin Luther King Day holiday. My professional opinion is that by the time Martin Luther King comes around, we're all a bit holiday jaded. So yes, some people may be able to go off and enjoy themselves, but most of us go to work on the Friday before Martin Luther King Day. I know I did, and don't jet off to nice places. So
Okay.
the cruise might be a little bit low, but I don't think that's significant.
What's the stated speed? Is there posted speed on Pembroke Road in this section?
Yes, there is 25 miles per hour.
And you said that there were people exceeding that significantly, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
The average of the county that you had, they were exceeding it?
Well, he's got examples of it being over 50, I think he said, right?
Well, no, we recorded one person traveling over 50 miles per hour.
That's what I just said.
Right.
You have an example.
Oh,
of
an
someone,
example. I
yeah.
thought you said average. My apologies.
And
No.
what was the average?
I
speed?
don't
Do you
don't know. We looked at the 85th percentile because that's what your national site distance data is. That's the speed below which 85% of the population drive, and that was 36 miles per hour southbound and 37 miles per hour northbound. So more than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Okay. Of the 3 turning radius diagrams that you provided for deliveries to the site, garbage delivery, and I believe it was a fire apparatus, 2 of those compromise space number 14.
Correct.
Okay. So it looks like space number 14 is questionable. Also, there's a note on it that says that there would be no parking except from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Correct.
Where does
So-
that car go in those other 12 hours?
So where the car goes is residential parking peaks overnight. So everybody comes home, they go to bed, they park their cars, they go to bed, and they get up in the morning. And typically, some people leave during the day, either to go to work or if it's the weekend to recreate. So usually you have lower parking during the day than you have at night. The intent of parking space number 14 is to provide it when it's needed overnight, and when it's not needed to keep it free so it makes it easier for everybody to turn around and drive out.
So it's a parking space provided half the time.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that statement. I would phrase
So-
it that it's provided when it's needed.
Half a parking space. Okay, great.
Can I respond to that?
Now, Mr. Canning, the turning radiuses for the demolition and site indicate that actually you're going to use the driveway. Is it possible to actually remove the wall that's out there that you're removing anyway to provide better access to the site?
Yeah, I believe so. Mr. Pecora, what do you think? The question was, could we remove the wall to provide better access to the site?
Well, you gotta realize the road goes down at our location, so the driveway is at level with the street. The other part of the grade is gonna be higher than the street. Are you asking during construction?
Yes.
Yeah, we would open it up as far as we can to make it as easy as possible initially. Anyway, so yes, I guess the answer is.
That was your question, Mr. Commissioner McRae, correct?
Yes, and then, Mr. Kenny, you were talking about actually construction is going from front to back or back to front?
Initially, we would start the rock removal from front to back. So you go in at the front of the site and you dig out to make the level platform that you're going to build on, and you work your way back.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Anybody else have questions?
Oh, actually, Mr. Pecora, Mr. Pecora, you said 160 Hamilton Avenue had one of the Hamilton Avenue projects had 160 trucks removing fill and cut and fill.
Yes,
That's what I heard.
yes.
How many do you anticipate for this site?
I don't know if there's 2,400 divided by 20 is probably the number. 200 trucks probably. And as it relates to the parking space, it's not a half a parking space, it's a visitor parking space. And it would have restrictions on it. So if somebody's violating that restriction, we have cameras on site. And if somebody is violating it or continually violating it, we would have it towed. No different than our other projects.
Great.
Mr.
Thank
Levy,
you.
Mr. Levy, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that, as I commented before, the applicant has shown an interest in making the facade relate to the rest of the neighborhood. And I think that there's an opportunity for the applicant to address some other concerns that the neighbors have. But I'm not sure that the applicant has reached out and had any conversations with neighbors. And I think that might be a good idea here, because I think there's an opportunity to quell some of the issues that the neighbors have, and some kind of meeting or conversation would go a long way to do that. One key issue that seems to keep on coming up on my plate from neighbors is the parking on the street, along the street. And I think that that's a key issue. I'm thinking that the parking somehow has to be pushed further back. There are many ways to do this, but in a more simple fashion, just pushing the parking back further from the street is really what people are looking for. So I think that that's something that needs to be fleshed out more and considered. There's a lot of information that's come to the fore. very, very recently within the past 24 hours. And I certainly would like to review this information a little bit more carefully. Because it's just a bit of a barrage of information.
Mhm. And questions that have been raised. We have a long email. We have an email from Mr. Natali, who's an engineer, and from someone who's representing the neighbors, raising some similar issues, and I believe some new ones. Okay, Mr. Smith, Mr. Pecora, where would you like to go next? Because we keep coming back to this issue of all the what's been addressed to us this afternoon.
Correct. I think we've addressed the traffic and the aquarium issues. I would like to confirm with Mr. DeAndrea relative to the stormwater system, just to clarify. I think just want to make sure that everybody understood or understands, excuse me, that the stormwater quality and quantity stormwater management system is going to meet the 100-year storm event, meaning that there will be no increase in peaks and there's going to be a reduction in peaks actually in volume. And I think if Mr. DeAndrea
Okay.
is here,
Well,
I
we're
think
gonna,
that kind of was lost. I think he said it, Madam Chairwoman, but
yes. There were a couple of things that and there was something else that we wanted to ask you about again. The 25-year versus the 100. I know I asked you that question the last time, and yet people had kind of blanked on that answer. There's, you guys have all the emails we've gotten that I'm trying to look at right now, right? So, for example, there are questions being raised, and do this in any order you want, about the blasting for the ledge and how it impacts the neighboring property, whether you're destabilizing on the neighboring property. Then there's an issue of when you cut, when you're doing the excavation, you will be cutting roots from neighboring trees. And apparently, Mr. Pecora, you've offered to replace or add to those trees. I don't know how best to do this because I'm flicking back and forth right now on several emails that came in while we were in the executives, that we were in another meeting this afternoon. Okay, so the questions are the excavation, cutting the roots, changing the grade, and having a wall against the cut roots, the proposed grade change, leaving the neighbors with an 8 to 10 foot drop against which Mr. Pecora will plant a shrub. Is that will they still have a safety concern in that regard? That's their most important concern. I don't understand the question. This is about being raised about the driveway here, and tell you who this email is from. It's from Ms. Lachak. I don't understand the driveway question and whether there are any drop-offs or weakness in the structure. I think they're referring to theirs. They've asked this question before. Do you have to go on to adjacent property in order to work on the ledge? I'm trying to cut short, by the way, how many of these comments are going to come out also in the public when we do the public input. The stone wall that is in the front of their property, is it being preserved? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. He's saying, can you match to what they already have so that it looks continuous? Okay, so that's that email. I think I got all of that. Then there's another one where, oh, that's the one from, okay, we don't need to go over what John Canning is saying, right? We're good with there. Lisa Latella asking, and some of this we've already covered. There's again the concern about the fire marshal again, the concern about the blasting. And I think what we would ask you to do is the pre and post blast. Tracy, are you gonna rescue me?
I'm just gonna tell you that Ms. Latella has asked me to read that email into the record, at least what I
So-
can cover in 3 minutes. So,
Okay, so some of her questions have been covered,
mhm.
but when we get to the blasting, we haven't really talked about the blasting and that's a major concern. I think if we ask the applicant for a pre and post, we'd be good. Why don't you go ahead, Ms. Kolakowski, and do as you see fit?
When we get to public comment, yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, so there you
I-
go, Mr. Smith. I think I've gotten all the way through everything that came in the last part of the afternoon.
Okay, fair enough. And I do have Ms. Latella's email from earlier today. Looks like around 11:19. As far as blasting, I think the commission, I'm sure, has dealt with many applications with blasting and rock removal,
Mhm.
earth material removal. That's all monitored by code, and I believe it's overseen by the fire marshal.
Mhm,
And I'll defer to Mr. Pecora, who does that type of work,
mhm.
to respond to that and clarify that for the commission. The grade change in the driveway and having to access adjacent property during the site preparation and site development phase. Perhaps Joe or Mr. Pecora or Mr. DeAndre can respond to that. The stone wall and the composition and the aesthetic appearance of it, possibly matching. I'll defer to Mr. Pecora on that. And the trees, I don't know if Joe, that's a question for you or for Mr. Pop to respond to. I mean, that's a fairly, well, I'll let you respond to that, but maybe I should turn it over to you, Mr. Pecora, and you can respond to what you see fit
Yeah,
and divvy
and
it out if
and
necessary.
you can do it as with the other thing we could do is just let the public ask the questions and then we can come back since, so go ahead, Mr. Pecora.
I could get to some of these.
Okay,
Yeah, we would love to preserve the rock that we're taking out on the wall.
mm-hmm,
Use it for the new wall.
awesome.
We would not be affecting the neighbor's part of the wall. If you look at the plan, I think we leave a portion about 3 feet on on town property in front of our property, so we could connect coming at a 90-degree back into our property, so that we're not on the neighbor's property ever. And we have a continuous wall, his wall running into our wall. And if we could use the same rock that we're taking out, you know, we would definitely try to do that. I mean, we're certainly not going to make it a concrete block wall. So aesthetics is important to us as well. As it relates to blasting, we are required to do a pre-blast survey. If there's damage to another house, that neighbor would call us and we would compare the damage to the pre-blast survey. And the blaster would have to deal with it according to his insurance.
Mr. Pecora, that's required by the code?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that for the chair, if you can.
Yes, within so many feet of the house of our property, of the blasting area, you have to do a pre-blast survey by code. And whether that's 500 feet or 200 feet, I don't know. But whatever it is, it is. We don't anticipate destabilization of any rock. I mean, we've blasted for the past 30 years in this town. And the reason we're going front to back is because it's wide open in the front and it's easy to break when you're going that way. Also, going back to front, we would never be able to get trucks back there because the rock is would inhibit trucks. So it would be very, very costly on our end to go back to front. As it relates to line drilling, we do that all the time. We did it at 303 Hamilton. We did it at 180 Hamilton. We've done it many, many times. Trees don't usually grow in rock. So if we are line drilling and there's a tree right on the property line, not on our property, we don't have a right to take it down. We would probably line drill, and then we have 10 feet usually on that property line where our building is. We may come out 3 feet into our property and drill around the tree. But you know, or get permission from the neighbor to, you know, replace the tree elsewhere. But we would work with the neighbors. We're not interested in arguing and fighting with neighbors, and as it relates to working with the neighbors, I think I've said this before respectfully, meeting with neighbors to build an affordable housing under 830G is kind of a waste of everyone's time, because nobody's going to want that development there. So, you know, we would rather just hear from the community and respond accordingly, as we have been. Somebody mentioned 8 to 10 foot drops. I'm not sure what they're looking.
Let's get to it then when they make the comment. I don't think everybody's going to be opposed. I know it. You have to remember that we often hear from the folks that are most worried, and that you do have support from people who don't come forward to speak. And that I always assume that we're only hearing from a portion of the population, the folks with the concerns. So but it's also good that you're hearing people and responding to them, because we always want residents of a new development to be welcomed into a neighborhood. That's so important.
Well,
So
it also, can I add that I understand what Mr. Pecora is saying, and he's had a lot of experience with that.
he has,
But we have, I think it's not uncommon for people to be a little freaked out by something going on in their neighborhood. But when they hear and they get a response from
yes,
people such as yourself, Mr. Pecora, frequently they can be reassured that some of their fears are not, you know, justified. And but that's a process, and unfortunately it's kind of a nuisance maybe to everybody, but it's a really good process in many cases. So we encourage you to, you know, be responsive in whatever way you can to the neighbors, obviously.
I think we have been, and I think we've addressed every legitimate comment that we can to try to satisfy people, to make them comfortable with life safety, to make them comfortable with what we're doing, to make them comfortable with the amount of plantings that we're doing, which is been commended. We're commended for that. You know, it's really hard. I mean, you know as well as I do that, I mean, 180, 303, 4 Orchard, they were all came out of the woodwork to complain about the project. And when it's all said and done, all we get is, you know, compliments on the project. So this project is going to be a beautiful project when it's done. People don't want to see affordable housing next to them. And we recognize that, but there's a need for it. And, you know, and there's a need for the market rate units as well. So I think we're doing a good job in developing within the scope of the neighborhoods and within the scope of what P&Z is looking for, which is small developments scattered throughout town. And I think we're doing that.
Madam Chair, it's Chris Smith for the record. If I may, if Mr. DeAndrea can just address those couple of
and then let's
points.
turn to and then let's turn to public comment, because I
Yeah, I
think
was going
we've
to say
been,
then we'll be through, Madam Chair, with our
Alrighty.
response for tonight.
Mr. DeAndrea, if you would raise your hand, there you are. Okay, we got you. There he is. Okay, and he's already on. No, he's just not connected. Okay. He's good. Just unmute and you'll be ready to go.
Unmute. Video.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. I will make just 2 quick, brief comments about the drainage analysis. We designed the drainage analysis very carefully with, in accordance with the town drainage manual. We did have peer review through our town engineering department as well as our own staff who pointed out something today to our attention, which we have addressed and corrected. But for the most part, the simple statement is that we have demonstrated in accordance with the town drainage manual that we have reduced the peak rate of runoff from the site after development for all storms through the 25-year storm as required, and also demonstrated that we can also reduce the peak rate of runoff for the 50 and the 100-year event. In addition, we've demonstrated compliance with the town drainage manual by reducing volume for the 1-year storm as required by the town drainage manual. There are increases at the greater storms of more infrequent storms up through the 100 due to the change in surface treatment from sparsely wooded to more impervious. So we understand that, and that's understood in the drainage manual, and that is why we're required to reduce the volume for the 1-year design storm. So in summary, we are in total compliance with our town drainage manual in regard to peak rate of runoff and total volume reduction.
And you made the changes for the slopes, right, on the driveway?
We adjusted the slopes of the driveway to
Yep.
accommodate the accessibility criteria.
Great. Mr. McRae has a question for you.
Actually, I have three. Mr. DeAndrea, just off the top of your head, do you know what the elevation is of the bottom of the excavation to provide for the under drains, the pervious asphalt in the parking lot?
I recall it to be approximately 114, if I'm not mistaken. The bottom, excuse me, 113.5 for the bottom of the stone reservoir in our porous asphalt section.
Okay. The building 1, building 2, I see that the roof leaders and everything go down and then out to the driveway. The land that is to the south of all of that, how does that drain? Or is that I'm not too sure if I'm looking at the plan correctly. Is there anything there that actually collects any drain on that portion of the property? Or is there an under drain or anything there?
Other than the fact that we're creating a porous mulching surface above it, there's no additional inlets provided other than the transmission of the water through the stone medium and then out into the surrounding soil and ultimately into the front driveway area where we have the reservoir. So there's infiltration down alongside the foundations, migrates it out toward the front. All of our roof drains pick up all the roof, obviously, and transmit it out to the storage reservoir. The water that falls around the buildings migrates laterally and horizontally, if you will, toward the front parking lot.
Okay, last thing. The overflow for the site goes to the catch basin to the south west corner.
If the volume directed to the system exceeds the capacity of the system at the 50 and 100-year event, then that overflow would be directed via a pipe system to the catch basin down the hill of Pembroke and out into the river. So yes, that's correct. There will be an overflow at the larger storms. It's anticipated.
Okay, was there any investigation into the capacity of the catch basin and the pipe that leads down to the river to make sure that's sufficient?
We did not do any offsite analysis of that system.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Shall we turn to public comment now? Anybody object? No?
Yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
Whatever, I don't know how many people we have speaking. Let's give it a shot at 2 minutes. And then
With the normal caveat,
and what's your normal caveat that you're reminding me of that you're going to be the hook? Okay.
no, just about explaining what we are confined to, what
Yeah.
issues we are confined to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So Adele would be the first speaker. Sergio Biagioni will be the second speaker. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this application at 237 Pembroke, if you would kindly raise your virtual hand. I will give you the option to join us at the meeting or just to speak as you see, as you are more comfortable. And also, as Peter Lowe just asked us, just to remind you that the commission can modify the application in ways that do not affect the economics of the developer. And that on this type of affordable housing application, we can only act against it if we have evidence of a risk to health and safety or other issues that exceed the town's need for affordable housing. So with that, if the first speaker is Adele, followed by Sergio Biagioni. All right, so I've just enabled you to speak, Adele. And if you
Hello.
could tell us your last name, that's great.
Sure, I'd be happy to. It's Rota, R-O-T-A.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I had a few things I wanted to comment on, and I will do that briefly. Just for clarification, because I am certainly not as well schooled as all of you are in these issues, but as I was hearing about the water concerns, it wasn't clear to me how the original letter from Aquarian had been, what was done to address the concerns from the original letter to the current letter. I think I heard there was a redesign, and all we need is a simple yes or no, or if anything was done, or if they just changed their mind on the letter. So
Okay.
that was the
When
item
we're
number.
done with the public questions, we're going to ask the applicant to explain that again, and we will explain our side of it too, from what we've learned on a town project.
Okay,
ahead,
and I
Ms.
did hear
Rhoda.
that. It's just I'm trying to understand it in more layman's terms, so thank you.
Yeah, I know. That was a little confusing. I know, with the 47 and the 58 and all of that. Yep. Okay, so we'll make it clear.
Okay, and then regarding the same concern with fire safety, if I'm understanding correctly, if there's a concern with the ability for the water to pump, if there were, God forbid, multi-building or multi-property fires in the area, would the hydrants be able to handle that? You know, has that been taken into concern? Because wind can move a fire from the roof of one building to another very quickly. So how is that addressed? And I know many other people have things to say about the traffic and the ledge, so I won't go there because I know there's many other people who do want to
I
comment.
only have 3 people with their hands up right now, but we will ask again, if anyone wishes to speak on this application, please raise your virtual hand. Okay.
Well,
Go
then
ahead.
then I will. Can I raise my hand again?
Yeah, why don't you, yeah, if we don't get
Okay.
to all your issues, because someone else just
Okay.
raised their hand and I think I saw her email, so she'll do that. Okay, anything
Okay.
else? Ms.
Yes.
Rota?
Yeah, I did just want to, let me just look at my notes. Well, I'll go back to the accident data and such. I was not clear also on the 25 versus 50-year versus 100-year flooding. I had thought that the applicant or someone on that team had mentioned something about they were exceeding the 25-year requirement and making the on-site drainage sustain 50 and 100, but then something was said later that made me think that that was not correct.
Okay, we will ask Mr. DeAndrea, right? Mr. Smith, you'll ask Mr. DeAndrea to clarify that again. Okay, anything else?
And then I did just want to thank Mr. Pecora for saying that he expects that this will be a beautiful project when it's done. I have to say I was rather disappointed with his response about meeting with the neighbors. And Madam Chairman, you're absolutely right. To your point, the commission is only hearing from a portion of both those in favor and who are not in favor of the specifics of this program. And yes, people are concerned with what the aesthetics of this, the impact of this. And it's a bit disappointing and I'll say insulting for him, Mr. Pecora, to talk about people coming out of
Okay.
the woodwork like we're termites or carpenter ants. These are our
All right.
homes. This is our town. It's his town too.
Yes,
Um,
it is. And okay, thank you. We'll come back to you if just raise your hand if you feel we haven't covered the points. Sergio Biagioni is the next speaker. You've been enabled to speak. Mr. Biagioni? You need to unmute, please. Mr. Biagioni? Okay, well, Mr. Biagioni gets his act together here. We're going to ask Ann Jones to go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So, thank you.
Timer.
So, I have two major concerns about this, and hearing some of these things. One goes back to the Aquarian letter and the question about whether they can fully serve the sprinkler system, even as it seems that there are still some outstanding questions on this. As we all know, water pressure in this area varies by season, time of day, and other calls on the water. And I feel that this really needs to be fully understood. As we said, nobody wants to have a fire here or the inability to put out a fire. And I believe that the third building does not have sprinklers. So I'm assuming that that would rely on either water on a fire truck or the fire hydrant. And Aquarian, I think, said that they did not address the fire hydrant because it was not asked for. So I think there's some more questions that need to be answered on this one. My second major issue has to do with the blasting, and I have some concern because it is significant blasting, and there are issues with the dam. And while the dam may be outside of the 200 feet or 500 feet that is required for a pre-blast survey, there are vibrations that go through a lot. There's a lot of ledge in this area. There are vibrations that will be felt beyond those distances when this is done. And we have lived through it at our house. Was only for, 1 day. This is going to be over a significant amount of time. I'm wondering if, for example, if you're going ahead, can we put seismographs or something to monitor the dam so that we can make sure we're not damaging that and causing some issues down the road, or even in the short or long term to that, and for the communities that live south of that. I have one final comment, and that has to do with the fact that we are against affordable housing, and I think our concern is not about affordable housing, and many of us would agree that this town needs this, but I also would say that we're concerned about the safety and health issues for our community that would be caused by the changes to this site.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Our next speaker is Jill Caselli, still waiting for Sergio. Go ahead, Ms. Caselli.
Oh, it's Jill Castle.
Castle, I'm so sorry. Yes, go ahead.
More interesting. Madam Chair, do I call you Madam Chair?
Whatever you feel like calling us is fine.
Okay, I have a question, and that,
Yes, ma'am.
Supposedly there's 10 units, right, that are going
Yes.
to be at 237, but that doesn't mean that there'll be one person to each unit, right? So what is a realistic idea of how many people are actually going to be living there? And what does that mean about the number of cars? Say it's 20 people who are going to be living there, just as an example. Where are the excess cars going to park? Where are the friends and families going to park who visit? Because the only place to park is on Bender's Drive. And Bender's Drive is, there's a lot of families with children there. So that means that people would be parking on Bender's Drive, turning around on Bender's Drive. And I see that as a real safety issue for the neighborhood.
Okay, we'll have them, they answered that question before, we'll have them repeat it. Thank you. Anything else, ma'am?
Oh, no, that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Patricia. I'm guessing this is going to be Patricia Adams. Patricia? Nope. All right. Oh, there she is. Okay, you're good.
Hi, sorry it came in a little bit late. So my concern is related to the traffic study. It was done over a 3-day weekend, and a lot of people do go out of town over the 3-day weekend, usually taking Friday off and turn it into a 4-day weekend. So I don't think it was indicative of the typical weekly rush hours that we have around here. So I think it makes sense to have a valid traffic study that takes into account more than 72 hours, I guess it was. Not certain on the exact time frame. And then the other point is that since the other developments were done near areas where there are traffic arteries with bus routes and all, and we're lacking sidewalks in this part of town, we do want to make sure that we have a good understanding of what traffic and pedestrian traffic is going to look like.
Okay. Thank you very much. Part of that was covered earlier, but we're going to cover it again afterwards. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lawrence Vassalio. Mr. Vassallo, I'm sorry, I just pronounced your name wrong. Mr. Vassallo, if you would go
Yeah.
ahead.
I live in 52 Hawthorne Street North. It's a small street overlooking the park, the Western Civic Center.
Mm-hmm.
It's between Gray Rock and Weaver. It's a cross street for the whole neighborhood. People who are going downtown to the highway, to the Shell station, to Glenville. It doesn't have a yellow line. Parking is permitted on one side of the street. Every manner of vehicle uses that as a cross street. I'm on a 5 house street. I'm the only person without children. The street is used by children coming home from both from Glenville and other schools, and it is a menace. People are regularly traveling at the speed should be something like 15 or 20 miles an hour. People are regularly going 35, 40, sometimes 50 miles an hour, screaming down the street, particularly during the busy hours, but during all day. Adding any kind of traffic to this area, and I'm literally less than a half a mile away from where this project will be, is just a huge safety menace. Some child is going to die on that street as a result of the traffic that exists now. I can't see how we can possibly think of adding more cross-street traffic for people exiting their area to get downtown using my street. Thank you.
Okay. I think, Jill Castle, did you say everything that you needed to say? I think we just didn't get your hand down. And thank you, Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Vassallo.
I did. Thank you.
All right. Okay. All righty. And does anybody else? I think we've got everybody. So Mr. Smith and Mr. Pecora and Ms. Kolakowski still has to read that one letter that came in. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So if you want to go ahead and read that letter, Ms. Kolakowski.
Yep. There is a question about Aquarian Water Company's remarks dated 12/15/23 and 1/18/24 regarding projected fire hydrant demands to the proposed buildings. Aquarian states at specific times the water main at Pembroke Road's available flow and pressures will vary throughout the day and year based on systems demands, which may result in lower available flow and pressure. This is a serious safety concern to all Pembroke residents that adequate water supply and pressure will not be available to them, as well as to the proposed 10-unit site should a fire occur on anyone's property when water pressure levels are low. Aquarian Water is leaving this problem to the developer to solve, whose out-of-scale project will place a greater burden on the water supply to the area. We are not satisfied with the developer's response that a revised attic pipe size is a sufficient remedy to meet all his building's demands and all its systems demands during periods of low water flow and low water pressure. Periods of drought will negatively affect water pressure conditions for all Pembroke residents, and that includes residents of the 10 units. This is a serious health and safety concern and cannot be overlooked. The fire marshal's letter states no objection to the project. It states there are no egregious issues that require corrections. Any contradictions to the fire code will be identified at formal plan review. Any contradictions to the fire code need to be identified now and addressed before the commission approves this plan. There should be no conditional approval on the proposed plan, especially when the fire department has left an opening for any contradictions that may arise after the approval. That's a red flag on this project, and no one should assume that this project in a different location on a hilly site of bedrock is just like Mr. Pecora's other project. It is not. The latest traffic study provided by developer Pecora was undertaken over a holiday weekend. These calculations do not give a true picture of everyday traffic patterns or volume during peak and off-peak hours. Why wasn't this study performed during the weekdays? The study does not count additional traffic to the 3 buildings that will double these figures. They were talking about the 67 trips per day and provide a more accurate picture of hazardous traffic patterns entering and exiting the property. Property is located more than 3 miles from the Greenwich train station. Study should count Uber drivers, delivery trucks, visitors, maintenance, landscape vehicles, garbage trucks, and then establish a more realistic count of daily trips. The study is incomplete. With the additional traffic count to the site, 67 daily trips would double to 134 trips. And it is dangerous traffic on a crest of Pembroke Road. And it has been well established that substantial ledge rock covers the property, and all the neighbors are concerned about blasting. This does not appear to be a health and safety concern to the P&Z, yet the state of Connecticut refers to blasting as an ultra hazardous activity that involves serious risk of harm to others, which cannot be eliminated by the exercise of utmost care. And the Connecticut Office of Legislative Research offers the following on the dangers of blasting. Under Connecticut common law, one who by exploding dynamite causes damage to another property through flying debris, concussion of the atmosphere, or vibration of the earth is absolutely liable for the damage, irrespective of whether he was negligent either in the selection or time and place of blasting or for the method of blasting followed. And Connecticut courts have demonstrated that the act of blasting is highly dangerous and intrinsically dangerous activity that comes under this doctrine, and thus subjects the actor to liability, even when he acted with utmost care. There then is another quote from the Starkle versus Edward Ball company case. And the developer states that he will not revise or scale down his 10-unit plan. The commission must recognize the public concern for health and safety. We ask the commission to vote no on the application. That's it. Lisa Latello is the author.
Okay, there we go. Turning it back over to the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the public for your comments and questions. As to the Aquarian letter and the fire marshal's comments, I don't know what else we could add, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission. I think that it's clear, it's not unusual that any final design with the sprinkler system, it will be done when the building permit is sought, and that would have to comply with the with the design requirements and specifications that are referenced in the Aquarian letter, specifically 102 gallons per minute at 47 PSI. So that would have to be met, and to the satisfaction of Aquarian as well as the fire marshal when the building permit's done. Obviously, those final building plans and sprinkler design is not actually done until the building permit is obtained after this commission were to act on the application. But all good questions and legitimate. And again, we did look into the Aquarian letter from the first time. And to answer the question from Ms. Rhoda, and Mr. Pecora can correct me if I'm wrong, that the difference that the initial letter from Aquarian and then the recent one of January 18, 2024, was that additional information and a change in the design in the sprinkler system was done to demonstrate, again, the specifications that are contained in the January 18th letter from Aquarian. And as Mr. Pecora indicated, it was done at a very conservative number to meet the existing 5758 PSI in the system, and this was at 47, well within those numbers. The storm event, Mr. DeAndrea can just reconfirm what he said earlier and did it at the first meeting, but just to clarify that for Ms. Rhoda, more than, Mr. DeAndrea can address that in a moment. As far as the traffic, and certainly I'll let Mr. Canning respond to some of the specific questions, but as far as the traffic study and the volume, I think that the chair in particular had asked my client to spend the additional time and money to do a traffic count to demonstrate the amount of traffic that's occurring on Pemberwick at this point in time. And I think it was done more for the purpose of demonstrating that the 4 to 5 additional traffic trips during the peak hour are going to be minimal compared to the existing volume on the road, and will not adversely affect it. As the chair indicated at the outset of this meeting and processing this application, that it is an 830G application, and the standard is whether there's going to be an adverse impact to a substantial public interest. With the increase of this de minimis, I respectfully submit it. Certainly, it's 10 units. It's de minimis increase in traffic relative to what's there on the road today, and that there is not going to be, it's not going to result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest or public health safety for that matter. There was a reference to speeding. I think Mr. Canning, and I'm going to let Mr. Canning and Mr. DeAndrea respond, and Mr. Pecora as well, but just to summarize, the speeding is not something that my client or any property owner can control. That's basically an enforcement problem. I do think we heard from Mr. Canning that in his opinion, this proposal, not only as far as traffic with the increase, which would be de minimis, but the sight lines and the parking was not going to result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest. And I'll ask our consultants that question at the end. But with the permission of the chair, I just wanted to kind of summarize that. Oh, last point I'd like to make is that the blasting, again, that's something that's regulated by the state code. And I believe, again, and Mr. Pecora, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's overseen by the town's fire marshal when that occurs. And I can't speak for I let Mr. Pecora if he'd like to address it, but I know that there is a pre-blast survey of certain properties within a certain distance and that's monitored. The blasting is monitored by the fire marshal. Generally, the blasting is done in a certain way, and at reduced amounts, especially when you're in a residential area. Sizes of the blasting protocol to minimize any type of fallout. I don't want. I'm using all the wrong expressions. I see Mr. Pecora is nodding his head, but that's all monitored to ensure that there isn't debris flying off the property, and that it's all contained on the property. And that's a responsibility, again, of my client going through the process. And it is all regulated by code, and again enforced by the fire marshal, who would be overseeing the whole process. It is a it's something that has to be monitored, and it will be, and but it's something that's done on a fairly regular basis here in our state. And I'm sure Greenwich has had its share of site development proposals where there has been some sort of level of blasting to occur. If I may, with the permission of the chair, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. DeAndrea, and if he can, Tony or Mr. DeAndrea, if you can just again explain and respond to Ms. Rhoda in particular, and I know Ms. Latella had some comments relative to the storm events, the town requirements, and then how you've exceeded it with your design of the stormwater management system. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, now, Mr. DeAndrea, when you start talking about this, because you talked about it, you're going to repeat what you already said. We're going to go through this in layman's terms so folks follow it, okay?
Thank you very much. I'm going to make it very simple. I've been thinking about it while everybody else was asking questions.
Because you've said it before,
Right.
and it's not registering with people. It's
Right,
just, we're still.
I know how to make it.
Perfect.
I know how to make it
Okay.
simple. Here's the way it goes. In our design, we are creating a reservoir, basically a bathtub in the ground. We're going to store the water in there, and by storing the water, we're able to reduce the peak. In other words, we restrict the outflow from the reservoir, the storage reservoir, the bathtub underground. We filter the water through the permeable pavers and the permeable surface. We store it in the reservoir below, and we restrict the outflow. While we are restricting the outflow, we are also allowing water to infiltrate into the ground. That's our runoff reduction volume that we're required to meet for the one-year design storm. So we've met all of those criteria. While we're not increasing the peak at any rate in any storm, the peak rate of runoff at any storm, we don't have any impact on the offsite drainage system. So we're not exacerbating any conditions that may exist in that steep slope down Pembroke Road toward the river. I hope that simplifies it and makes it clear.
Okay, I hope it does.
And Mr. DeAndrea, if I can, and just in your opinion, is there any component of the proposed site development proposal that will result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest or the public health, safety, and welfare?
In my opinion, there is not.
There you
Okay,
go.
thank you.
The record has been laid. Okay.
Have to do that, Madam Chairwoman. You know
I
that.
just, yeah,
If-
it always
and if
makes
I-
me chuckle. Okay.
And maybe Mr. Canning can go next, Madam Chairwoman, and address some of the issues, in particular, the validity of the study and whether it's really necessary.
and I'd
the
like
ITE.
to-
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to, yeah, I just want to say a couple of things that Mr. Pecora at the beginning of the meeting, I just want to reemphasize that at the beginning of the meeting, or in one of the emails, we also have the information that Mr. Pecora has several projects. He has several projects already, and that it's based on the data for the one bedrooms that he has in those projects, that he is assuming that people will only have, that there will only be one person in those units, that in the 34 that he has that are one bedrooms, is that correct, the number? There are only 5 that are occupied by 2 people, and all the others are occupied by 1 person, and he did say that. I'm just starting to repeat things just so that those parts are clear. For the benefit of the public, I'd like to add before Mr. Canning speaks, we are struggling nationwide, and I've mentioned this before, with excessive speeds and high mortality rates per vehicle mile traveled. We are talking to our Department of Public Works about it. This is a town-wide issue as well as a nationwide issue, and we are trying to figure out how to reduce traffic speeds. A lot of it is just a different mentality following the pandemic. Hard to understand what happened to people's heads, but that seems to be the issue. And a lot of the ideas that we've discussed, we're being told are not ideal for traffic calming. So it is true. We recognize that people are going 50 miles an hour in Pembroke, but as someone said, I believe it might have been Mr. Smith, that's not the developer's responsibility. In this case, there is a danger, but it is not the developer's responsibility that people are driving way over the speed limit. That's just not the issue that a developer should be addressing. Mr. Canning, with all that intro, you were going to answer the question specifically on that you did a supplemental traffic study as we requested to give people a better understanding of the Pembroke traffic.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And just to finish your conversation on the 34 one-bedroom units with only 39 residents, if you divide 39 by 34, you get 1.15, and if you multiply it by 10 units, you get 11.5 residents in the 10 units. So let's call it 12 residents. If they all have cars, it's 12 cars. We did the traffic counts because the commission expressed an interest in having the residents understand the nature of it. Mr. Pecora consented to it, even though he felt, and I agree with him, that it wasn't a safety issue. We did the counts. We had a short deadline. We determined that during the busiest hour, there were 240 cars on the Friday evening of the holiday weekend. The capacity of Pembroke Road, if it was not where it is, and if it had major traffic generators at either end, it has the capacity to accommodate over 1,000 vehicles per hour. So there were not anywhere near 760 people on vacation. If it was 250 or 260 instead of 240, it's still the same level of service B. The project, the 12 cars, they don't all leave at the same time. They don't all arrive at the same time. And after discounting for the existing house that could be reoccupied by a family, will add during the peak hour just 4 trips, which is a 2% increase over the 240 and well below the 1,000 vehicle per hour carrying capacity of the roadway. So it's really not a traffic safety issue. It's not even a traffic issue. Honestly, when this is built, you're hardly even going to, the only time you'll notice traffic from this project is if you live opposite it and you see somebody coming or going, or if you happen to be driving by and there's somebody coming or going. After that, you're never going to notice it. And there was one other question relative to pedestrians. There will likely be very little pedestrian activity because of this project, but also the number of trips generated by this project will not impact pedestrian activity, current pedestrian activity on the roadway.
And if I may, Madam Chairwoman, I just have a quick question for Mr. Canning before anybody else may as follow up. But and Mr. Canning, in your professional opinion, as a traffic engineer, is there any component of this proposed residential community that will result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest or the public health, safety, and welfare?
There is not, Mr. Smith.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for indulging me.
I'm sorry I chuckled at you. It's just funny when you very formally go to set the record. Okay, Commission, any other questions or comments on this? Mr. Yeski, are you just shaking your head? You're muted.
Questions? You ask that. I have no other questions.
Okay, so let me just lay this out for you. Unless the applicant, I think the key question now is technically this would be, unless we wanted to have a special meeting later down the road by February 1st, this application would have to be decided and closed tonight. But the applicant could give us an extension to our next meeting if you weren't ready to decide, or we could have a special meeting on the 1st of February and we could decide it then. And I wanted to ask the Commission, first of all, where you are relative to the amount of information, and very importantly, do you feel that you have had an opportunity to sufficiently review the information you've received and that you have sufficient information at this point in time? And could anybody just let me know where they are with that?
Looking at all of the information that we had received up till, I'd say, Friday. I have looked through what we got. A lot more came in the past 24 hours, which I have not been able to wrap my head around. I do have a number of other questions that I need to resolve. So I would say trying to make a decision, if we had more time, that would be great. But I think that's up to what the applicant wants to provide to us. But I still think there's more I need to actually understand from everything that has come in the past 24 hours, the things that were actually testimony we received this evening.
Okay. Does well, as you know, whenever we have one commissioner who feels that they need more time to digest the information, we always respect that. Therefore,
well, I think at this point, because we're actually, in terms of our timeline, that's how I feel. I think it's up to actually what are the other commission members think, and actually what the applicant is willing to offer.
Well, regardless of whether the applicant gives us an extension to our next meeting, we can just have a special meeting on the 1st of February, which is when our clock for the applicant expires. So that's our option. However, the applicant could volunteer to give us an extension to our next meeting or agree to it. Either way.
Next meeting meeting this
The
6th of
fir-
February.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those would be the options if the applicant was willing to give us that time. Give us time to go through all the material. Or we could just meet on the 1st of February when our the current clock expires and act that day. Because as you know, this is an application in the regular meeting, so we would have to close it and decide it at the same time.
Madam Chair, I'm not available on the 1st.
Okay, so it would be on the
Nor
31st.
nor am I.
Okay, so then it would be on the 31st. All right. But would the applicant be willing to give us an extension to our next meeting?
I'm checking on that as we speak, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay,
Oh,
we will give you a minute then.
And Mr. Pecora is more than willing to, I just needed to check that since we're doing this remotely, we're not in the same room, obviously. Mr. Pecora has no objection and is willing to consent to an extension of time to your next meeting, so you don't have to have a special meeting to address this application, but thank you.
Great, okay. So we will do that. We will continue this to the February 6th. Is that correct, Patrick? I don't have my calendar open in front of me.
Yep, the 6th.
The 6th meeting. And I see we have one more hand up, but I'm going to ask that person, that's Deborah. We had closed our window for the public comments. So if you want to just send us an email, the application is still open and we will see your email immediately as soon as you send it. Well, as soon as staff forwards it to the commission. Anything else from anybody?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to thank Mr. Pecora because January 31st is my birthday.
That's good.
And on behalf of everybody, Madam Chairwoman, thank you for the commission's time and the public with your questions, and hopefully you feel we've been responsive. And again, we respectfully submit that and request that the commission approve the application.
And
Thank you.
you have all the emails from the public that there are a couple of concerns that we didn't get to, that maybe Mr. Pecora could just reach out and just, people, the neighboring property that had the concerns about how they were impacted. I think if they had a chance to speak with you, Mr. Pecora, they'd feel a lot better.
I have no problem speaking to the neighbors, just I'm not going to reach out to them. If they want, my telephone number is 203-496-6032. Call me, come to my office. I'll be happy to meet with you.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you very much. We'll see you on the 6th. Thank you all. All right. And you're moving everybody out, Patrick? All right. Our next application is for UB Greenwich to OGCC LLC and OG Yoga LLC for a final site plan to switch from Black Oak Velo bicycles to a yoga studio, which will be offering classes for 8 students at a time at 178 to 188 Sound Beach Avenue. And on this application, Ms. Jenkins is seated for Mr. Levy. Hello, Ms. Klauberg.
Hello, can I start or is Patrick up first?
No, you may
Okay,
start.
great. Okay, this is, as you mentioned, this is an application for final site plan for a change of use from use group 1 to use group 4 for a yoga studio. To follow up on concerns raised at the briefing yesterday, my client submitted a revised proposal, excuse me, setting forth the rationale for the weekend hours and the planned treatments and decorations for the front window and the interior. I just want to summarize that if you didn't get a chance to see it. In connection with the weekend classes, the 8 to 9 a.m. slot is for the early risers and will be at a time that the business area is not yet very busy. The 10 to 11 slot is early enough to bring in people for the lunch and brunch hours at the local restaurants, and the afternoon classes will be after the lunch traffic, yet before the dinner crowd. In addition, for a weekend use, 4 of the 7 businesses residing in the building are closed over the weekend, so parking is significantly more available in the building's parking lot. Greenwich Play, White Contractors, and Old Greenwich Dental Center are all closed for the weekend, and the hair salon is closed on Sunday. So the dental office accounts for 31 spaces. The contractor office accounts for 4 spaces. Greenwich Play accounts for 8 spaces. Therefore, the remaining spaces on Saturday are the hair salons, 12 spaces, the Dunkin' Donuts, 6 spaces, and yoga studio, 9 spaces. So that's 27 that would be used, and the parking lot has 39 spaces plus 1 ADA space. That means with Dunkin' Donuts and the hair salon and the yoga studio, a total of 27 spaces are theoretically taken on the weekends. That is on Saturdays, whereas Sundays there are only 15 spaces taken, leaving 24 spaces open. So as for the decorations of the front window, the applicant has plans to install a curtain track that can be closed for the privacy of the students when classes are in session. The curtain track will be 2 feet from the window so that the window sill can be decorated with plants and Zen decor. So that, and I quote, front facade will still look vibrant and appealing from the outside, even though the curtains are drawn closed. And when classes are not in session, the curtains will be open and the interiors of the yoga studio will be fully visible through the glass front windows and door. They've hired an interior designer to help make the interior aesthetically pleasing. And the interior of the studio will have several ornate mirrors against the wall, Buddha statues, and other Zen decor. And we respectfully request you approve this application.
Questions from the commission?
Ms. Klauberg, the Regency Partners, you saying offer additional spots from their property behind the CVS store for employee parking. Can you elaborate on that, please? What do you mean by behind the CVS? Is that the private parking that CVS has?
Yes,
Or
they
is that-
own that, they own that building. So they've offered up 2 spaces.
In the private parking for CVS?
Correct.
Okay, does that change the CVS required parking count?
That I don't know. I don't know what their approval was. It would only really be for 1 instructor because it's got to be for employee parking. And we often feel the instructor is going to either bike there or walk. But in any event.
Okay. And this is I kind of unfamiliar with it, but it's actually is it dedicated to CVS by signage or something like that? Or could it be misconstrued as part of the public parking?
Well, in my own recollection, I think it's quite, it looks more clearly for the CVS parking because of the way it's lined up. Maybe my client can maybe speak to that if he's there. Maybe he can raise his hands. Nick, can you maybe raise your hand and speak to that?
Well, while Nick's joining, I would just tell the commission that the typical methodology for giving spaces from another property would be to either have excess or show that there is no need for them during the times where the agreement is being used. So, but if that's not unknown, I don't know how we're gonna address that.
Hi, I'm here. Nick is here.
Well, it's not a necessary, well, it is because they're increasing their parking requirement, correct?
Well, it is, and if the commission feels that there's not a significant offset with the operations of the building and the property, then it may be necessary. But then, we can't matriculate and keep depreciating every other parking availability in the neighborhood. At some point, somebody has to be in conformance.
Hi, I can offer some insight on the CVS parking. As far as I'm concerned, the CVS is owned by, the building is owned by the Regency Partners, and they have allocated spaces with signs dedicating those spaces to CVS, and Regency has allowed us to use some of those spaces. So it's not part of the town spaces, it's Regency's owned spaces.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
No, I'm asking the commission. So Patrick, how would we handle this? Just, I was thinking.
I think the
not
question is
focus on it.
if the commission feels the space is necessary, then I think there needs to be some evaluation of what the conformance is and the hours of operation are at the CVS site, because while there may be lease agreements and allocation to spaces, that's not zoning. Zoning is the cumulative sum of all the uses and the decisions made by the commission, and or I should say. So while we appreciate that there may be signage and lease agreements where certain number of spaces are signed for certain tenants, that doesn't relate to zoning, and we're talking about a zoning issue here.
So we could, as long as we focus on the hours, the times the classes are, the CVS, what we could do is treat the CVS parking as a plus that does not have to be included as part of the required parking being offered.
It certainly, we don't have to preclude the applicant from seeking such an agreement, but making it a requirement or noting it as parking for zoning conformance purposes, I think would not be correct.
Explain that.
To put it a different way, I would ask the commission to not make a decision that said so-and-so has the right to use 2 spaces at the CVS parking lot.
Yeah. Okay, I was trying to say that, and I want to make sure we were on the same page. I wasn't missing you. Okay, so as long as we don't assume that the CVS so assume not that you have the CVS parking. It is not part of the base case.
It would be preferable if we didn't include that into the necessary math.
Got it.
Right.
Okay, so the next question is, at the times that they're proposing, so the real question for the commission to consider here is, at the times that the classes are being proposed, is there sufficient parking seeming to be available in the lot to accommodate this change of use in your minds? And that's the question for you. Will it work out okay? And because the numbers are different now, the baseline requirement is with the existing retail use was 6 spaces, and now it's going to go to 9. Okay. Anything else from the commission for Ms. Klauberg? No. Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is a proposal to change a use from sound, I keep saying the name of the bicycle place wrong. Black Oak Velo bicycles to a yoga studio on Sound Beach Avenue, 178 through 188 Sound Beach Avenue. Does anybody wish to speak on this application? All right, seeing no hands raised. Is there any further comment from the commission on this?
Nope.
Nope. Is the commission ready to close this application and decide it?
Yep.
All righty. Any objections? Okay, this application is hereby closed, and we would gladly entertain a motion. Seated on it will be Albin, McRae, Jenkins, Lowe, and Yeski. And if Mr. Secretary feels like making a motion, that'd be great.
It's 178, 188 Sound Beach Avenue, application PLPZ 2023-479 for final site plan. Applicant seeking approval to change the use of 1,100 square foot of use group 1 retail space to use group 4 group fitness use, a yoga studio on a 0.53 acre property located in the LBR2 zone. As required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application of the 12/12/23 public hearing under file PLPZ 2023-419. All existing uses in the building require a total of 74 spaces, and there are only 40 on site. The existing tenant space requires 6 parking spaces, and the proposed tenant space will require 9. The commission finds that the sewer division issued comments on 1/3/24, requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of their P&Z comments. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. Site staff shall consist of site personnel shall consist of 1 instructor and a maximum of 8 students per class. The ARC shall review any and all exterior changes to the building, including but not limited to signage, lighting, and storefront modifications. The applicant shall adhere to the provided class schedule. Any planned deviation from the schedule shall be reviewed by planning and zoning staff. For sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted a signed letter acknowledging the receipt of their P&Z comments dated 10/9/23. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
I think as a part of the decision, we should insert the hours that the class is being given, that the classes are being given.
Okay.
So if I can reopen that, hold on.
Oh, I have it. Do you want to,
okay.
have the staff include that as part of the decision?
Yeah.
Or do you
that-
want to lay
that
it into the record
proposed-
right now?
I would just say that proposed, the class schedule is proposed is Monday through Friday, 7 to 8 a.m., 9:30 to 10:30 a.m., 1:30 to 2:30 p.m., and 6 to 7 p.m. On Saturdays, it will be 8 to 9 a.m., 10 to 11 a.m., 2 to 3 p.m., and 4 to 5 p.m. The applicant, I don't think we need to mention the curtain thing.
Nope.
It would be
Nope.
Saturdays and Sundays, Madam Chair.
Saturdays and Sundays, I said 8 to 9, 10 to
Okay.
11, 2 to 3, and 4 to 5.
Okay, all I heard was Saturday, sorry.
Yeah. All right. And I think a finding where the commission notes that the applicant has provided information that this class schedule minimizes the takes advantage of low parking demand hours in the shared parking lot.
Yeah.
Including closure on weekends of the Greenwich Play and dentist facilities. And there was another one, but that we make that finding that these are times that there is not high demand. And with that, I require a second.
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Ms. Klauberg. I know you thought we were going to fuss about parking for the rest of your life. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep.
All righty, and let me just move out Mr. Burnson. Okay, do I have Mr. Basili?
Yes,
Hello.
yes.
Okay,
I just woke up. Thank you.
all right. Okey doke. With that, we now open the public hearing. And representing the applicant, I believe, is Mr. Cohen?
Nope, Mr. Haslam.
Mr. Haslam, sorry, Mr. Haslam.
Mr.
And-
Cohen's later on in the meeting.
Okay, well, Mr. Haslam. There he is. Okay, if you would re-unmute yourself. Okay. And there he is, and he's all ready to go. Okay, hello, Mr. Haslam. So our
Madam
next
Chair.
application is Brunswick School for a final site plan and special permit to modify the previously approved site plan to include a new drop-off pickup area, a change in the parking, and revisions to how the renovations being affected, but also that the residential part of this use is going to be shifted to some extent to different buildings, and that is not clear enough to me in the public notice that that's part of it, but there you go. And with that, Mr. Haslam,
Thank you,
away you
Madam
go.
Chair, members of the commission. Good evening, Chip Haslam for the applicant. With me tonight is the team, which includes Kathleen Harrington from Brunswick, who's the CFO, David Ginter, who's our engineer for Redness and Mead, and Tim Peck, the architect. We did listen to your briefing yesterday. We heard some of the issues. I think some of the issues were then subsequently resolved when you got additional information, for instance, from the sewer division as to where we are with sewer. But I just want to speak first to the issue of evolution, which you, Madam Chair, raised as the number one issue you wanted us to address of how we got to where we are right now. You will recall that this opportunity arose to purchase Carmel Academy's campus and possibly make it into the future Childhood Education Center for Brunswick, and also use some of the existing buildings for faculty housing. And we came before you in pre-app a couple times, and then came before you and received a decision last May favorably, final site plan and special permit. I think the decision reflects what I think was the sense of where we all were last May, which is at that point, we only had partial access to the campus. So we really didn't know necessarily what we were buying and what we were going to be, how we were going to be using the buildings ultimately, and what would be the best way of configuring the traffic and the parking to maximize safety and minimize queuing and things like that. So we finally did close on the property. We hadn't closed at that time in May of 2023. We closed in the late summer of 2023, and we've been actively working since then to investigate the buildings and see what the best uses of them would be, and also reconfiguring as I said, the driveways, parking, et cetera, to maximize safety and minimize queuing. So it's not that we've been sitting on our hands. We've been really working on this hard, and David Ginter in particular has been working with sewer, and we've gotten to the point where we've really minimized the issues. And Rich Feminel has indicated that anything that's left is fairly minor and can be addressed in the permitting phase. So that's big, and that took a lot of his time and effort, and Rich Feminel's too, which we appreciate. Tim Peck has been working on assessing which buildings with Kathleen would be best for the faculty housing, and we have made some changes to that, and I'll have Tim address that. I did want to say that we did get, David Gintner did get an IWWA permit for this project. So to the extent that any additional comment was indicated in the staff notes to be gotten from IWWA, I think that's been handled by the permit. And I think the other issue that arose was the fact that we were going to now create a maintenance shed, which there currently is not one, but there are multiple tents that were used previously by Carmel. We think since 2008, when the prior shed burned to the ground, they've been using these tents instead. Apparently, when you folks did your site visit, those tents weren't readily visible to you, but we have Google Maps going back to 2012 through to 2022 before we bought the property, showing that they were there for that period of time at the very least. So we'd be replacing those with that one singular shed. The other issue was the EMAC issue, which was raised by Mr. Wells again. I thought we'd resolve that in May of 2023, that pursuant to your decision, we would have a compliant plan to you prior to the zoning permit issuing. It's always difficult in these situations when you're doing alterations to existing buildings, particularly historic buildings, to really know until you get in there what you can and can't do. But we did submit, nonetheless, even though we didn't think we had to the zoning permit, a addendum to the last submission today, indicating Tim's plans for further energy efficiencies. So Tim can address those briefly as well. But I thought we'd start off with Tim talking about the redesignation of the faculty housing and what's involved there. And then maybe Tim, if you just touch upon your further investigations into energy efficiencies. Tim?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Madam Chair, members of the board, Tim Peck for the applicant for Brunswick School. Really, once we got into the looking at the campus and how the campus would flow and how we would really look to use the campus, I think it was Tom Phillip and some others when we did a walkthrough really liked the idea of trying to create a housing village, so to speak, or a compound, if you will. It does several things. It helps for social reasons, gives us some center for the residential component. It allows us to provide a safer campus initially as we will grow, but at least focusing on keeping the residential in one cluster. Some efficiencies certainly from a building standpoint. But once we got into the meat on buildings 1 through 4, which I mentioned briefly in my memo that I sent out this afternoon, those 4 buildings are really all interconnected. All the building systems, the utilities, electrical, heating, everything is intertwined in those 4 buildings. So really to address that as one cluster made the most sense from an aesthetic standpoint and also from a layout perspective. Brunswick is constantly evaluating their housing needs for their faculty housing. And this mix, while it's a more difficult path, these buildings require much more renovation than simply plugging things into the other buildings, was really the highest and the best use of these buildings, as we felt from this initial application. I think there was some comments. We kept the number of units the same. We increased by 2 bedrooms. I think we were at 26 originally. We went from 26 to 28. That was a function of utilizing the existing spaces within the buildings and the footprint. We were able to get a number of studios, a couple of 1 bedrooms and some 2 bedroom, I think 1 or 2 2-bedroom units. In addition to the building 1 units, which were a mix of 2 and 3. That building didn't change. I noted Ms. Jenkins had a comment yesterday about the historic keeping certain pieces of building 2 and building 3. I'd like to reassure her that we are leaving the building 2 auditorium in place. We're not changing anything on the exterior of the building other than upgrading the envelope, the windows, changing from single pane to double pane insulated glass throughout those 4 buildings. And the other piece is in building 3, we are keeping the historic, I call it the pulpit room, but the cafeteria in building 3. And we're going to try to utilize those spaces as common areas for the residential component. And as the residential campus grows, those will ultimately become more of a center for the residential component. Building 4 is the newer of the 4 buildings in the cluster. That building is classrooms currently. We'd be changing that over to apartments. Building 1 we had already addressed, and buildings 2 and 3 were a mix of public spaces and classrooms, where we're primarily utilizing the upper floors of building 2 for the residential piece. I think that's really where we are at the moment. It was more of a function of once we started getting into this and the idea of creating an initial hub or a compound to work outwards from. That's where we started. Mr. Wells, I don't know, am I allowed, or was that?
No, you should really let me do it if that's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize,
It's
Madam
all
Chair.
right. You know, I gotta earn my keep. Also, I was gonna ask you if I'd like, or Patrick, if we could have the visual so everybody could look at the visual of the shift in the buildings again. Mr. Wells, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't seen the memo, but thank you for submitting that. I just want to respond to something Mr. Haslam said, that the decision was made last spring, and as we all agreed, the situation has changed significantly. In your notes to the last, your preliminary energy memo, you said that a more thorough response would be given, once and if the property were owned. So
the property is owned by you. You have had it for months. I haven't seen this memo, so if it's great, that's great, but we're gonna have to have EMAC look at it. But as far as I'm concerned, that condition that we put in last May no longer applies because the situation has changed. You now own the property. So, and this is just my thought, but you need to submit an energy narrative and EMAC needs to review it for completeness. Now, you know, and I know all you have to do is meet the building code, but this is a big property right in the middle of a very sensitive part of town. And number one, number two, the town is putting public schools through the ringer in terms of what sort of energy efficient they have. And I don't think we should have a lower standard for private schools. So give us the information. I hope this is just not a quick and dirty. It says, yeah, we're going to be energy efficient. We're going to look at, you know, the most efficient way to do things, and that's kind of it. So it's got to be at a much higher level than what you've already given us. And what are we interested in? We're interested in the fuel sources for these buildings. We're interested, do you have a energy efficiency target for the campus in terms of EUI? Are you going to be doing any energy modeling? What are you doing for insulation? What are the fuel sources for generators? We've also put other applicants through the ringers who've been using diesel, and you know, hope you've got gas service there. Hopefully you're going to be using gas. And are there any opportunities for renewables? So my message is this is well past the time where we need a full and complete energy narrative. It's in our regulations and we take them very seriously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
May I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Of course.
Yeah, I apologize to Mr. Wells if he felt that given the change that we've made, it required that we read the decision from the commission literally, which said that prior to the zoning permit issuing, we would be compliant with that. That is not to say that we haven't been working hard on considering what things we will introduce into the project to make it more energy efficient. So I don't want you to think that we've been wasting your time or EMAC's time or just like buying time until we go in for our zoning permit. That's not the case. And I'm sorry if you feel that way, but that's what we were relying upon. Again, Tim has been working on it and he supplemented our earlier submissions, and we will continue to supplement that as we move forward with the project and making sure that it is as energy efficient as possible. But that's why we're relying on that language, because we don't believe that the changes we're making are that substantive actually from that which was previously approved.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that we've been working with our engineering group, and I did just submit a quick narrative to update you guys where we are on that, and we are working with our engineering group, and we can definitely get you guys more involved in a more in-depth memorandum.
Thank you.
Anything else on that, Mr. Wells?
No, thank you.
All righty, Ms. Jenkins.
Yes, Mr. Peck, thank you for the information. I think the concern that I had is that originally we were told faculty housing was going to be in 7, 8, and 9. And now it's going to be in 2, 3, and 4, which were described as vacant and unchanged. And I understand and I appreciate the fact that you're maintaining aspects of the building that have historical importance, but you're putting faculty housing where there were classrooms over the auditorium, for example. And I'm particularly concerned about building 2. I think from what I recall of the site visit, it was very impressive. And now you're also saying site 3, building 3 as well. Again, what I'm seeing is a change from faculty housing is over there and protection of the historical character will be left intact, at least for now. I'm just a little concerned about putting faculty housing over historically valuable portions of that building. So I guess my concern is just that's a pretty big change. And also I assume that this is kind of phase 1 and eventually you will go back and do 7, 8, and 9. But if you're going to do 7, 8, and 9 anyway, is there any way to protect more of the character of your village? And that's a beautiful little quadrangle there and beautiful buildings and everything. And I'd like to see that protected to the maximum extent. I get a little nervous the minute we do, oh, historical building with this change or that change. So I hope you understand my concern, because that is absolutely, it's a dime into the first water in terms of those set of buildings. And you start changing it, and putting in plumbing and changing the walls, and you got kids running around or young faculty running around instead of empty classrooms 12 hours a day. I have to be a little concerned. So I've expressed my concern to you.
No, I absolutely get that. I can tell you that. So building 1 was originally a dormitory building.
Understood.
It was converted to classrooms, and it was, we're converting it back to residential. So that building,
Right.
was
I'm
always
not,
a residential.
yeah.
It's two, I think it's 2 that's bothering her.
Two and 3.
I'm just saying, as was building number 4 was also a residential building.
Understood.
Building 3, which is the building with the cafeteria in the back, we are only, as you said, we're making that a that's not going to be housing, but it's going to be common areas. That's what we've proposed it as.
The whole building, sir?
Yeah.
The whole building will be
upstairs.
common?
Yeah, the main building, well, that building contains all the utilities for the entire complex. So not all the utilities, but the bulk of it. So the basement, that was the service court, the cafeteria, the home ec classroom. The upstairs will remain as offices, as it was previously. And basically the idea is to create a common space with a common kitchen for small events or something along those lines on the residential of the residential component.
The residential, but not bedrooms then?
No bedrooms, no sleeping rooms, nothing in that building. We're not changing the layout, I don't think at all.
Okay.
And then building 2, which is the auditorium building in the front next to the gym. So that building, we're keeping the auditorium, we're keeping the ancillary spaces for the auditorium. There's an intermediate level that had a couple of classrooms on it, and there's an upper level that had what was previously used as a library space and some classrooms. That was developed when the Japanese school took it over in '89. I do not know what the use of that space was previously at that second floor, but we are proposing only to utilize the second floor and the intermediate floor for residential space.
Okay, and that second floor is going to be very intense though, isn't it going to be the studios, your 10 studios?
Yeah, we have it. We kept the large spaces. I think we have 6 studios on that floor.
Okay. Thank you.
But they're good size. I mean, it's a decent space, and I think we're not changing the outside of the building at all.
Thank you.
And now Mr. McRae and then Mr. Levy.
So as I understand, this is a modification of the approved site plan. That's what's being requested. I see this as a complete deviation of the approved site plan. We started out as a educational use, and I'd like to thank the design team, Mr. Hasland, for providing actually information. There was a site development comparison exhibit that was put in, prepared by Redness and Mead. Is very unclear, but it actually showed a lot of different things happening. Mr. Peck's comparison was actually very enlightening, because the original proposed residential was 26 and educational was 66. And now the residential is 37 and the educational is 55. So it looks at, to me, mission creep on this. We have 16 units with 28 bedrooms. The first time around, we had 16 units and 16 bedrooms, mission creep. Okay, a new maintenance building and garage sheds, 2 new generators, landscaping improvements of a playground and drop-off loops and paving. And then the cherry on top, right in the middle of Mr. Peck, thank you very much. No changes to other buildings are proposed at this time. I think when we went back, going back to what we did the first time, we were kind of rather rushed on that. And I think we had talked about, what is the real plan here? What's going on? Let's talk about the whole thing. And here we are months later, and we have maybe, is this the second whole thing, or is there going to be a third whole thing? What's going on? And I'm finding that I'm uncomfortable as a modification because things are changing so much. I think actually really starting with having a better, clear understanding what this comparison is, what's happening. We're having a whole different drop-off loop in the front of the educational facility. We're changing the residences around, residential units around. I think as Ms. Jenkins talked, we originally 1, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah. Others, who knows? And then now we have 1, 3, part of 2, and part of 2. So what happens to the other buildings? So I think we really need to start at 0 with this and get into the specifics as to what's happening on the whole site, as if this was almost a brand new application, because to me it is. Things are very different from what we looked at the last time. We asked for a master plan. Well, we don't know what's going on. Well, here, we know what's going on. So start at 0, please.
Oh, I'm confused. Wow. Okay. Now, so they're here. We did move quickly when they were trying to buy the property. They've now thought about how they're using the different buildings. In total, they've only changed the number of residentials they've increased it by 2 bedrooms, which although
but they're in different buildings.
Yeah. Okay. But we knew that they had all these buildings and that they were going to try to optimize how they used them. I'm just trying to think out loud. We want to see faculty housing, even though it doesn't help us for the state counts. We still want to see it because it gives more housing opportunities to our local workforce. So the 2 extra bedrooms should be a plus in our minds. And the buildings are already in place. So it sounds like they're just optimizing the use. And I wasn't uncomfortable. And when I heard you, I don't know, would someone else want to weigh in? Because I wasn't uncomfortable with the changes they were proposing, as long as they were still respectful of the historic buildings and the site itself. And okay,
Well,
I
think Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Wells both kind of hit the nail on the head. Where this site is as a jewel in Greenwich, we should really know what's going on, because I think it actually affects everything that we had talked about previously: drop off, pickup, traffic on Lake Avenue, traffic on Rock Ridge, those kind of things. To me,
that's why we're here, though, Mr. McRae. That's why we're here tonight.
So we're here, and I think actually starting at 0, it's not a modification to me. It's a complete revision.
Okay.
To talk about everything, all of the buildings, the drop off, the pickup, queuing, every little aspect of it, as if this was a new application.
I see where you're going. You're saying, look, there are enough changes here that I don't want to see it as a delta versus the previous one. Just explain it from the get-go. Just explain it as if this was something we hadn't seen. Okay, I got it. All right. So, I mean, Mr. Wells was saying there was a piece of information that he's unhappy about not having had. Okay. Is that it, Mr. McRae? Should I go to Levy and Jenkins, or did you want to add something right now?
Yeah, and my blood pressure's up, so we're all good.
Okay. No, don't have high blood pressure. I think, I get what you're saying. You're saying, look, you've moved enough of the pieces around that don't do it versus what was before. Just do it and explain it from scratch. So
right.
That
And
we grasp it.
in addition, tell me about the rest of the pieces on the board too.
Well, they may not be ready to do that. And we knew that they were buying a lot more buildings than they quite knew how they were going to use.
But we're ready tonight, Madam Chair. We're willing to do that.
Okay. All right. I was trying to give you an out, but if you don't need it, I'll just drop that. Okay.
No, thank you. Appreciate your input. And I'm concerned about Mr. McRae's concerns, because I think when I look at the decision from the PNC last May, it clearly says in 2 or 3 places that if we make any changes, we have to come back to the commission, and it anticipates in my mind when I read it that clearly once we purchased the property and got in there, and we said this to you at the time, we will know more about what we can do with it and what we can't. And now we've gotten in there, we do have the master plan of what we are intending to do, and this is it. And it does require different designations of buildings as to faculty housing, but we can go into depth about that again as if it's a new application if you wish. But I think that as long as we're not touching the skin of the buildings, and as long as we're protecting the historic aspects of the buildings, hopefully that's not a big concern for the commission this evening, but we're happy to delve into that if you wish. As far as the traffic patterns are concerned and the parking, it is just, again, to optimize the use of the property and make sure that there's safety for the children, that there's ample parking for parents and staff, and that there's no additional queuing, which would flow out into Lake Avenue. And Mr. Ginter can discuss that in detail if you wish, but it just worked better. It's as simple as that. There's nothing devious here. There's nothing big changes to it. It's just, it works better. And we'd like to be able to explain that to you. As far as the maintenance garage is concerned, it is one fairly small structure, which is replacing, we think was kind of unpermitted tents that have been there for some time.
We
So
got
we were
that.
hoping you'd consider that in the overall 17 acres or whatever we have here that you're considering. But other than that, there's not a lot of big changes here. And we thought that you anticipated that we would be coming back to you if we had some like this, and we do. So we think there are
Well,
improvements.
I'll tell you what, I think, here's what I think happens. We read the notice before we've seen the material. We have seen the tentative agenda. And when you read what's in the notice, it is not clear that you're shifting the residential, it doesn't say it, that you're moving it around. And I think that was what threw Mr. McRae off over the weekend. Suddenly he now realizes that different uses are going in different buildings, and that wasn't what he was expecting. Am I fair with that, Mr. McRae? I'm just not having your blood pressure. Okay.
It pretty much is,
Yeah.
Actually, as I started to dive into the weeds, it's like, okay, so this has changed and that's changed and this is not there and that's being put in and that's being taken out.
Yeah.
It's like, well, wait a minute, like we should start at the beginning and find out what's going on here.
So, and I was pretty okay, as long as you were respecting the historic buildings, I was okay with shifting it around, adding 2 bedrooms. I actually wanted to make sure that you were good with the reduction in the queuing spaces and with why this was a safety enhancement. Now that Mr. McRae and I have hogged all the time, if Mr. Levy, Ms. Jenkins, and Mr. Wells in that order would go and ask their questions and make their comments. Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so I agree with the comments of the commission so far, but I just want to characterize in that I guess it's really just the material changes are in use, which in essence doesn't really bother me. It just now the detail there needs to be some backup just to understand the site now and how things have adjusted. How the parking changes, any other patterns that are pertinent to the use that you're now proposing. And I see that I don't have any concerns. I just looking forward to continuing the conversation and you filling in so that not only we understand what your intentions are as you go along, but also the community at large. You have neighbors that are also quite interested in understanding what's going on here. So I think this is just part of the process, and I think it's going to be productive.
Okay. All right,
Maybe,
Ms.
Madam Chair, we could have Mr. Ginter then talk to the issues of the site plan changes so that everybody understands those before we get further down this path here.
Yeah, let's let the rest of the commissioners speak. Ms. Jenkins is next, and then Mr. Wells.
Yeah, just very quickly, in terms of a master plan, it would be helpful to know, I assume you're still going to use buildings 7, 8, and 9 for faculty housing. It's just you're doing this cluster first and then using doing what you had originally planned to do with the other 3 buildings?
Kathleen, do you want to speak to that? You need to unmute. You need to unmute, Kathleen.
Thank you. Yes, we do not have plans for buildings 7, 8, or 9.
Okay.
It would take quite a bit of planning, considering the site itself, sewer demands, et cetera. So we're sort of where we think we need to be at the property at this time with 16 units and the number of bedrooms we have. So we do not have plans for those buildings. I know that is surprising, but I can assure you the school, the board, the planning that we've gone through this far to get this far, we do not have plans.
No,
to-
and I expected, and one thing is, that's exactly what I was expecting, because the very first time I walked this property, it's got a lot of buildings on it. And even though you're a big institution relative to other people who looked at it, it looked like it was going to take some thinking to take advantage of what's already built. But okay.
And I think I'd just like to, because since we haven't talked about the academic side and we are a school, and so
Oh,
the
yeah,
east side of
good
that
point.
campus, the east side of the campus, buildings 13, 14, and 15 will remain dedicated to our early childhood education program. And that, for us, that's what our administration has been working very significantly on, rolling out that program and, hoping that opens in September as planned, moving our preschool from one of our King Street campuses across town, and then opening up this early childhood education center for the littles, as we call them, infants to age 4. So that is full steam ahead. Those buildings are academic buildings. They've been used for academic purposes. So we're not here talking about any changes there. So, pardon us for not explaining that that's still a significant part of this campus for us, that whole east side. And so the site improvements that we're making, as David would explain, they're very much safety oriented for the families that'll be coming onto campus and the play spaces outside, and taking advantage of all the open green space and making it, a better space out there for the children.
Okay. All right. Mr. Wells, then Mr. Levy.
Yeah, briefly, I just want to say I agree with Mr. Macri in terms of the need for a new application. I think given the passage of time, given the number of changes in this application, let's just have a new application looking.
This
fresh.
is a new, this is a new
I
application.
understand it's a new application, but the number is exactly the same. It's not, look, the number is the same as the previous one.
Well, yes, but it's still a new application.
If that's the case, that's an error on our part. It should be, it is a new number. This is a refiled application. So for the purposes of the commission, this is a new, there's no building off of the last one for time purposes or information. This is a de novo new application to file. So we will double check.
Well, it is filed as a 2023 still.
Yeah, it's the same number as the one in May.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's 00473 and not 0008.
Okay, in the notice,
At the end of the year, but
no, in the notice, it's 357.
Yeah.
okay. Well,
All right.
that's an error
Okay.
on our end, but it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, just apologies for the confusion, but that is not the case. It is a
All
new.
right.
Okay,
So-
and just to make sure I understand it, so obviously we lived with the previous one, but since this is a new application, all our regulations apply. If we've conceded something in the previous one, we can take it back because these are material modifications. I just want to understand that.
Yes.
You're absolutely correct. The current regulations at the time the application was filed are all in play. And if the commission decides not to go forward with this application, the prior decision still stands, and this would just or if they vote affirmatively, it would be replacement. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as 7, 8, and 9 is concerned, those buildings which you have no plans for, I think we could use a little bit more information. what does that mean? Does that mean they're closed off, they're mothballed? I don't know what that, I'd just like to understand how that works, and you must have some kind of idea of how you're going to revisit that and what your plans are to figure that out. We just need some clarification on that as well. The whole
Any
story.
property, the owner of the property can come back in and seek additional approvals from the commission for those buildings at a later time. There's no plans for those at this time, as I think Kathleen made clear. The school bought this property hoping to maintain the existing buildings, and that's what they're planning to do, versus other prospective purchasers. So we're working hard to try to do that. But as was pointed out by the chair, there's a significant amount of buildings on this property, and currently the school does not need to use all of those buildings. And the long
Yes,
run,
in that regard, I'd just like to understand what you view as how are you going to maintain these buildings that you're not going to be using in the meantime.
But it's not really, I'm sorry, it's not a zoning question, honestly. They have these buildings, they're part of a previous approval, and if they don't use them, they don't use them.
But if they go into disrepair, it becomes a nuisance for everyone. So just any
yeah.
kind of clarification on that.
Got it.
Just
Okay.
filling in, just so we
All right.
understand. a
Well,
little bit.
Okay, so that's a fair question, Mr. Levy, that you're concerned about blight. Somehow I don't think Brunswick's going to go there, but it's a fair question. The other thing is, we, the town, as a town, are a limiting factor in how Brunswick moves forward right now because of the sewer question, because this property goes into the Horseneck line. And so what they are doing and how they're thinking through it is somewhat limited. They could probably come forward to us with all sorts of cool ideas how they could use 7, 8, and 9 right now. They could rent them out, for example, and we would have a heart attack, and we would say, not if you're going to put more sewer demand. The town would say that because it's concerned about Horseneck. And we're concerned about traffic on Lake and the site circulation and all those issues. So we have been dissuading too much intensiveness of use.
Intensification.
No, intensiveness is the right word. We have been cautious about that because of the limitations of traffic, circulation, and also the sewer line. So I'm a little leaning to being in defense of the applicant here because it is okay for them not to be using those buildings. It's fine. And I guess I think your blight question is fair. It's a good, reasonable thing to ask someone, but I don't see it as a wrong that they happen to have vacant buildings because I see how they are in this situation. I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, Ms. Harrington. So, and no, you
absolutely not. I can add, I mean, we have a building maintenance plan for the whole entire campus, landscaping as well around buildings that we're not currently using. That's absolutely has already begun. If you want to come to campus, we can show you some of the
you
improvements we
probably
made.
don't have to invite us twice because we love to go and look at properties. So so you do have a maintenance plan in place, and you will keep those buildings in
absolutely
in operating order. And I had the advantage of when we toured the first time, I was the very long time ago, was Mr. Manelli, who was our building engineer at the time. And he pointed out that those buildings are actually in significant need of repair in many areas. And I'm sure the school, in their plan, are you planning on repairing some of the problems? Yeah, there were some issues with water. He noticed some water issues that that would need to be addressed. I mean, for a facility that out. Okay, so Mr. Levy, have we answered are you okay to give Mr. Lowe the floor?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, but you were
I mean,
concerned.
maintenance, fire alarms, everything. We are keeping those
Okay.
buildings actively monitored by the school.
Okay. Mr. Lowe, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, and this has basically been covered. It's just an observation. I think the commission makes every effort to track an application's evolution, but is not keen on perceived surprises. I do think it's understandable that the school's broader plans may remain in flux, but it would be good to know, just to have a general sense of the arc of the property's ultimate development. And I think that's really what the concern is here, that's been expressed by everybody. That's just my opinion.
Okay, yeah, I'm hearing that. All right, Mr. Yeski?
Yeah, so as we stand here, what are we going to suggest? Are we asking this applicant to go back and kind of redraft and start from the beginning, and we will do a new fresh start? Or are we going to slug it out at this point, modifying everything they've said?
Well, I'd like to present, I'm not sure what benefit there would be, because everything we've given to you, I think would be the same thing we would give to you.
Yeah.
Again, so, and you haven't heard from Mr. Ginter yet about the modifications to the circulation and the parking, which we think are improvements, or as to the fact that it won't impact Lake Avenue and queuing at all, which is important. So those are positive changes to the plans that you previously approved. The Early Education Center will stay as it was, so I don't think we need to revisit that. You were happy with that. All else we've done is we have switched some of the buildings that will be used for residential from those that were previously proposed. There are no great changes to the exterior. It's just to make a better facility and make it work better for the community. The only other thing is the 1,200 square foot maintenance shed. That's really the extent of the changes to this application. It really concerns me that you're talking about going back to square one. I'm baffled, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And I think you need to let Mr. Ginter speak, and hopefully you see that this is the complete application. And we're telling you what our grand plan is, our master plan at this time. I'll leave it at that.
I'm also, I'm not, I have to be honest, I'm not totally tracking what the underlying concerns are for the commission, because I was okay with shifting the residential. And I think that's really the biggest shift that we didn't see when the tentative went out, and that we had to get our brains around when we got the material. And then I just had some questions on the circulation. Okay, Mr. Ginter, quick talk before we interrupt you again.
Okay, thank you very much, David Ginter from Redness and Mead. Pat, am I able to share my screen, or can you pull up the site plans for me?
I'm happy to make you co.
Thank you.
Dave, you're also swallowing the mic there, so if you want to fix that, it's
Yeah, pull it back a little bit.
a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit, because when they're too close to your mouth, they static.
Okay.
All right. Yep.
Okay, so we'll start over on the east side of campus, where the Early Childhood Learning Center is proposed. The site plan that you see on my screen right here is the parking and circulation plan that was presented to you last year. For orientation purposes, building 14 is this backwards C-shaped building. Building 13 is this one right over here, and building 15 is this one in the lower left-hand corner. The traffic circulation pattern was for all vehicles to come in off of Lake Avenue, turn left right past the guard shed, come down this driveway, and circulate through an existing narrow parking lot, allowing the students to be dropped off at a sidewalk on the east side of this building, which essentially is the back entrance to the building. It is not the primary front door entrance. Once the students would be dropped off or in the afternoon picked up, they would then, the parents or caregivers would have to then do a U-turn at the southern end of the site and exit just as they had entered. There is a safety concern with this one circulating through a parking lot, But two, when you're dropping off students, especially of this young age, to a building and a group of buildings that does not have a front door to it, the students would have to be walking around to the north side of the building, then the west side, and coming into the center of this quadrangle here, where the main entrance to the pre-K kindergarten building here, building number 14, is located in this corner. Then the early childhood folks, the real littles, come into building 13. That's quite a distance for a parent dropping off their child who's in a car seat, stroller, or what have you, coming into this building over here. That is a substantial distance to walk. Again, safety concern as well with that, with the routing of all the pedestrians through there. So with the thought, as we've been able to get into these buildings and understand how these buildings are going to function, how the quadrangle wants to work, is what prompted us to change the circulation pattern to the plan that's in front of you this evening. Sorry, if you bear with me for a second here. There we go. So circulation into this drop-off area is the same as it was. We are still going to be entering off of the northern Lake Avenue driveway. Instead of turning left down that first driveway right after the existing guard shed, we extended the driveway, if you will, or the curb cut would be 100 feet or so west of this existing one. All vehicles dropping off their students and children would come down this new driveway through here. We do provide 5 parking spaces for guests, or again, primarily the thought was for the real little ones that would be using building 13. We now have a close parking area for the parents to get their children into building 13 very quickly without having to walk a great distance. Cars would be able to queue up along the front of building 14, and then the students would be able to gather and come down this walkway, the central walkway, and into the main entrance located over in this corner still. It allows us to keep this existing parking lot as is, and not affect the circulation through there. And it keeps the vehicles away from faculty and staff that might be coming and parking in here, arriving at similar times as the students being dropped off. The queue length within the driveway itself, I know, was a concern raised by some. This queue length, although it is shorter by 2 vehicles than what we had previously proposed, coming down this longer driveway, due to the shift in the entrance to the drop-off area, we actually have 4 additional cars that we have here. So it's a net 2-car increase in total queue length. And the queue length dimensions were measured to this guard shack area here, the guard booth area. It did not account for any of the length from Lake Avenue internal to the site. So in reality, we have the same, if not more, queue length available to us. And Kimley Horn's report has not changed as a result of this. We did consult with them when we were coming up with this new traffic pattern here. The amount of students proposed to be using these buildings has not changed. So the queue length that was approved and presented last time was 15 cars was the anticipated queue length. We still anticipate 15 cars, and with 20 to 24 cars available to us in length, we think that we are adequate in terms of the length there. So we don't see any issues with that.
So, Mr. Ginter, just a question to clarify for me, because to me, this is the only thing that I really deeply care about in terms of concerns, is just to make sure that everybody is safe, that the children are safe. Okay. As you did this, is it true that because there is less distance for the kids to travel, during which they would have to be accompanied, your queue would move faster or not?
That's a good question. I think that might be a question for the school to answer, as I don't know exactly how they anticipate pick up and drop off procedures to go. I can speak it from experience on other, daycare type facilities with my own children, where they drop off a student, there's a teacher waiting, they usher them in. As soon as the child is out of the car, the car leaves and you're not watching your child go all the way into the school building, but I can let Tom.
You're
fill
not
up-
watching your child go all the way into the building, but the teacher that receives the children is gone for longer.
Yes, yep.
Okay, and that's the thing I didn't get from the material, and why I couldn't work out whether that impact of the queuing spaces made a difference or not. Okay, so that's one question. And the second question is, the only concern, obviously the concern that the commission always has about the queuing is you anticipate 15, okay, that there never be a risk that any of the queues block circulation to the rest of the campus so that people can't, so that you have any kind of impact on Lake. Do you foresee any impact on Lake?
No, we do not.
Okay. So that's it. Just anybody being queued up, that's our death knell with the schools, is what happens in the surrounding neighborhood. Okay. So I'm assuming this is going to be more time effective, but that's the question. Okay, go ahead if you would continue.
Sure. While we were looking at the circulation through here, as I believe Kathleen had indicated earlier, that now that we are in these school buildings, we've been able to analyze the uses of the school, these buildings here, and as part of this, trying to figure out how to allow students outdoor recreation space. So we have been working as a team with playground folks to re-envision the existing tennis courts and the existing play area out here to bring that up to the Brunswick standards. With the new drop-off lane on the north side of building 13 and 14, it does encroach into the existing play area. And the play area that exists in this location right here has equipment that is for older aged children that are not suitable for the age of the students that are be in these buildings here. So it's allowed us to reimagine the equipment that will be going in there and then reshape that existing playground slightly. You can see that the footprint of this new play area is essentially within. We are encroaching or expanding to the west just a little bit over here. We do have another play area proposed on top of an existing tennis court that is proposed to be removed. And then the second tennis court, we are looking to repurpose it into a tricycle park, if you will, a place that they can have these little four-wheel plastic cars scoot around and give children something other to do than climbing on jungle gyms and slides and things in these two play areas here. So creating this drop-off circulation area also allowed us to reimagine the playscape for the children. From a safety standpoint, we do have sidewalks on both sides of the drop-off loop. We do have a raised crosswalk proposed in this location here, so that when the children are going from the school buildings out to the play areas, and if there happens to be anybody coming down this driveway, there is a raised crosswalk to alert folks that hey, keep your eyes peeled. There may be still students walking across to the playground. This raised crosswalk over here was a comment that was made by Michael Kiselak, noting that the distance between it and the stop bar is too close.
That you're going to move it, right?
We're actually proposing to remove it completely and not keep it. It was primarily to serve a handful of parking spaces to the north and east of it. But by removing it, we believe that with the sidewalks that we have proposed here anyway, everybody would be able to funnel over to the primary crosswalk serving the playgrounds and come down in the middle of the quad anyway. So we don't think that that's necessary. So we're going to remove that.
Okay. All right.
While we're on this page, you can see some signage that we had proposed previously. We kept the signage. I know Beta Group said that we did not respond to any of their comments. All their comments had to do with signage. We thought that with the adjustments to the circulation patterns here, that some of those signs did not need to be installed or proposed with this new plan. They would like to see them installed. We have no problem with that. So we'll be able to address all of Beta Group's comments as we move forward.
Yeah. Okay.
Not a problem.
Okay.
With the other end of campus.
Boom, boom. Okay, back to the buildings.
So now for the residential component. So as we've been discussing, building 7, 8, and 9 was where the faculty housing, along with building number 1 over here, was previously approved with a parking lot located right up in this northwest corner, serving 7, 8, and 9, and then serving building number 1. Building number 1 residents could also park in this existing parking lot over here.
Hold on, Mr. Ginter. We've got 3 commissioners with hands up. I think we better let them ask.
Certainly.
Mr. Levy first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you about the previous slide.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry, I didn't see the hands fast enough.
I just was curious, you know, you're I was wondering if it looks like you're bifurcating a nice open field area by having 2 roadways servicing the elementary school. And I was just wondering, I mean, if you have a chance to kind of regularize this and maybe make just 1 roadway that makes a nice grand circle and incorporates all these new play areas, since you're kind of demolishing everything anyway. I was just curious if there was a reason why you wanted to do something so freeform as opposed to doing something maybe a little bit more efficient. And but I don't know, maybe there's a circulation issue that makes this a kind of a really desirable kind of pattern, but for circulation. But to me, it looks like an opportunity to regularize this and make it maybe even a little bit more understandable by since you're starting really anew in developing this plan.
Mm-hmm. So we did look at multiple different options with how to create this drop-off loop. Some of which included not putting in this spur, if you will, and having all of the vehicles still come down this eastern driveway as we had previously proposed, and having everybody come on in and a circle turn around and come back out, or have a connection off of this driveway up over in this location just north of the tennis courts, so they can wrap around the tennis courts and create a smaller driveway circle, if you will, around everything. Queue length was part of the concern with that, and since we were reimagining all of this in discussions with the folks from Kimley Horn, Mr. Canning, the thought was it would be better overall for the function of traffic flow on this campus to separate the drop off from this driveway over here. Reason being is if we were to utilize this driveway for any of the drop off circulation for this campus, queue length would still allow cars to back up, if you will, on this internal driveway. And if you had faculty that was running a few minutes later, phased in such a way that they were coming at the same time that folks dropping off their students would be coming here, they're going to be getting stuck in this queue length and not being able to get down to this parking lot. So by separating these 2 driveways, as we've done, you have all the queue length that is necessary, we believe, to serve the parents dropping off their students, while allowing faculty and any visitors that might be coming to utilize any of the parking on this east side here, free access into this area without getting clogged in that queue length. So we did, again, look at a few, but for the overall traffic circulation patterns, this was the preferred option.
Understood, but there is another aspect to this which you haven't dealt with. My comment was that you're taking a nice, beautiful open area and bifurcating it and making, I don't know if there's a way you can kind of utilize this other half of the field that is now sandwiched between 2 roads, but it just seems a shame if it's because I don't see it as the best option for a design when you're starting from scratch.
Mhm.
I don't know that we would call this bifurcating this lawn area. No, this is a tree wooded area. I don't want to call it a wooded area, but there's a number of trees, both evergreen and deciduous, in this area here. And we are proposing this driveway to come in right on the edge of that and not really disrupt this existing lawn area here. If that's the concern that you have.
Yes,
David.
partially. It's just that there's something, it's hard to just look at something in plan. But it doesn't strike me as dealing with the opportunities to kind of reorganize this and making it look like it's a leftover space. So I just bring it up just as a comment for you to consider, and I just think that the kind of the free form of that is doesn't seem to deal with the idea that you have a real opportunity to do something that's more intentional and looks like it's more related to this kind of quad area that's nicely developed in the existing buildings that you're using, and doing something out there which might have, maybe it's a more relationship to.
Madam Chair, I sense that Headmaster Philip.
Yeah, I was gonna do that, Mr. Haslund. I can do that.
But thank you.
So, yeah, Mr. Philip, if you would like to go ahead. And then Mr. McRae and Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, I just had two comments. I'm sorry, I'm bouncing back and forth because as luck would have it, it's also our college night for juniors, so I'm gonna be in and out. But I had two comments. One, to this most recent conversation. I could be wrong and can't prove it historically, but obviously any of you are welcome to go out on the site where the new driveway is proposed. Looks to me, and I'm the one who actually proposed it, it looks like there actually was a driveway there. The topography of the land is such that that's flat and roughly equal with the existing driveway. And then, as David said, it drops off and it's wooded, and there's actually a line of trees there that gets you toward the field club and that other parking lot. So for us, that was actually a very logical place for a driveway. And what we are looking at site-wise is actually less coverage. We're getting rid of one tennis court. We're sort of bringing these playgrounds closer together and facing them on the building. And then I know this seems like a silly detail, but as we owned the property and began to study it, it was of great interest to us that cars would circulate and they would drop off. I'm going to describe this wrong. The car door that would be opened would be on the right side of the vehicle, the opposite to the driver's side vehicle, because the mothers tend to have the baby seat so that they can look to their right and see it as opposed to directly behind them. And so that's where the child tends to sit, which is why we wanted the circulation so that that's the door. And it was to one of the earlier questions, when this age group drops off, both the early learning, but currently with the preschool, every door is opened by an adult. The boy is let out of the car and he's let into the building. So there is no parking of the vehicle. It's a very quick exchange. It's a good morning to the mom, and the boy gets out and he's brought into the building. So this was all very intentional, having this circle. And again, remember, we're not having any athletic events on this campus as one of our conditions. And so entirely to the left of this visual is a field that was used for play. That's going to be left unchanged. Entirely to the right of the playground is another field as you drive in that is going to be left unchanged. So we're actually, there's an enormous amount of open space. And again, this new driveway we're proposing is just on the edge of that tree line and looks very, very, to us, I think there was one there, as I said, but it looks very intentional and appropriate. The other comment I just wanted to make quickly, because I'm afraid I'd be pulled away to this college night, to Mr. Macrae's good point. And I don't blame you for feeling this way. I really don't want anyone on the committee to feel there's any subterfuge or institutional creep here. This is really well thought out. We didn't allow ourselves to think deeper than this until we owned it. And we spent literally, since you approved it and we closed this fall, all of that time really going through every aspect of these buildings, every inch of the property to make it what we agree it should be, which is a real jewel in central Greenwich. And so we're not changing the student count. We're not changing the apartment count. We don't have any secret designs for any other of the buildings. One of our main reasons for moving that housing village to the buildings that we're currently proposing is that it seemed more central. There was more common space there, that old refectory, the gym, that auditorium that seemed to make sense for a faculty village. And we honestly thought, and they are, those buildings are more historic than the other ones. And we wanted to preserve them quicker. And so there's no change to the outside except for new windows. We're keeping the open spaces and making what we think is really good use of really valuable historic buildings. So that's sort of our thinking. The maintenance barn is replacing one that burned down. Any of you, again, are welcome to go onto the site. But if you went down to where that maintenance barn is being proposed, it literally is plastic sheeted temporary structures. That's what's there now. It is a mess. We've gone to every single neighbor is contingent. They're thrilled with the idea of having a permanent, well-designed, architecturally attractive building as opposed to these tents. So again, every aspect of this is improving the property and making it consistent with your original usage. And it's not a throwaway comment. I mean, if none of this is to your thinking, we'll just go ahead with what you approved last spring, but it's not going to be as good as it could be. And we really are obviously focused on the safety of the children and making the most of these historic buildings. So that's why we wanted to come back to you with the fully thought out plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillip. Mr. McRae?
Mr. Ginter, the 16-foot wide, beginning of the loop at 16 feet wide, that's for single lane traffic. There's no bypass there.
That is correct.
And the bypass starts down past the first parking spaces, correct?
Right at the parking spaces is where we widen it out so that you could have a bypass, yes.
Okay, and then you have two-way traffic at the old driveway. It's 26 feet. 20 feet.
We're widening it to 20 feet. So this driveway was proposed to be widened in the past application, and we are continuing to propose to widen it at minimum 20 feet, so you have two-way traffic flow.
Okay. So maybe a point of conflict would be at the stop bar. I guess you've got stop signs, so on and so forth.
Correct.
Okay. I think the administrator just actually answered my question about actually drop off. I guess it's drop off and the faculty escorts the child in from the drop off location. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Actually, the generator that's shown on this plan.
Yes.
Does what?
Will provide backup power for building 14 and building 13.
Emergency or?
It's currently emergency only, Mr. McRae. It's everything, all the utilities for building 13 oddly are fed through building 14. So that's why it's cited where it is. So the idea is that will provide not only backup power for the sprinkler system and the fire alarm in building 14, but also building 13.
Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, just a quick question. Any tree loss in connection with the additional road?
There is a few trees that are proposed to be removed. 1, 2, 3, I believe, is all we're proposing. But Mr. Kenny has submitted a landscaping plan that includes adding trees along this new driveway to keep a tree-lined drive feel similar to what you have on the sidewalk coming up from this lower parking area here. That is proposed to be added along this driveway to make up for that.
Thank you.
And you're not within any of the wetland review areas?
Not with this piece of it, no. The wetlands permit that we received in December
Will
was
still
for the
be
parking lot.
applicable?
The parking lot on the west campus for the residential was what triggered the wetlands approval.
Okay, so you're fine, that your wetlands approval stands then?
This whole plan was presented to wetlands. Obviously, this being outside of their jurisdiction, this was not the focus, but this whole plan was presented to them and approved.
In December, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Ginter, where was those trees planted again along the driveway?
I would have to, or someone would have to pull up Bill Kenny's plan, but I believe that he was indicating trees along the driveway here to be added, street trees.
Ooh, okay. I see, I have the landscape plan in front of me. I don't see it. Maybe there's a revision. I see, an immense around the play areas, that kind of stuff. But then again, maybe this is a different plan.
Unless
Because
you
it
change,
looks like the geometries of the play areas are completely different.
we can certainly follow up with Bill on that. I thought that was the intent, and maybe I misinterpreted something, but I thought that was the intent, was to have trees, street trees along that driveway.
Okay,
right.
because actually what you're showing to me here, if I've got three kind of organic shaped play areas, the landscape plan in front of me has not that and none of that. So
Yeah, I'd really like to see that clarified because we don't have comments from conservation yet. So it would be good if they get what you want them to review.
I can share, if I can share my screen, I have the one we submitted to ARC. If anybody wants to see that.
yeah, please.
And then the green area obviously changes, right? And I'm not seeing the number here
I don't
on
know
our
if you can
staff
see,
report.
I will zoom in here.
Okay.
This is, I'm gonna turn it so that you can, so it's oriented the way the other one was.
Okay.
So this is the drive in.
Mhm.
There are these are the existing trees along here. We're adding a couple down at this curve and along the entranceway here. And then there's a substantial amount of landscaping around the playground areas themselves. So it's relatively open. So you can see the field here as you drive in. So there's nothing new proposed along this length. There's quite a bit of mature growth along this side of the drive. So primarily all the new planting is along this drive and the drop-off area.
Thank you.
And okay, I just found the green area number, and it is only a 0.5% change to add that new stretch of driveway.
We're reducing, we're going from 70.5% green area to 70.2, so it's a 0.3% change.
Okay, it says 70 flat on our material.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm looking at our zoning location survey. So what we calculated
Okay.
and I saw was 70.5 to 70.2. But yes, it's a small amount of change, and that is a
Okay.
result of both the driveway that we've been talking about, as well as the expanded parking area for the residential units.
okay. All right. Okay, I think everybody's questioned out. Did you have anything else to add?
Only if you wanted me to talk about the parking for the residential buildings. If not, I'm happy to stop and turn it back over to you.
I think we should keep going. There's a lot to it, right?
Okay.
Let me share my screen again. Okay, so as I was indicating before, previously building 1, 7, 8, and 9 was where the faculty housing was proposed. And we had a parking lot located in the northwest corner that was going to serve these housing units, as well as this existing parking lot by building number 5, the existing gymnasium. With the switch from faculty housing in 7, 8, 9 to 2, 3, and 4, so this quad right here, there is not a lot of parking in close proximity to these buildings. So when we were making that change and looking at the campus as a whole, what we looked at doing was, there's an existing ball court located right here. We thought, is there a way that we can repurpose that ball court and provide additional parking closer to these residential units, so that the residents do not have to be walking a great distance to get to their units from their car. And what we came up with is to eliminate 3 parking spaces in this existing parking lot, create this driveway around a landscaped knoll, and gain access into this parking lot. So we have a total of 8 parking spaces. It was 7 plus the 1 ADA space, so that we were able to provide more parking closer to these residential units here. This new drive, at the request of The Wetlands Agency is going to be a porous asphalt driveway. We do have a rain garden proposed next to it with a landscaping buffer plan throughout to protect the wetlands. And again, this was all reviewed and approved by the Wetlands Agency in December. Part of the previous approval also had indicated the installation of a car charging station. That was originally proposed up in this northwest parking lot. Now with the faculty housing switching away from these buildings here, we didn't think that it was right to put that charging station up in this parking lot here. So we are proposing to install it within this parking lot, this existing parking lot over in this location over here. So we have relocated that, but still keeping the same number that was approved previously. I think that's it on the parking for the residential component here. Does anybody have any questions on that, or should I talk about the maintenance building at all?
And again, the generator for 1, 2, and 3 is
So that-
life
that-
safety backup.
Yeah, the existing building in building 3, there's a fire pump that serves all 4 of those buildings as well as the gymnasium. By code, we're required to have that on a generator backup. So that would be for, again, for sprinkler and for life safety.
Okay, and Mr. Ginter, the north side of the loop is being reconfigured for the columns, or what's happening there? Yeah, that point.
That was the intent. I think as part of the ARC package that was just recently submitted, these columns are no longer proposed, so we're not proposing to do any work here at this curb cut.
Okay.
And the pool gets removed?
The pole? Oh, the
Pool.
pool. Yes, the pool is getting removed.
Okay.
Yes.
That was in the
What, yeah,
original.
what happens to the, it's undetermined, the other parking lot that actually we're not gonna be using stays until such time as we figure out what's happening with the other buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct. This parking lot will remain. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
How many parking spaces available for 26 bedrooms?
I would have to count and let you know off the top of my head. I don't.
Okay, well,
know.
we've left you with a bunch of, we've left you
Yeah,
with a
we-
bunch
we-
of questions. So
We would still use that upper lot for the residential overflow. So
Okay.
as it was previously approved.
And Mr. Wells, you had a question? You're muted.
Can you please show Mr. Ginter how the faculty gets in there? Are they coming in through that road through Rock Ridge? Or are they coming in Lake Avenue?
They will come in off of Lake Ave. So here's a blow up of the site. The driveway, the northern driveway off of Lake Ave that was used for drop off pickup purposes that we talked about earlier. That driveway continues on down through the campus and into this parking lot over here with the connection down to the new parking lot here. There is no access to Ridgeway from any of this parking area. The only access to Ridgeway is from this parking lot in the northwest corner.
Okay. And then was there an unused driveway or hardly ever used driveway on the, I don't even know, I guess the
south side?
South side, yeah.
South side.
Yes.
And are you going to use it maybe for garbage pickups or something?
No, that's going to be for emergency purposes only.
Yeah, there
Okay.
was some discussion, but Mr. Wells is right. There was discussion about that when we heard this in, was it May? Right.
It's
Yeah.
not
Okay,
for use
so
for
you're-
access. It cannot be used for access to the property, only for vehicles that have traditionally used it to access the campus and those dwellings on Lake Avenue. Because they have access off that too.
Yeah, there's a garage off of one of the properties, and I think, as Mr. Haslam said, it's emergency access only.
Thank you.
Okay.
David, may I ask David a quick question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
David, so with the addition of that parking lot for the faculty housing, we're actually going to have more parking for faculty housing than we had for the previously approved application. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's a fair statement.
Thank you.
And well, that would also, because you have more bedrooms, right? So it makes sense,
2, yeah.
right? So how much more parking?
8.
8
Eight
spaces.
spaces.
Okay,
I
so,
think it's a net 4.
yeah, okay, so I'm still not quite sure why this threw the commission as much as it did, but if I may suggest, since I think we have some open questions, Mr. Wells is looking for more on the narrative. Does everybody have enough clarity on the landscaping?
We don't have.
Not yet.
Conservation.
Okay, so
I think
when we're
actually
waiting for
the,
conservation, here's a thought, and we've got a bunch of, I want to articulate what all the open questions are, but one thing that would have helped us enormously that I didn't see it. Here's what you approved, right next to it, what we're proposing now, boom, boom, side by side, what the changes are. Because we had trouble tracking everything. And I think it got people uneasy. Well, you heard people were uneasy and I couldn't quite get my finger on what was bothering people so much. But everybody was uneasy. I think there were only 2 of us that were kind of going with the flow a little bit. But it's to get us comfortable on what's shifted. So for example, parking spaces, boom, boom. Residential buildings, buildings being occupied for residential. 2, yes, no. 1, yes, that's that. Then number of bedrooms, and just give us 2 columns. That's what I think that's what everybody was looking for, right? Does that feel better to be able to compare it? Because the initial reaction is, oh, we need a whole new plan. Well, we don't really. We just need to understand how it's evolving and how your thinking is evolving. I'm fine. I think everybody, Mr. Levy raised a question about blight. Not so much blight, but are you maintaining the vacant buildings? Are you maintaining the empty parking lot? Is there any way that you can just make us comfortable on that? And eventually, you don't personally know where it's going to go in the long term, but you're moving there and have been given a lot of time. So I feel like this is a good time for everybody to articulate what their open questions are right now. So Nick was going to jump in and I didn't let you till I was done. Nick, did you want to start?
Yes, Mr. Ginter, sorry. A long day. The SE1B drawing has the maintenance shed and everything on that. Can you actually bring that up? And also, Mr. Peck, do you have the current landscape plan for that area?
No, I was actually thinking that they're going to come back with all of our questions answered because we've been doing this for a while.
Yes.
Is that okay?
So I'd like to see what's going on because again, like I said at the beginning, multiple facets to this. I really want to understand when they come back, what am I looking at? So this is the area, maintenance shed and the tents all come down?
That is correct. So there's 4 existing tents, as we've picked up on the survey, highlighted in this location here. Those 4 tents would be removed. We would reconfigure the existing parking that's down here, formalize the parking here a little bit better, and construct a new maintenance shed meeting all zoning setbacks. And because it's maintenance staff only, the existing driveway would remain. We would repave it, but the width of it and the circulation pattern would remain unchanged.
So the prior maintenance building was in the top sort of right corner, right where the arrow from 100, right below that. That's where the main. There was a railroad tie wall right there. That's where the old building was. Didn't meet setbacks. It was fairly close to the neighboring property line. So we shifted it down so that we met all the zoning requirements and away from the wetlands.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Can I see the landscape plan?
Absolutely.
And then Dennis, would you like to talk?
I can't share at the moment.
That's
Sorry.
Mr. Yeski.
Now I can share.
Oh,
And
okay.
can you
Well,
maybe show a picture of the building and how it blends in with the architectural features?
thank you, because I was about
I
to
can
ask
do that
about
next.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was part of the submittal too.
Yeah. But I think that
I'm
that's
just-
another question you were about to get asked.
Yep. I don't know what you want to see, Mr. McRae, but I'm happy to.
The maintenance area, landscape plan around that.
I don't know if I have that currently. I think we have, oh, yeah, wait, I do. Do I?
so
David,
if
David, you have it as part of your wetlands, the wetlands application. So I'm gonna stop sharing and let David share that.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
apologize to the commission. Bill Kenny did indicate he was more than willing to be at this meeting tonight, and I told him not to.
Well,
There was
I
nothing in the
feel
minutes and
I
the briefing, so I apologize.
I still would really rather us get all of our questions out and us get a, it put together coming back rather than go piecemeal like we're going now. Dennis, did you want to ask something?
No, two thoughts. One, I really like your suggestion to come back with what you have already and what's changed. I agree. There's some changes, but it generates questions. And this just, boy, I'd love to go back on site again and have that described on site like a workshop or something like that. We keep looking at flat plans and I follow it, but it's just like one after another, after another, after another. And it would be very hands-on and helpful for me, maybe it's just me, to do that sort of a thing. No?
We'd be open to that if the commission wants to do that. That's not a problem.
Or even if somebody could come,
Let me ask you a
okay.
question. When you do a site visit, you're not supposed to ask questions. Remind me again what we're not supposed to do. There's something we're not supposed to do on a site visit. I'm suggesting workshop. But what
No,
can't you?
it's very difficult to do a workshop because you can't discuss, don't have the public there.
Right. I would
Okay,
invite-
so no, you can't have an open amount of public that does, I mean, that everybody can hear. So there are restrictions on how you do site walks so that you don't discuss the application on a site walk.
What if there are only two people there, two commissioners?
You still should not discuss the application outside of a publicly noticed meeting.
Well, that, I guess.
I mean, even though you've said that you're having a site walk, you don't discuss the application because you're not in the hearing, in a public hearing. It's not a public hearing and this is a public hearing application.
No, I understand that. That's why I ask about the
So
restrictions.
yeah, you can have a site walk, just don't talk to anybody on the commission about it. And, they say this is building 9 and this is where this goes. And you say, and is it this high or this short? And that's all you do. But you get clarification, they show it to you and you walk it, but you don't discuss the application.
I got that because I
Okay.
knew the restriction. But my thought would be to have a public meeting there, have them present their plans. We ask questions, but you're physically there. I don't know whether that's ever been done, but I thought we had done that on a couple 830G projects.
No.
No, I know we did it. Well, never mind.
We've never held a public hearing and a site walk.
P and Z commission, maybe other building committees and other stuff that may be something, but we've never had a public meeting on site.
Okay. I got it. I'm defeated. I give up.
No, you're totally welcome to have a site walk. It's just, you can't treat it like a
Well,
public hearing.
Site walk anyhow, and I understood there was a restriction that you're not allowed to
Yeah.
ask.
Totally welcome. And they just said that you're welcome to come and they'll be nice to you and everything.
Yeah,
Why-
we have no students on campus, so the security is
Yeah.
Can I-
tight, but not that tight.
Okay. All right. Okay. So no, they said they would welcome our coming and they'll put number signs on the buildings because it's that little map that I've lost that was so great. This one that you reproduced and this is the old map of these buildings. Okay. Where are we now? Landscape details around the maintenance building. You wanted to show the consistency of the architecture because of the maintenance building real fast, that the architecture was, oh, you found it. Okay, good.
Here's the landscaping plan that was
Mhm.
submitted for the wetlands application near the maintenance building.
Okay,
So you can see we have a fence that's going to be installed and then shade trees as well as some screening trees
Okay.
along this existing retaining wall over here.
all right. And we're gonna want to hear, so We haven't heard back if the landscaping plan fully complies with our regulations and what the conservation comments are. I'm trying to get to what the outstanding questions are, you guys. Oh, the architecture of
the garage.
Yeah. The architecture of the
Share.
garage, Mr. Peck.
I can't share. I'm trying.
I know,
Patrick,
Patrick, you gotta let Mr. Peck share. He keeps asking you.
I don't know why. I'm not doing anything.
says
Is- you-
only one participant can share at a time. Oh, there we go. No, I got it.
All right.
So the prior building, it's a little tutor shed. The adjacent properties all have tutors. The prior building that was on the property was a tutor style structure with an apartment. Actually had a second floor with the apartment above it. So this is actually a little smaller than what was there previously. Garage doors on one end and and a double man door on the side. It's fairly straightforward. Just a two bay garage, no bathrooms, no office, nothing else. It's for storage of vehicles and equipment.
Tim, do you have that picture of the prior building that burned down?
See, I knew you were going to ask me for
Oh,
that.
sorry about that.
No.
I know we
hang on.
submitted it, but yeah, okay.
Dang
It
it.
too
I
was
just
a
had it.
tutor style.
Yeah.
Chip, do you
hang on
have
one
our
second.
neighbor update? Remember our neighbor update showed the neighbors.
Oh,
what it was
yes,
like.
maybe that's where it was in, actually.
Do you
Yeah, I
want
think
to-
it was in.
I don't have it downloaded though to show, but I.
Yeah, I really, I'm minding the piecemeal. I'm sorry. We still have a lot of agenda items ahead of us
Yeah.
tonight, and we're doing this very slowly and very piecemeal. It wasn't. Yeah, I'd like the commission to say what they're missing in terms of questions they want answered, and just have you come back as soon as Patrick can get you in, hopefully the next meeting, and just have you come back and just walk us through it in an efficient way that makes everybody comfortable.
What I've written down is that you want an opportunity for EMAC to review where we are as far as energy efficiency with Tim's more recent update. You're waiting for conservation comments. We'll bring in Bill Kenny the next time too, the landscape architect.
I think we might, let's see what happens. Why doesn't Patrick let you know after we've heard it and looked at it and seen conservation's comments?
Okay, that's fine.
Does
And
it
then-
cost to the applicant that you may not need?
Okay, thank you.
Let's just see where we come out on it.
All right,
You don't
and
have
then you
to,
want side-by-side comparisons of the changes.
Yep.
And some of you might want to do a workshop, not a workshop, but a site visit, which I'll arrange with Patrick if there's sufficient desire to do that.
okay. Anybody have questions that they have open that they want to see the next time?
You had, Mr. Haslam, you had provided actually, I think it was through Redis and Mead, there was a bad graphic of the site now and the site as proposed. I can't find it now. It kind of pinched it out, but now it's disappeared. But that kind of thing as a very clear so we can see what's happening underneath. So the clear plan comparison by use and or unuse, the landscape, access, egress, new structures, old structures, that kind of stuff. I think that's actually would be beneficial, but on a very, very clear plan, because I think it was very difficult to read that in all the information that we received.
So this would not be a side-by-side, you're talking about an overlay, more or less?
You had put together, it was a side-by-side, as I think it was actually what was approved back when and now, and it was annotated by number. But it was very, very difficult to read, but it may have been, would have been helped a lot.
Yeah, that's what we're struggling with. I think that I'm piecing together what everybody's struggling with finally. Okay. Let me just, do you guys mind if we just ask the public if anybody has a comment? Does anybody from the public wish to speak on the Brunswick application on Lake Avenue? Please raise your virtual hand. You do that by doing *9. Okay, no comments from the public. We probably confused the heck out of them. All right, so I think you guys know, we just need to really get our minds around it and we can track the changes and what's what, and we'll be good. I think we'll be good once we understand it. There's a few commissioners who would like to visit. David, you have your hand up, Mr. Ginter?
Yeah, I found the side-by-side exhibit I think that Mr. McRae was looking for. I just want to
But
share that real
he
quick just to be
said, no, he said it was hard to read and he wanted something more straightforward. This is
Oh,
the
okay.
piecemeal thing that isn't working for
Nope,
people.
that's fine. I just wanted to make sure it was
Yeah.
the exhibit that we
Yeah.
had, but that's fine. We understand.
Yeah, no, he, you know, it just didn't get clearly communicated. I had a
Mr.
couple
Ginter,
of
that was
questions. Hold on a second.
EXH1?
Yes, sir.
EXH1, right? That's,
Yeah,
okay, yes,
yeah.
correct. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And I had a couple of questions on the drop off change, which I think was really what started you coming here to us, was really when you changed the circulation and the drop off. I feel like the buildings were not a driving reason, and that's what threw us. But I had a couple of questions for you. I think those are straightforward. It does look like an improvement in the safety. I hear what Mr. Levy is saying. He's concerned that you are increasing impervious. Could you have done it differently? I think you addressed that. I think we're good with what we're leaving you with, and that this will be quicker. But it felt like extracting teeth, sort of.
Oh, one more thing, the updated and coordinated landscape plan.
Yeah, we said that 3 times already.
We did?
Yes, 3 times.
Okay.
I mean, no worries, but we have told them.
Using different words, we're in trouble.
Yes. When you say the same thing using different words, you scare what is it? You frighten the animals.
Confuse the
Was it
children and
frighten the
scare
children?
Confuse the children and frighten the animals.
You have to say it the same way every time. Okay. So I thank you for your time, and hopefully it'll be less bumpy next time.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I know everybody thinks it's dinner time, but we can dispense very quickly with our next item, I have been told. So we will dispense quickly with our next item, and then we will take dinner. Hold on, I'm just getting, I can't get Mr. Ginter because he's, you co-hosted everybody. All right, could you promote Mr. Tessie, please? There he is. Mr. Tessie, if you would unmute. Although actually, Mr. Tessie, you don't have to unmute. That's a really good idea. Okay, and then could you put the rest of your head in the picture? You don't have to. It's just we're only seeing the.
No, it's okay. I can.
There you go.
have here
Okay,
just so
now
you know.
I might just mute you. Okay, so folks, the next application is 240 GA LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a 60-unit residential structure, of which 18 units will be affordable under the state statutes 830G 240, and this is at 240 Greenwich Avenue. It is my understanding that we are hereby opening this application and continuing it at the same time. And because the applicant has additional work that they would like to do before they give us a presentation. Is that correct?
That's correct, and thank you for opening.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now we'll go to dinner. We will continue this application in a future date.
Thank
Happy
you.
meals.
All right, folks. 7:38, Trejido 7:58. Let's make it 8 o'clock. All right,
Done.
all right, bye.
Bye.
Our next item in the public hearing is number 6. Darren and Meredith Shames for a zoning map amendment at 9, 11, and 13 Huntsiger Drive and 37 Midwood Drive. This is to rezone from the RA2 to the RA1 zone. For those of you following, from the 2 acre to the 1 acre zone. And with that, Mr. Cohen. You're muted right now.
Sorry. Evening, Bruce Cohen representing Mr. and Mrs. Shames in connection with this rezoning. And it involves 4 properties, 3 of which are on Hunsinger Drive, numbers 9, 11, and 13. 13 is where the Mr. and Mrs. Shames live, and also an adjacent parcel at 37 Midwood Drive. Pat, if you could
If you would
show
share the map. If you could share the map. Yep.
And that kind of tells the story. Before 1957, this entire area was 1 acre zoned, and in 1957, the commission undertook a major rezoning of over 1,000 acres, which happened to include the Hunsinger Drive neighborhood. And I'll show you when the map comes up how it was done. Yeah.
What's interesting about this is that post-war, there was growth and development. And sometime after the war, people decided that we were losing our open space too quickly and that we had too much height allowed in buildings and too much density, right, Mr. Cohen?
I think that's right, but I'm not that old, so I'm not sure about that. But as you can see,
Wait, weren't you a lawyer like when you came out of the womb?
pretty close after 57, I'll tell you that. But as you can see, if that was the commission's plan, it sort of worked out. The red line represents the line of the 1957 zoning, and you can see that with the exception of those blue lots, which are the lots involved in this requested rezoning, all of the properties pretty much developed as 2 acre lots, and to the left or east of the red line, they developed as 1 acre lots. But when that red line was established, it sort of kind of ignored the Hunsinger Drive neighborhood, and the Hunsinger Drive neighborhood really involved the 4 houses that I'm talking about, and as well as the 3 properties to the west of the red line that we've marked in yellow. And if you were to take a ride down Hunsinger Drive, you'll see it's a very nice, very treed, pleasant neighborhood, and all of a kind of a uniform development pattern. And the rezoning that we're requesting is intended to, in effect, join the 4 lots that are the subject of this application with the rest of the Hunsinger Drive neighborhood in the way that they've been developed. Excuse me. Pat, if you'd show the next image, it's the schedule that we prepared at the commission's request at the pre-application. And the lots shown in yellow are the lots that we're requesting be rezoned, and the lots that are shown in white are the other Hunsinger Drive parcels that have already been developed as 1 acre lots. And you can see that based upon the floor area in each of these lots, the permitted areas that they could grow to, that they really should be treated together. And the question has come up in a number of occasions, why clients want to do this? And the simple answer is they want the ability to have the same FAR as the other lots on Hunsinger Drive have. At the pre-application, we were requested to take a look at some recent examples of proposed rezoning to see what standards the commission has imposed. We have noted that the Lake Avenue rezoning, which was done in December of 21, indicated a pretty good list of of criteria, all of which I think we do. In response to Mr. Yeski's request, and with the great help of your staff, we dug up the fact that since 2013 there have been 64 applications for rezoning. We didn't have time to look and analyze each one of them, but one of the more recent ones that was done on Brookside Drive, 100 Brookside Drive, in August of last year, is illustrative, and it contains the same standards that the commission seems to have generally applied, certainly in the case of the Lake Avenue rezoning. And those standards really relate to whether or not the parcels involved are undersized and non-conforming, whether or not the proposed rezoning would end in non-conforming, whether the parcel involved in the rezoning is adjacent to similarly zoned parcels, and whether or not the proposed rezoning is consistent with goals of the POCD. And we believe in each of these cases, as kind of illustrated by this schedule, all of these the criteria apply and would be satisfied if the rezoning were granted. At the briefing, I sort of wrote down comments that Ms. Albin made in terms of the overarching standard, which I believe applies, which is that, quotes, the rezoning would, by eliminating a nonconformity, be consistent with the town's comprehensive plan and thereby also be in keeping with the town's POCD. And I believe that is applicable in this case. And I request that the rezoning be granted.
Any questions from the commission? All righty. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application to rezone properties at 9, 11, and 13 Hunsiger Drive and 37 Midwood Drive? You can take down the table, I think. I see no applicants raising their hand, no members of the public raising their hand. Again, folks, it's *9 to raise your hand.
5 to 10 points.
Okay, whoever has their TV on, please turn it down. Okay. Okay. Nope. Somebody turned down the sports news. Okay. So seeing nobody from the public wishing to speak, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No objection.
Anybody else? No? Okay. Mr. Cohen, do you object to us closing your application?
No, ma'am.
Okie dokie. All right, this application is hereby closed, and we will move on. Our next application is, well, wait, I should wait for the people to come in. Ida Gaby. Is that the applicant? All right. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Our next application is Stephen and Tieshang Lam for a final site plan application and special permit for a property at 22 Jerry Street or Jerry Street, I'm not sure, in the R6 zone. This is to construct a new driveway to access the property with 2 parking spaces and remove the existing stone wall. Partly stone, partly whatever. Okay, ma'am, if you would go ahead, and if you can turn your camera on, great, but if you can't, it is what it is.
Okay.
There you are. Hi. Okay. Hello.
So my name is Ida Gaby, civil engineer from Anneman Kirby, representing the applicant. There is one building on this property that is about 5,600 square feet. 2 units on this property, 1 bedroom each, without any driveway access or parking on site. The application is for the special permit to park in the front yard with adequate screening according to the landscaping plan prepared by Nicholas Puder. And I will address the comments I received in the staff report from Bianca. First of all, we haven't done site distance survey yet, but we will, and we will show it on the plan we're going to submit to the highway department. It is a local road and the required site distance is 150 feet. And this property has a dead end on one side and a fairly flat street on the other side. So I'm sure we will meet the minimum requirements. And secondly, unfortunately, Nicholas Puder, the architect, couldn't join us tonight, but we heard your concern about the rocky condition of the site during the pre-app meeting and asked him about his plan. He told me there are existing plants growing in the location of the proposed plantings. There's also a large tree stump, which appears to be about 12-inch diameter or more in his photos, visible where the green giant arborvitae is proposed. These existing plants and the stump indicate that the soil depth is adequate for the root balls of the proposed plants. The arborvitae root ball is the largest of what we're proposing, and that is only about 12 to 16-inch diameter. So we don't need a huge soil volume to fit in, or the shrubs will, which are much smaller. And I actually have sent some pictures of the existing plants in the front yard to Bianca and Pat Larode this afternoon. So I don't know if you received those pictures, but
Did not receive them.
I mean,
Madam Chair, it was right about the time we started our meetings.
Okay,
yeah.
I figured, okay, so we haven't seen the pictures.
So Pat, if you can show them, they're just attached to that email and they can confirm that we have enough soil for the screening and landscaping plan. And thirdly, with the curb cut, we're eliminating one parking space on the street, but we're adding 2 on our property. Parking spaces on the driveway are assigned to the homeowner at 22 Jerry, whereas the parking space on the street is for the public. And if you look at the regulations, it is 2 parking spaces per unit. So supposedly we need to have 4 parking spaces in the area for this property. Now we are proposing 2 parking spaces to make this lot less non-conforming. And additionally, the owner, Mrs. Lamb, is a 70-year-old resident who is more comfortable getting into her car in front of her house rather than walking to her car parked somewhere on the street when it is snowy and the street is icy and slippery. It is a safety issue for her. And we were representing this application sometime in September, I think. And we have made some modifications to our original design to mitigate the disturbance and amount of rock being removed. We will use Expancrete, for example, Dexpan, which is expansive cement poured into pre-drilled ledge holes to break rocks safely and quietly without disturbing the neighbors much. And I am happy to answer any questions you might have. And
Well,
yeah, that pictures.
I think people are playing with their desktop.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so Ms. Gaby, in your site plan application form, you
Mhm.
say that there is only 1 unit in the building?
No, 2
Well,
units.
I know you're saying that out loud right now,
Mhm.
but if I look at the number of units that you show in your site plan application form, it is incorrect because it shows 1 unit.
Okay.
I don't know what page of our staff report that is, 7 maybe of the report itself. I don't know if that's worth sharing, but it's your site plan. I don't know. And what does one do? Can she correct it outside of or does she need to resubmit it?
Well, we could correct it on the record and then we can correct
Okay.
it.
Okay, so it says number of units 1, number of, I'm just telling you what the form says, Ms.
Yeah,
Gaby.
yeah. It says
You
1.
don't tell me that that's not what, okay.
No,
The
yeah,
form
I
says,
just saw it. Yeah.
okay, number of units 1, and it says number of bedrooms 2, whereas in fact you have 2 units and 4 bedrooms.
No.
Is that correct?
No, 2 units and 1 bedroom each.
So you do have 2 units and 2 bedrooms.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, all right, okay, so that needs to be corrected. Any other questions do I have questions and comments from the commission before we go farther?
Ms. Gabby, the photos that you sent in, yeah, I didn't get those, but the wall, that was existing out there, that's been removed already?
Which wall? I mean, the pictures are sent by the owner this afternoon.
Well, who just put that one up? Yeah, so the wall there with the lattice, has that been removed
No,
already?
she
No.
said that picture's just been taken.
Okay, and that's all the vegetation that's growing there now, so,
Yeah, that
Okay.
wall is a neighbor. We have like that fancy thing with the small wall.
Yeah, we
That.
understand.
right, so
Yes.
that's existing as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
that picture wasn't taken yesterday. That was taken during the summer.
Right,
Yeah, but I meant like that's like the existing condition. So that's why, yeah.
right.
So
This
you
look-
have not
this looks more-
demolished, this is still summer, you haven't demolished this wall,
No,
you're
Is the
sure?
wall to be demolished?
no. So yeah, like portion of that is going to be on the side is going to be we need to have a curb cut access. So that small portion on the side would be removed, but the others are like rest area is going to stay as is.
Okay, yeah, that's my confusion, because I'm looking at the site plan, I see the new fence, the driveway where the curb cut would be. The fence, that fence and wall thing isn't shown on the plan, so it was confusing to me whether it was to stay or go. But it seems only the portion where the new curb cut is to be removed
Yeah.
to accommodate it. Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that.
Yeah, because for example, the access they have right now, the steps for like residents to go up the stairs and go to the
Mhm.
property, that would also stay, which is in the middle.
Right.
Mr. Levy,
Yes. Can the applicant just describe how what happens with the parking on the street and what they're gaining by adding parking to the on-site? Just talk a little bit about how the cars enter and exit the site.
Okay, so the curb cut that we're proposing
why
right now.
don't you somebody share the site plan so it's easier to follow the discussion? The one that shows the driveway on the left and that the cars are gonna back out and be parked in tandem, that one. In dead silence, I'm waiting to see which one of you is doing it. Like,
I think it could be in the last page of the application.
no, we know, I mean, we all have it. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so, and who is sharing?
It's me, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if you would just run your little cursor down that driveway. All right, so there's the access. The remainder of the wall, as well as the remainder of the wall is gonna remain, right? You're only doing the cut for that driveway.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That portion, which is less than 15 feet for sure. So the curb cut at the street is going to be 13.41 feet. And the parking spaces dimensions are 9 by 18. So I assume one parking would be eliminated from the street, as I mentioned. And in return, we're gaining 2 on site for our property. And that is in line with what our neighbors are having along the Jerry Street. And I have like the neighbor to the north of us at 25 Jerry Street has the curb opening of 25 feet. So eliminating like at least 2 parking on site. Or there are some other properties like 23 Jerry Street, 39 Jerry Street, 38 and 37 Jerry Street with almost the same curb cut, varying between 13 to 15 feet curb cut on their frontage of their property for exactly on-site parking in their front yard. So that's like the condition on this street, that most of the neighbors have the parking in their front yard with the same amount of curb cut, and some of them have actually a little bit more. For example, 1 Jerry Street has 34 feet of curb cut. And this is a dead end. So for like going out and in, we were thinking about like backing out on that dead end, because the neighbor to the left is 21 Jerry Street, and after that, that's like the dead end. That like we're kind of at the end of this street.
Okay. Mr. Levy, you have another question?
Yes, so when you're backing out onto the street, there's arguably a car on either side of your driveway that you have to clear in order to back up and go on your way. So I'm just wondering about how safe that is and sight lines, and I'd love to see just some kind of understanding of how that really works.
Well, we have used auto turn to kind of circulate around how the cars would move in this. But as I was mentioning, we haven't done the site distance survey yet, but I'm sure we will meet the 150 feet, because you would need 150 feet horizontally to be able to safely do the backouts. And as I said, this is a dead end street. I don't think like the coming traffic would have a like more than 25 mile per hour, probably much less than that. And as you like go toward the back, there's just like 3 properties at like our property, and then 2 more that like live there. So again, I don't think like their visitors or the owners would like create a huge amount of like traffic flow.
Well, my thought is the complication here is the backing out. So I'd like to have a little bit better understanding of how that works. And so because there is oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
And so it's just something that just needs to be acknowledged and worked out and understood beyond just saying what you're doing. So
what I was thinking is that like
I just wanted to comment. The other thing is that other properties are doing things doing a similar curb cut elsewhere along the same side of the street. So then the question is, to what extent are those new curb cuts and the placement of them diminishing the parking on the street? Because if 2 curb cuts are on different properties, depending on where they are, it could have a larger effect on how many parking spaces there are left. If yours is too much, so if you need 18 or 20 feet for a parking space, but the 2 driveways are 30 feet apart, well, that makes it hard to have 2 parking spaces there. It's like really 1.5. So just would like to get a better understanding of that as well.
Well, okay, so so you could model it for us, Ms. Gelby, and that would be helpful to Mr. Levy. Ms. Jenkins, do you have a question?
Yeah, I think I'm about to ask Mr. Levy's question with different words, so watch out.
Oh no, scaring the children again. No, the
Children.
animals.
it would be helpful to know where the other curb cuts are, particularly across the street from the property. Because if you've got curb cuts
Mhm.
backing into each other, I live on a dead end street. If you have curb cuts backing into each other, you've
Mhm.
got more risk. And dead end, you don't have through traffic, so you don't have that issue. But there was a picture that was shown just briefly earlier of the traffic parked on the street, and it would be useful to just look at that picture again, because the front of the house looked different. I don't know whether it was because there were cars on the street. Can we bring that up again? Maybe? I don't know who's got the pictures, Patrick.
Patrick has the pictures.
No, no.
You don't have the pictures?
I do. I don't know who that was. That was me. I do have pictures.
It was one that was literally from the middle of the street, so you could see what was parked in front of the house.
Oh, that was the picture the neighbor sent or
Oh,
the applicant
I'm
sent.
sorry.
That's what
Yeah,
it was. That's what it was.
Okay. That one. Because there is a lot of parking on the street. Now, I assume the dead end part is behind us from this picture. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the left, that's the house?
Yes, without the wall that.
That's what I'm having trouble getting oriented to this.
Yeah,
because
this picture, I'm sorry, Mr. Becker, I think you might bring that before. This picture is the only one I can show that has the pillars not there.
Okay. Okay, so there's already a lot of street parking on both sides of the street. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. It does inhibit backing out into the street because you've got cars on both sides. But that's a very different orientation. But it would be helpful to know where the other curb cuts are, just to see how they line up in that particular part of the dead end street. Would be helpful.
Okay, yeah, so the applicant sent that picture to say that there are limited parking spaces on the street for the homeowners to park their own cars. So that's why they feel the need to go through special permit to be able to park their own cars in front of their houses. And so that was like one thing. And about like backing out, we were thinking to just like go all the way, the cars would go all the way to the dead
So
end. And then
I'm confused because this one doesn't have the stone wall in it.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at, I have to say. It's so different.
I mean, I'm confused. This
Yes,
doesn't have
this
the.
appears to be the survey marker. I would
Yeah.
just.
Yeah, but all the
There's no fence.
plantings that we saw is gone. All the plantings that we saw in the previous picture is gone. And
It looks like the fence is gone. I'm sorry, maybe I just can't see
It
it.
looks like it's gone on this side. It's hard to tell if it's gone, sorry, from the other,
Yeah.
I see the pillar here, and I don't know what's in the middle here.
And I assume Google Earth is going to be old enough that that's not helpful.
Probably from the
because
summer.
just when we looked at it yesterday, it was from 2022, but I'm gonna bump you. Okay, Patrick, hold on.
Question for Ms. Gabby. That
Hold on.
photograph that you just provided to us, do you know when that was taken?
no, so that's the owner is already like listening to this. I think if they can raise their hand, they can also come to.
Yeah, okay, but right this minute, we can't let them in because we've got all stuff up on the screen. So here's 22 Jerry Street.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And here's the driveway across the street.
Mm-hmm.
And here's another driveway. But so what's really odd is this says that this picture was taken, I finally figured this out, you guys, 6/14/22. Okay. And the last picture we saw had all those cars in it. And this picture doesn't have any cars in it. So what's going on here?
So basically, as I was saying, they were just taking that picture to, I mean, other than the fence, they were just taking that picture to show that at some like peak
We
hour.
understand that, but we're having trouble following the timeline because we're looking at a picture that's a year and a half old, and we don't know how old your picture is. Okay, so at least we've been able to answer Ms. Jenkins' question, which is you can see where the driveways are.
Right, right.
So, but we'd still would like to see a turning radius. And here's another question, Patrick. Given this issue of there's a ton of cars in one picture and we don't know what the date is, should we be asking parking services about the loss of on-street parking? Because in this case, the last time we asked them, there was no parking allowed on that side of the street. Nick, that was Mead, right? Don't remember. Okay.
Yes, it was me.
So there was no park. That's the first thing. The other thing is back to Mr. Levy's issue is in one of the questions about the sight lines. And then third, we haven't heard from conservation. So this whole issue of the ledge and the impact and the trade-offs, we don't have any kind of view from conservation on it. So could we get that extra information? I mean, Patrick, I keep talking and didn't let you answer. Should we get parking services? Is it still DC Gray?
It is, and we can find out. I mean, a lot of the streets in this part of the world have either resident parking or no parking on one side or whatever. So we'd have to go and just
No, but in the application, it says that you're allowed to park on the 22 side. So somebody knew that and somebody put it in our staff report. The question is, in the picture, it's on both sides.
Yeah.
But is that legal or is that just people are having a party? And
Right.
it's on,
It
right.
locks something,
So
but-
I
yeah.
think we should talk to parking services because then we can make a better opinion of the trade-off. Hear from conservation. And Ms. Gaby, we would like to see, to Mr. Levy's question, he was asking you for, how trucks maneuver, how vehicles maneuver. Always conscious of what happens with UPS now. You just show us the maneuverability of this driveway relative to back to Ms. Jenkins. I think you're all right with other driveways, but just show it. What have I left out, guys?
I think if, Ms. Gaby, when you do the site distance, just account for the cars that are actually parked on the street that are still in the right of way.
Well, he's not gonna, the DPW has to sign off on that. On the
Right, but I think
clearance
it's
of the site
actually
distances.
understanding you've got parking on both sides of the street. This street is very narrow. The site distance as you come out to make sure that actually if, as an example, if you're actually at the bottom of the curb cut there and in the right of way, you may have a car that's actually parked right there.
Yeah.
You may have to account for that car as an obstruction.
Yeah.
Because actually it doesn't seem like there's any limitation on parking on the street that we know about yet.
Okay. The other thing is, I pulled, okay, Patrick and probably Nick. So I finally pulled the driveway width stuff from DPW. This is 2006. Is that as recent as it gets?
I don't think it's more. I don't think there's a newer version.
So their standard is that for a 2-family, the minimum width at the property is 9 feet. Maximum width at the property is 14. Maximum width at the roadway is 25. Ms. Gaby, you went through the widths. Were you observing? And the minimum distance that when you add a driveway is 50 feet. So are you at least 50 feet away from, I think that was the other thing Mr. Levy and Ms. Jenkins were asking you, are you at least 50 feet from the adjacent driveways?
Well, yes, from like the top one, but not like from the crossed one, obviously, because it's just.
No, not the cross one. It has to be from the, I believe it's just the adjacent ones, right? Patrick?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And all right, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. No, and help me
My
out here.
question was, you had mentioned about getting a highway permit. Have you started that process? Because we didn't send it to DPW because it's a drainage exemption. We could get that, if the same people are reviewing it in highway, so that are reviewing it for engineering. So we could get that input that you're seeking, Madam Chair, from DPW.
Yeah, because really, when you're doing this, when you're adding a driveway like this, we should ask them up front if it complies with their sight lines, their distances, their widths. I know we often go with a smaller width in these situations where you have a small lot, but I'd like them to look at it.
Right. And this site seems to have a large shoulder, so to speak. So the flare and everything else that goes into those numbers is going to be outside of the property along the shoulder of the road. So it may fit at the end of the day, but we should get confirmation.
Yeah,
Right.
and I think Ms. Gaby, you may not be ready to come back to our next meeting because I think we're asking you a lot of questions.
The thing is, we haven't submitted for the highway, but like honestly, like as you were looking at the Google Map plans, the driveway across our property was like further toward not the end of it. So our proposed driveway would be on the right side of the building that you're looking at would be the like the last driveway curb cut on that street, and the cars would be going all the way toward the dead end and then backing out to our
There we go.
yeah. So as you can see, like there is like nothing but the driveway across our property that you see, which is like further to the other side of the Jerry
Right, so
Street.
there's no additional driveways towards the end of the street or across the street.
I mean, there is one across the street, but further away, not like
Right.
toward the back. So
Okay.
my point was the cars could like go.
This is not a driveway down here.
No, there is just like that is at the end of that is where like the cars tend to like make their turns and then I guess like go back, turn around and go back. So how I was thinking about circulating the cars, as Mr. Levy was saying, was that they go straight to the end of the to the end of the Jerry Street dead end and then back out to our proposed driveway. And so both of the cars, so when they want to like exit, they would have like the side distance that they would need to go out.
Right, but so here's the thing. You were looking at us as the first stop and then you would go to DPW. The way we do it is we make sure DPW is okay before we give you the approval. So that we don't approve something and then DPW calls us up and says, what were you guys thinking?
Okay.
So I think that's what I was saying to Mr. LaRoe, is that we just would like to make sure that they're not gonna have kittens about what we're doing. Since you're an engineer, I'm sure that you've thought it out well, but that we will ask DPW. And we have to wait anyway, because we never heard from conservation. I know it's not a requirement, but given the fact that they have to remove the ledge and the landscaping they're doing, given the way this is being proposed, I would like to ask for conservation comments. I know we were missing them on another application as well. So I don't know how long that's gonna take, Patrick, to get all that put
Well, I think
together.
the first thing Ms. Gabby's got to do is actually put together the sightline distance
Yeah.
surveys and the maps.
Yeah.
I think once Ms. Gabby, once you have that done, resubmit that to staff to route to Highway Division, and they'll start that process of reviewing it and get back to us with comment. It kind of benefits you because then down the line, when you actually go for your highway permit to actually install and construct the curb cut, you have their approval pending.
Yeah. So that's what we would, okay, so you're gonna work on that and you could stay in touch. Before we do that, does anybody wish to comment on, and from the public and the attendees, does anyone want to comment on this application at 22 Jerry Street? Please raise your virtual hand. It's *9. Okay, Nobody wants to comment.
And
All right.
so for the last thing, so do you, because I know highway department, if it's not a commercial, they don't need a turning radius plan.
Well, that you're responding to Mr. Levy's question, just how you see the cars going in and out. So whatever way you want to do that with your background as an engineer, if you would
Yeah.
just you've got that little program that shows how the little
Yeah,
vehicle,
AutoCAD.
yeah.
Yeah, it's AutoCAD. Yeah, but I thought that's like for highway department approval. So
So
once
it would seem that way, but part of our mandate is to make sure that the use of a property is safe. And
Okay.
so, although it's not a zoning regulation, we stretch it to always make sure that people can get safely in and out of their property. So he is well within his bounds on asking you just to ensure the safe egress.
Okay.
Okay, so does anybody else have any questions or comments? And we're going to get a comment from parking services just because I understand you're adding an extra parking space to the street in general, and you're adding greater convenience to the resident. But I just want to make sure how they feel about losing on-street parking just before we make a decision. Okay, so Ms. Gebbie, we
Actually,
will.
Chair, if we could get the DPW stuff started first.
Yes.
Not that I'm gonna predict any answer, but typically if it is a
DC Gray is going to be okay. Probably we should ask him, but I think it's an
but it
easier.
hasn't worked, at that first.
Yeah.
And I think the dimensions are all
I agree.
checked. And we're good.
DPW and you're going to ask
Yeah.
DC Gray, and I think that's a way lighter lift than it is the DPW process. We just want to check with it. Okay, Ms. Gaby, have you left us?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, but we're going to let you leave now.
Okay.
So we will continue this application until Ms. Gaby is ready to come back.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you said we cannot present it in the next meeting?
If you have everything ready, you could, but we have our doubts that you will get through DPW that fast. And so I was being flexible, saying, hey, get done what you can and we'll accommodate you when you're ready.
So we need to get their approval first, or like
A sign off. What Patrick will do is get
We should talk with them about, about getting the review done, and then making sure that we're all on the same page with the dimensions. There may be a final review before a permit's issued, but that preliminary discussion needs to happen.
Okay, so a turning radius plan thing and the DP.
The turning radius is just for Peter Levy.
Okay.
The DPW issue is the sight lines and the driveway location, et cetera, and that they will eventually give you a permit. We're going to be getting conservation comments, and staff will share those with you. I assume that'll be Bianca again. She'll share those with you and let you know what conservation says, and then we'll ask you about that when you come back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a good one.
All right. Where is my friend, Mr. Basili? Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
So endeth the public hearing.
Thank you.
Wait, okay, so Mr. Cohen is coming back in.
See you next time.
And we are now, see you next time. We are now going back to the regular meeting where we have 3 discussion items. And Mr. Cohen? All right, that was a very nice, interesting letter about the history of the property. And our next application is a pre-application review for the Stanwich Club, which wants to consolidate a property and develop it with a new short golf course at 309 Taconic Road and 888 North Street in the RA4. Perfect. Okay.
Bruce Cohen again. That's exactly why we're here. This is a pre-application for those 2 purposes. One, to consolidate a nearly 21 acre parcel at 309 Taconic Road with the existing property of the Stanwich Club, which is 183 acres, accessed at 888 North Street. And in one picture, you sort of see the whole thing. The golf course is in that generally greenish color to the left, and that red line at the southeast end of the property is the division line with the new 20 plus acre parcel on Taconic Road. Stanwich Club has existed since the early 60s under a special exception that was granted at that time. It was purchased at that time in a 183 acre parcel by the club, and the club has installed the beautiful golf course that exists there right now, and modified and renovated the old estate house into the clubhouse. And that's the parcel to the left. Parcel to the right is basically a vacant parcel, which the club purchased through an entity, an LLC that it controlled a couple of years ago, with the intention of further developing it. And that's the purpose of this pre-application, to do ultimately to do two things. One is to consolidate the two parcels, and the second to allow the development of the newly consolidated parcel into a short golf course. Short golf course being one that has shorter distances to play, thereby allowing a faster game instead of spending 3 or 4 hours running through an 18-hole full length course that requires a little strength sometimes to get through. This would be have a different appeal to a lot of club members, and so these are the proposals that we will ultimately come to you with, and we're proposing to do this with your approval. And
yep, you just went
forward to have tonight. If I may show a little more of what we're proposing to do, Ms. Albin, the next image is
okay.
A topo, I think.
Okay, but that's
Go
a good
ahead.
that's a good place too. So just in terms of any concerns, you know, what 3 concerns the commission might want to raise. You've hit the first one on the head, in that you're going first to wetlands. You have wetlands here, and that we expect Stanwich would be a great partner in this. We'd be looking for environmental sensitivity, given that there's quite a few, and you've got one on the site. So that would be our first request to you, in as much as it doesn't apply to the wetlands purposes, would be for you to be preserving as much of the topography of the existing topography, and not turn it into some sort of flat, not Connecticut location, as is so often the case with golf courses. If they could work within that scope, it would be great.
Understood. This is a topo that shows roughly what the topography is right now. And it also shows a fairly large pond on the southeast corner of the property.
Correct.
And the next image shows very roughly the current plans for the new short course. It's a little tough to tell where exactly this fits in, but let me give you a couple of.
You're going to keep the hill, the elevated area on the lot, which is, you're going to keep it as an elevated area. You're not going to bring that down when you make the golf course.
There are going to be a lot of elevated areas, and
no, if you go back to the top, to the topography, the previous.
Yeah.
So no, this one. So you're going to keep the sloped area Oh, I don't know why I'm moving my cursor. The most sloped area on the lot, you're gonna leave relatively undisturbed and not level it out.
I can't well, I'm certain that it won't be leveled out. But how much of
What
it?
what we're looking for is, can you work with the topography? You know, it's so hard when people are bringing big houses to us, but maybe you guys would be more able to work with the topography and do something that's environmentally sensitive to what
Can I make a
Connecticut's.
suggestion? Actually,
Yes.
real quick, Mr. Whoever's got the control, go to the Mr. Cohen's green plan. The tan part right in the
Yes.
center.
Right.
That's that severe slope.
Yes, we're
Okay,
aware of that from the topography, Mr. McRae.
So it looks like the topography there is subject to actually to remain.
I just
because
said that.
Right, but you were asking if it was going to be saved or not. So it looks like it's
No,
going
no,
to be
what I
saved.
said was, when I look at this green thing, and then when we flick back to the topography, it seems to me that the steep area of the topography that I'm running my cursor on, but that nobody can see me do, there you go, that the steep area is being retained. And then I said, Mr. Cohen, I expect that is going to be correct. And he said, well, I can't tell you right now. And I said, well, I would really like to see that happen because it would be more environmentally sensitive. Mr. Levy? Unmute. Unmute. Mr. Levy, unmute.
Yes, hi.
You raised your hand?
I didn't think I did, but
Oh, okay. Well, then you don't have to say anything. Don't feel obliged.
but I do, it would be kind of instructive just to see how this lays out over the,
Okay, so we'll go back to the next one, to what Mr. McRae calls the green one.
yeah, so yes, it'd be nice to see how the existing topography lays out over their plan, just to get an idea of what's going on.
Well, so here here you get the existing, again, Patrick, if you would run the cursor over the steepy part. Yep, there you go. Don't you hate it when people take these classes? Okay, and then go ahead back to Mr. Cohen's green thing.
You'll notice at the top of, go back to the topo, Pat, if you would. You'll notice at the top of that slope, there's a small structure. That's an old garage that's still there. It's intended, and then if you go through to the next one, you'll see when the golf course is developed, there will be either that building renovated or a small new building in its place, or generally in its place, that will serve as kind of a midway resting point for the golfers, a small building. And that'll show a little bit on the next image, which shows the an image of the course laid out. You can barely see the building, but it's smack dab in the center of the image.
Yep, we got it.
And that's kind of at the, and as you know, based on this image, you're right that slope is going to be maintained. And the next image shows it a little closer. There it is. That's the bill. And then to the left, the presumably drops off. But let me just say, first of all, as you well know, this is not an application. We're not here with finely engineered plans or landscape plan. We're just giving you a concept for purposes of getting a little guidance from you. And we've got the course is being designed by a world-known golf course architect. John Conti is our landscape architect, and we're all going to be showing up at the Wetlands Agency shortly with fairly detailed plans, and I'm sure they'll be very interested in the environmental consequences of what we're going to do. But we understand that that's an issue. My first question, and I've got two questions to sort of take away answers from, if I can get them. One is, do you believe, following our review by Wetlands and this commission, that a review by ARC is required? That's question number one. Question number two relates to the necessity of a traffic study. And let me just say, to give you a little guidance on that issue, the membership of the club is 460 members, 325 of whom are full members. That number has existed for decades. I understand it's part of the club's bylaws, and there's no reason that they are intending to change it. Certainly not by the addition of this course. This course is going to be limited to existing members. Access to the course is going to be from the main entrance of the club at 888 North Street. There is an existing driveway into the property from Taconic Road that will be maintained, but gated and used only for maintenance purposes. The parking is not going to change because the usage is not going to change. Based upon all of that information, if it all comes true when we present our final application to you, do you believe that a traffic study is called for in this case?
So let me give you the chair answer, and people can beat me down. If you are amenable to us conditioning that you're not increasing your membership and that you would return to us for a membership increase, I do believe your traffic will increase because with a shorter course, people are going to play quicker and they'll be able to accept more tee times than at present. And you'll have people coming to do a quick round of a couple of hours and leave. However, it's the same membership. So even though you have some traffic increase, if you were willing to accept that as a condition, I don't see that we would require it. I would not want to comment on whether or not you need to go to ARC until we see the landscape plan. That would be my take. I would like to see the landscape plan first, how it's all going to lay out. And then if we have our doubts, if we have doubts about the landscape plan, and I certainly hope we wouldn't with the landscaper you're using, but if we did, we would suggest you do that because you really have only this one little building that is a structure. So Mr. Levy and then Mr. Yeski, whose hand has gone down, I think, but I know he had it up. Okay, Mr. Levy.
What's going on with my machine? Thank you.
I don't know. It keeps popping down, but that happened to Mary. That happens to Mary too. And as long as I've seen it, it's good. Go ahead, Mr. Levy.
Yes, just curious if you anticipate any lighting here, and looking forward to seeing a full-blown planting plan with trees and stuff like that. But the visual, that rendering was very helpful, I thought, just to give a kind of an indication of how the elevations work.
Yep.
But
Peter, excuse me, did you ask if there was going to be any lighting?
Yeah, he did. And
There is no lighting in the course.
Yeah. And no night golf, obviously.
No night golf, limiting light night golf.
We need a.
I'm not aware of, if there's any issues with, if you have to do any extensive drainage plan for this kind of thing or not, but
how much impervious they're adding, and it doesn't look like they're adding any.
So, it looks like you have a lot of lawn. So there's going to be a sprinkler system, I suppose, and fertilizing and that kind of normal kind of applications for golf.
No, yeah, but not zoning. That's not our realm.
Okay.
Sadly, we've many times wanted to get a hold of sprinklers, but there should be no increase in impervious, so therefore they would not be doing a drainage plan. Mr. Yeski?
Yeah, sorry about the hand, but I upgraded the Apple. I agree. You've answered most. I agree. I don't think they need a traffic study. I do think they need to go to ARC, particularly on landscaping. We already talked about it. Question, Mr. Cohen.
Well,
this is a course.
We have a little bit of a bind on this, which is that the person on ARC, who's the main landscaper, is the person who's on this application and has to recuse from it. So honestly,
Andy
It's
again?
Mr.
John-
Conti
John
is,
Conti.
it's John Conti who is designing their landscaping, and he would have to he's going to recuse at ARC. So that leaves you with only Hein to comment really as a landscaper. So that's why I was thinking, let's just see what our take is on the landscaping before we make that decision.
Question, this is a walking only course, no,
Interesting.
no cart paths, right?
I'm sorry, no what?
Cart paths, those
There will be cart paths.
Oh, then you are increasing enough impervious that you may need a drainage plan.
They will be impervious. They will be, I'm sorry, pervious.
Oh,
You might
okay.
consider that. I've played courses all over the states on these short courses. Like I
Yeah.
just played Pinehurst, there are no cart paths. I just played Pebble Beach, the Tiger course, there are no cart paths.
Well-
So I guess this hill might cause a problem.
Yeah.
Most of
Yeah.
it-
Yeah, so Albans Hill might cause a problem because you're gonna have a bit of a, billy goat horse.
Okay.
Okay. So let's put it to you this way, Mr. Cohen. We would love to see as much reduction in cart paths as you can. We're glad you're doing pervious paths and, but we'd like to see as much reduction. Mr. McRae.
Mr. Cohen, the old driveway to the old house is being retained, as you mentioned. Is that shared with the adjacent property owner?
Not that I know, no.
Okay.
It's a club, you mean the main driveway for the club?
No, the main driveway to
no.
309.
The driveway for
No, it's not shared.
309 off of Taconic.
You know, if we could show the first image, I think I know what you're talking about. Look, if you could do that, Pat. Yeah, if you note, there is the driveway I've been talking about that's going to be gated is just north of the pond, directly into the existing the 309. There is another driveway or entryway, I guess, to the north of the 20-acre piece that's existing right now and goes directly into the club. Perhaps that's what you're talking about?
No. This is the
Okay,
the
so-
existing driveway for the old house directly across from Farms Road. Is that driveway shared with the adjacent
No.
property to the south?
No, it's not.
Okay, good. Let's move on from that one. Mr. Conti had his hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Conti.
Hi, folks. Good evening. Bruce, do you mind if I add a little bit of
But keep it short, Mr. Conti. I hate
just
to be,
briefly?
And I don't mind, by the way.
Okay.
yeah, but keep it
so
short because we
I
try
will
to
keep it
keep these
short.
to 20 minutes and it's always a
Absolutely.
challenge.
I just wanted to say that you guys are on the right track. Cart paths are going to be absolute to a minimum, if not at all.
Okay,
The
great.
topography, we're going to be working with the natural topography, although I do want to point out that big hill that you see in the middle is anything but natural. That house was sort of mounded up on a very, very unnatural.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
interesting.
was
Okay.
awful. This golf course designing group that we're working with has every intention of working with the ecology, working with the environment. We're going to be doing a job with fantastic natural plants. This is a very exciting project that I'm proud to be part of. I don't really have any objection whether you feel it needs to go to ARC or not. I respect everybody other
We're
board
going to
members.
reserve judgment till we've seen the landscaping plan.
But I just wanted to point out the topography that's there is not natural, but we're going to be restoring it and working with it. And we've been in dialogue with wetlands all along. So environment and ecology is number one on this project.
Great. Okay, that's great to hear. Okay,
Okay.
anything else from the commission?
Yes.
Okay.
With Mr. Conti, with regard to your comment that the topography is not natural, is that peculiar to the just that area that you were identifying where the former house used to be, or are you suggesting that it's everywhere it's not natural?
No, it's just that area that the chair pointed out.
I was thinking it, no, I was
That's where the
thinking,
house was mounded up, and it's very steep and it's very unstable right now.
Just in that area, not the rest of it.
That's right. That's right. We'll be restored. We'll be working to the edges. But yeah, that center area is where the house is mounted up. That's the unnatural part.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Moving right along. Okay, so does anybody from the public wish to speak on the application of the Stanwich Club? Nobody from the public. Okay. Any other comments from the commission? I think we've made the main comments. One day we're going to do a 20-minute pre-app with you, Mr. Cohen. All right.
I'll do my best.
I know. Like, all righty. I'm sorry, Mr. Conti, but it's just, we try to keep these short because it's at the end of a long night usually. So thank you both and we'll see you soon.
Take care.
Okay, good night.
All righty. And so the next application, are they here? Is someone here from the
Yes,
Milo,
CC.
Mr. Milo CC. Okay. So I'll wait till he's in. All right. So if you want to unmute and turn on your video, that'd be great. Our next application is a pre-app review for proposed renovations at Scarpelli's Market at 45 Bible Street. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Milo Cici. Thanks for taking the time to review our application tonight. I'm actually representing my family member, Ben Cici. Ben actually owns Troy's Nursery in Bedford. So if you guys need your plants for around your house or plants for the garden, you got to go up and see him at Troy's Nursery. Ben owns 45 Bible Street. It's currently a mixed use structure. So there's a residential unit on the second floor and a commercial unit on the first floor. The commercial tenant is Scarpelli Sausage. Scarpelli's dates back to 1939. That was the farthest back I could find it in the town records. But over the years, it's been a tavern and grocery market. It's currently an Italian market that specializes in sausage production. The reason we are here tonight for application, we wanted to renovate the interior space of the unit. There's currently 12 seats. So we plan to keep the seating the same, but we would like to relocate the bathroom and make it ADA compliant. And one of the main things we're hoping to accomplish is to be able to add a gas range and hood fan on site, so that it can not only be a market, but also more of a deli, and a prospective tenant could possibly do breakfast and lunch sandwiches. Ben and I actually grew up playing Costco country football and at Bible Street Park. And there's nothing more we would have loved than to go across the street and grab a bacon, egg, and cheese or chicken cutlet before or after practice. So we think it's a great value added for not only the property, but for the town. We think the people that frequent Bible Street Park are really gonna like this, and we're hoping the board agrees and we can move forward with our application.
Okay, so aside from the fact that you guys are an old time neighborhood tradition in Coscob, and that everybody knows who you are and that lives in Coscob, and you can discount the people who live over in Byron. No. You're already technically a retail food establishment. Is that correct, Mr. Leroux? Only it's non-conforming because it never got approved as such in a residential neighborhood, but it's already always been that. Now you're just saying it's going to be very definitely a retail food establishment, and you're sort of legalizing it, then, making it legit, and you're getting all the health sign-offs and whatever you need. Because I don't know how much you had formalized over the years, right?
Yeah, I mean, whatever's necessary to kind of, like I said, one of the main things we're hoping to accomplish is to get the hood fan and the gas range on site for the option to potentially cook on site. So, whatever is necessary to accomplish that, we're willing to do.
So it feels like, and I think somebody said it at the briefing yesterday, Mr. McRae, that was probably, it feels like your first stop is the health department.
Okay.
Because if the health department doesn't give us clearance, we won't be able to approve your plan. And that the most important thing is to make sure you've gotten an application into them and that they've cleared you for the cooking facility. Then you have to have whatever they require for hand washing. You probably know a million times more than I do about that. You've got to meet all their requirements. If they don't sign off, we can't sign off.
Okay.
Well,
So
I think,
that's
I think it's, we would need what's going on with them because their food service approval, the sewer division approval to go along with it would be extensive. But I would think actually starting with them to understand those
Yeah.
parameters and the requirements would be critical for you moving forward. I don't think we need to wait for them to approve it because that would take a very long time.
but
But I
they
think actually starting
comment
there,
on it.
yeah.
So we just need to know that they've got the application and they give us a comment. Patrick, feel free to weigh in. So we just need to know that they've got your application and to weigh in. Sewer department's going to ask you to install grease traps. You may not have them at the moment.
Mhm.
If they haven't already, they're going to ask you, if you haven't gone to them yet, they're going to ask you to do probably a CCTV, because they're going to want to know what has happened to their sewer line, to your lateral going to their sewer line over this amount of time that you've been in business there. So sewer, which was Nick's point for the grease traps, and they're going to ask you to do a CCTV. Then the health department will say to us, they have an application with us and you're okay to approve it and we will work on it prior to, we'll get the rest of it in line. But we need to have some sort of commentary from them to move you forward. Have you ever had to do a septic system in Greenwich? Have you ever known anybody who did that?
I haven't installed septic in Greenwich, but Stanford,
But
yeah.
yeah, so the zoning people can't approve a house on septic until we know that the health department's okay. It's that kind of a thing. That's the simpler example. So we will need to hear from them even if they haven't done a complete sign off. And then sewer's going to ask you, and they're going to just want to make sure. So they're going to want to see your drawing for your interior renovations that you have all the adequate facilities to do on-site cooking.
Okay.
Okay. Once you've started that process, come back to us, right? Patrick is, yeah.
Well, I think you're saying it exactly right, is that you should investigate into all the health stuff, because as you're changing out fixtures, it's all that plumbing, you're gonna have to come up to new code standards, and you want to make investing it right in the right way.
problem.
And I mean, I think I give you the example because Cobb, the drawing room, do you remember that restaurant they had?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, you remember where the drawing room was, and that's make play or make modern or whatever.
Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, right. It's got a different name now. So the drawing room, the little restaurant that was there, they had a problem because they didn't have adequate hand washing facilities, and they had never gone to get that approved. They had, I don't know how they even got the cooking. I think they were making sandwiches in the beginning, but that's the kind of thing. So just touch base with them. That's Michael Young, right? No, Michael Long.
Okay.
Okay.
So obviously pending, health application and sewer sign off, those are kind of next steps, but if assuming health, we do everything necessary for health, hand wash, we get the grease trap, we get sewer sign off. This is definitely something that the board and I guess zoning would be open to.
Well, we're going to ask you one other question. I think we're always open to businesses doing well in town.
Okay.
But then we're going to ask you the question of what happens with traffic.
Yeah.
How much more customers, how much more volume are you expecting to get? And we're going to ask you about parking.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're going to add to your demand, and we're going to want to make sure you don't mess up all your neighbors, because some of us live in Cobb and we know all those folks.
Understood. Yeah, I'm working with Moeller Engineering, and these are some we've had some initial conversations and feedback from Brian. So but I just want to kind of get a general feeling from you guys, and then now that I understand more, I'm going to move forward on these things.
And one of the things that you could do is you could make sure as you're doing this, because you grew up with all these people, talk to the neighbors.
Okay.
Have Ben talk to his Mr. CC, other Mr. CC, talk to all of his neighbors and make sure that there aren't concerns in the neighborhood that are going to spring up when you come before us.
Okay.
That if someone has said, you know, I hate the way you make onions smell at 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever it is, you know, that you've addressed people's concerns, that you're going to be respectful of their priorities. A lot of it is always traffic and parking.
Got it.
One of the things that you're saying to us is, given the fact that you're right there by the Bible Street Park, that you're expecting a lot of walk-up traffic. That you think people might just be in the park, stop by. So that's not going to put a parking demand or more traffic. It's just going to mean that people stroll by and pick up a sandwich. So think about that when you talk about where the demand is, because you're thinking it's so convenient with the playground right there. People are just going to walk over. Well, that's not going to increase traffic or increase parking demand. So, you know, when you come talk to us, make sure you have a comment about that. Can you
Got
guys
it.
think of anything else?
The only thing I see that might be something you really want to in-depth explore is your accessibility requirements from both exterior doors to your bathroom, that kind of thing. Some of those tolerances seem kind of narrow for approach and door swing.
You're not gonna necessarily, since you're retail food, you probably don't have to offer a restroom to the public. Am I right?
Yeah, he's got it on his plan though. It's
But it doesn't have to be a public restroom.
Oh, well, that's a good question.
Okay, well,
I think
there you
12
go.
has to have one.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it
no-
does have to have a public restroom. So,
and it's
to-
shown on the plan already. So
Yeah, we do have
Okay.
that on the plan. We're trying to make,
Mhm.
you know, ADA compliant, so have the turnaround.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that's a great point. Mr. Levy, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The asphalt drive, that is not within the bounds of the property, is that correct?
So are you saying it's beyond the property lines?
Yeah.
So there's there's kind of two entrances to the driveway, so that may be the case. I'll look more into that, but why do you bring it up?
Oh, I'm just curious. So it looks like it's not part of, it's not within
He's
the,
just asking.
Okay, all right. I think.
curious. So
He's not bossy pants like me.
how is it used right now? Is this access to the property?
Yeah, so right now, there's parking. I guess I'm picturing it, you know, standing with my back to Bible Street, and you know, to the left of the structure, there's parking for the residential unit up top, and then right now there's not too much traffic into the deli, so people kind of just park right in front, kind of right in front of the front door
Yeah.
of the deli.
Okay, so is the front door off of the asphalt drive? That's what I don't quite understand.
It's very close.
Okay. All right. So that's basically where people are going to come from. They're going to walk up the asphalt drive. They're going to drive up the asphalt drive, whatever.
So, and one thing, Patrick, oh, I see what you're saying about the driveway. Okay. So one of the things is, so this being a non-conforming use, when they add product line, it's only an intensification, so they would be okay. Right. Okay, so from a zoning point of view, we would be okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Levy, you still have your hand up. Are you done?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand a little better, see if there's any
Okay.
concern about it.
So, unless we see a major problem with how you're proposing to do this, you know, we try to be supportive of
Okay.
businesses being successful, but then on the other hand, if we see a real intrusion in terms of traffic, or parking or what's happening to the residential neighborhood around it, some people get grumpy.
Understood. Yeah, well, I think that was really helpful. I got my points, health department, sewer, traffic, parking, neighbors, accessibility requirements. So I think I understand how to move forward.
Okay. All right. And you've got no questions for us. Hold on a second. I didn't ask about the public comment, right? Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? This is Scarpelli's at 45 Bible Street. Nope, no comments. Okay. Well, feel free to reach out to folks if you have more questions. All right.
All right, great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Really
Thanks very
appreciate it.
much.
Have a good night.
All righty. Is our next applicant here? Mr. Tessie is here. And I've got Mr. Tessie. And hope he brought Mr. Ridberg with him. Not seeing him. Wait,
Mr.
you didn't bring Mr. Ridberg with you?
No, he has to be here. He's
There he is.
the feature performer.
Yeah, he's the feature act. All right. Okay. So for our next application, pre-application discussion, this is item 10C, Greenwich Communities, with another, it's just a pre-application. It's not really a modification yet, I don't think, for a proposal to build 48 affordable dwelling units on a 2.6953 acre property located at 0 Strickland Road, which is the corner of Strickland and Station Drive. And the applicant has revised, well, we previously discussed, and we're
Right.
very much looking forward to hearing about that.
Right. We appreciate you getting us on so quickly for this proposal. Since the last time we were with you, Mr. Ridberg, working with Mr. Johnson and obviously Mr. Romeo, wanted to seriously address your issues, but still obviously keep the project a viable project and maintain the 48 units. And we're very happy about the results. I listened to the staff briefing yesterday, and so we appreciated all of the comments, actually, some constructive criticisms. I know some reserved comments, I think, particularly by Mr. Macri, which we're certainly willing to entertain. With that, and especially remember your parting words to us, Margarita, which there's no reason for me to say anything. I'm not going to say anything more. So we'll let Rudy take over.
Thanks very much, John. Okay, good evening, everybody. Yeah, so when we last met, I think what we heard was we thought there was a lot of positive comment. There were 1 or 2 neighbors in the area who spoke for it and one that spoke against it. We are still at 48 units. Pat, if you don't mind, can you open up the presentation set that I sent? Or John, I think may have sent from me. I was hoping to have a full colored rendering tonight, and I'm disappointed to say that my renderer, I have not heard from him. He said he'd have it to me this afternoon, and I hope nothing's wrong, but we have a schematic, a 3D rendering in here that's not a colored rendering, but we should have it tomorrow or whatever. We can forward that on, but I do want to present, what we've changed in the last go around. So, Pat, I think you have a set that once you find it, we'll keep going. Well, while we're waiting, I think a lot of the people were talking about streetscape, realizing that it's a single family and 2-family neighborhood, R6, throughout that whole area, and nice small residential street. I think even the comments yesterday at the briefing session talked about still streetscape and being cognizant of that. And if we can, yeah, just start with this one here, Pat, thanks very much. So I think the last time we talked about, we had a parking level on the lower level, which is the commuter parking lot. Okay, and I'll talk about that in a few more minutes. But just from this first sketch, we brought there, if you remember, we had an upper parking lot as well. And what we did was on both of the Strickland corners, I'll call it, we brought that building down to a 2-story building above what's the parking level below. On the right-hand side, you'll see the driveway that lends itself to get into the basement or the lower level parking. And then we basically have, on this side, we have a three unit facade that will be on the side that you first come from if you're coming from the marina. We've added now some porches, albeit these porches will be back sides. They're not the main entrances, but that's the way the building works, is that we actually are, a quarter down the middle of the plan, and we have fronts and backs to the units. So let's go to the, if we can go to the next drawing, which is a little bit of an aerial. And as I say, I have the colored rendering coming, which will be a little bit more informative. But if you go to the next one, or we can stay on that one right there, Pat, right now, and we'll go backwards. So that's the site aerial again that we had from before, and we have there are actually 2 buildings, but we're calling it 4 units. 1 and 4 are along Strickland, and that elevation I was just showing you on the cover sheet was of elevation, the building number 4 on the corner. You'll see from this building, we've moved the building back off of Strickland another 8 to 10 feet. And that way, when I get a little further down the presentation, I think I've addressed Mr. McBride's comment about sightline view and stepping back the facade from the streetscape. So we'll look at that in a little bit. 2 and 3 are still in the same location where they were before. Still the entrance coming in opposite the street, coming from the underpass from the South Sound Shore Drive buildings over there. What we have added on this one is there was a comment before about parking. So we've added another parking area above the number 3. That would be a 2-story parking level, one on the lower level and one on the upper level. And that was to offer more parking for 1.5 spaces for each of the 48 units. So we have 123 parking spaces now on the lower level, plus 5 ADA. And I also want to note that, yes, there are probably a few more spaces in the commuter lot now, but they're not Town of Greenwich standards. They don't meet necessarily the widths, the lengths, the aisles, and so on. So all the ones we've done now meet all the requirements of DPW and the parking agency that wants them to be there. So, and that's including putting in columns and so on to support this project. Pat, can we just go back go up one sheet back towards 2 and 3? Go up one more. So again, so from that viewpoint there where we showed it from the aerial above, this one is a bird's eye view that the 2 buildings in the forefront, the one on the right is number 4, the one on the left is number 3. Those are basically what you're seeing in the rendering below. And again, as I say, these are very SketchUp now, but they will be fully rendered photoreal when I get it from the renderer. So again, on that photo on the bottom, the rendering on the bottom, you'll see the drive-through entrance on the bottom right, and then the property slopes around. And when you come around the corner, you're actually perfectly on grade along Strickland. And then you hit the entrance. Then the back building, the other building that contains the other 24 units, because there's 24 in the buildings 1 and 3, that is on a set of stilts that would provide the other 24. It provides the majority of the parking for the units on that floor. And actually the back of that leftmost building, which is number 1, that actually those units there actually walk out to grade in the back. So there is a series of patios and porches that we've tried to introduce into as many of the units as we can to give it a little bit more scale. If you go down to the next drawing, one more down again now to 8. Yeah. Again, these are just the 2 straight on views. There's again the one with the garage. And it's a series of gables and pitched roofs that we would break up the facade so they would have varying architecture. And there's still other, again, it's a pre-app. There still will be, we're using clapboard and shingle, probably some paneling, some shutters, different mutton patterns and so on, and different colors. And it all needs a little bit of study to do to come up with that, which we would come in when hopefully we got to go to in front of for a site plan review. The lowermost one is taking a corner as if you're coming from the southbound train station view and you drive down to the intersection. That is the side of building 3. There we happen to show a building facade of brick to break it up a little bit to give it some homage to a different feel, not everything being wood siding, but the undercarriage of the building on Strickland around the corner there, we would put in a brick. We were proposing a brick facade there. You can see on the leftmost portion of the bottom rendering, just off before it ends the page, you can see a porch, 2-story porch there, one for grade and one that would be above. We can't do it everywhere because if you now go to drawing 2.0, Pat, go down 2 more. Keep going. Okay, so this is, let's come up 1 more. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Either one. This is the lower level parking. Again, the buildings are noted at 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the commuter lot, 123 spaces with 5 handicap. These only are there. You drive in at the easterly side there of the building, coming into Strickland, and you park totally around the space. We will have window wells on building 1 and 4 to bring daylight into the parking garage, and then also there's in the middle of the building there, you'll see these 3 dashed lines that they're intimating a skylight and planter system above on the floor above to bring daylight into the lower level parking. Along the south side of that street there, the stairs, there will be 2 sets of stairs and elevator lift that'll take people from that. You're going up about 9-10 feet from below grade to get up to the grade, and then you can walk to the parking lot, and you'll see we have all the 5 ADA parking spaces near the lift, which is at the bottom where the bottom of building 2. If you go to the next one, which is A 2.1, again, this Matt Pop has done a landscape plan, which I don't know if I sent it earlier, but I'm not sure it was ever shown to anybody, but we're still showing that there's still a lot of green area on the property. We have an open air plaza in the middle that will have trees and the skylights going down to the lower level. But as you'll note on building 1 and 4, those units there are on grade. And each of those 10 units have patios or porches on grade. So that there's some that face Strickland and some that'll face, I'm calling it the open air plaza. Buildings 2 and 3 are up a level. Up in the top left is a typical floor plan, 2-bedroom, 2-bath space, about 1,300 square feet each for each of the units. If we can go to the next one, 2.2. Again, now we're up 1 more level. So the building 1 and 4, that's the second floor of the 12 units. So there you have 12 units there. And then you also have in building 3 and 2 and 3, that's their first floor level. Okay, so total we have 24. I think it actually worked out that we have 10 in 1 and 14 in the other one times 2. 2.3, next one is, now you'll see that 1 and 4, you've already hit their roofs, and 2 and 3 are now on their second floor of living space. 2.4 is the roof plan for both from above. I think as we said last time, we're not having any occupied terraces up on the roofs of these buildings. If you can go to 1 more, Pat, 1 more sheet there. Yep. Okay. That's the roof plan. All right. And then if you go to the next one, now we're just a series of elevations. So the bottom one is basically a streetscape as if I'm standing in the small commuter lot that's closest to and my back is to the train station. You'll see that that's the 2-story element on grade along Strickland. And again, a series of different facades on buildings. And, as we develop this through through further drawings, we would, you know, tweak all those, but you can begin to see where we're introducing residential scale materials. And it's all not the same. It'll be shingle, some will be clapboard, some will be clapboard below with shingle above, and various types of windows and details. The one above is for, I think I've shown it 2 or 3 times already. That's the one that's on, I'll call it on the easterly side of Strickland, going towards the Bush Holly house, with the car coming in and out of the garage at that level, which is where the garage entrance is now. Okay, next one is 4.1. Okay, so you end up with, this is more a plan through the entire site. Maybe you could just zoom out a little bit, Pat. Apologize. I wish I could share my screen, but they haven't taught me that yet. So the top view is showing a 2-story portion that would be on the if I was walking on the hill going towards the turnpike, those units there are on grade, at least the 2nd floor. The one in the middle is a shot that is in the middle of the open air plaza, looking back, so you'll see the 2 levels of the building with the stilts, brick stilts, where the cars are parking underneath. Down below is just a rough section. Again, if we could, on the bottom right of that section, where there's a car up down the bottom. So last time, Mr. McBride, I thought, brought up a good point, that the streetscape, at that time, don't forget, we were 1 story taller at that time, because we've now dropped that whole building 1 and 3. Those units now are basically on grade. So not only is the building a story lower at that point on the streetscape, it's also set back another 8 feet, of which we would then maybe even 8 or 10 feet back. That would be a landscaped green area. You'd have the car, you have a curb, you have a snow shelf, you have the town sidewalk, and then there's our green area that would have trees along there. A little hard to read on some of the elevations, but when you see the rendering, you'll see that there, and Matt has already told me some of the trees that he has selected for there. If you go to the next one, which is 4. Is there one more, or is that the last one? Hold on. I think that may be the last one. Yeah, and so I think we've addressed a series of concerns. I think these are still all 2-bedroom units, 48 of them. They'll all be affordable in perpetuity. We have not added any amenity spaces to this project. I think there was still something brought up yesterday at the briefing, or at least certainly at the last meeting, about having some amenity in the building, but we don't have that at this time. Maybe Mr. Romeo may be on the call, and maybe he would like to respond as well, but I'm available for any questions.
I've got a couple of questions. Madam Chair, can I begin?
Actually, if you don't mind, Peter Levy had his hand up already, and then you can
I
go.
didn't put my hand up, so please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I assume that the rendering that showed the green space is just schematic, and because it looked like there was some green space that you put underneath the buildings. So
yes, that was a little poetic license, because we needed an aerial to show where it is. Now you can see it better.
yeah. So you say that there's going to be a 2-story garage behind building 3, 1 story of which is on grade with the parking in 2 and 3. And so there's going to be some kind of roof above that, or is it going to be open?
No, if you want me to respond as you ask a question, above building 3, that level of parking there is open to the sky above. It's in line with it's 10 feet above the Strickland Road. It's level with when you drive in from the train station side there. You come in, that's all on one level, and there's nothing above it.
Yeah, so there's no roof above it. Okay.
No roof above it. And we did that because there was some comment about how many spaces do we need? And was it 1 per unit? And we thought that there was a call to try to get 1.5, which is what we have, 77 for 48 units. And then it also gave us an additional 25 spaces for the lower level parking lot. So that's probably the biggest site plan change since we last talked, and it's out there for discussion. The remaining 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings and location, other than I pulled it further away from the street to help the scale and more landscaping and so on. That's why that back parking lot was there for 2 stories.
Are the apartment plans for 2 and 3 identical to 1 and 4?
Yes.
Okay.
All 48 right now are all the same. 48 2 bedrooms, identical.
Okay.
They also could be modular. So it could be stick frame or modular.
And it looks like the facade of 2 on facing the station has a kind of, well, it's 1 story higher, but it looks like the roof line is actually higher.
That one there is tucked, if you look on that plan right there, that portico and brick is supporting the stair tower from the upper floor. So there are no windows at that end. I mean, we have windows up high in the brick, but the bottom is picking up the bottom is picking up space within the building for stairways and the lobby on the first floor. So that lobby that's shown there, that's actually the lobby to get down to the parking lot level. Okay. And the only thing on that side right there on grade level is the exit for the apartments to exit to grade. And above it, we haven't detailed it out in great detail, but that's more space. That's when it's hidden behind the 2-story brick facade.
Yeah. So, and that's, I'm trying to understand it a little bit. But so, 2, there's 2. Anyway, you have a kind of an amenity area with that little like muse between
yes
1 and 3. So
I called that, and it's really a building amenity, Mr. Levy. That was basically if the building themselves wanted to have a room within the building for common use. Okay, it wasn't really for out, but it's for amenities within the building. So I probably didn't say that properly. It is an amenity of the building. I was thinking more someone had mentioned about maybe a coffee shop or something like that, but it could be there. You could use it as a multi-purpose room. It could be used as a little gym or rec room. So there's 2 of those, and I think it's about, I would say they're probably 600 square feet apiece. So there is in-house meeting room or whatever we want that to be. But I think someone mentioned
when
retail.
we were talking of, we were thinking retail.
Right.
But
Yeah.
but Mr. Romeo expressed that the housing that the Greenwich Communities would not be interested in pursuing that. Okay, Mr. Lowe is next.
I was just going to say, you also have that the deck between the 2 buildings, which could be a green space.
Yeah, that is all green space. It has trees, landscaping. I think on my plan it showed it, and then there could be, bocce, cornhole, maybe some play area. It's it's a nice open area that again, there's a 2-story building on one side, then there's the 3-story building with parking. We would screen the parking off, which you can see in that elevation that you're looking at there. On the bottom, there'll be a screening there of some lattice or something to hide the cars, but we leave it open to let air flow through and don't make it look like a 3-story solid brick wall.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, the last time we met, we discussed a concern about the need for building 2 as it basically eradicates a large green area into the side of that hill. And I haven't heard anyone address that concern. And now it appears that the applicant is proposing eliminating an additional area behind building 3, I guess it is, which looks like just visually, I'm not good at the geometry here or the area calculation, but somewhere between a third and a half of that wooded vegetative triangle, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't for the life of me understand, given all of the efforts on the part of DOT and Eversource to reduce the vegetation all around the highway and near that train station, why this is going to be a positive benefit for anybody who lives in these units, and let alone the rest of the neighborhood. I don't see frankly, the need for this extra parking lot. It seems like a gratuitous destruction of that green area. And I appreciate the fact that the applicant heard a lot of concern about how close the structures, particularly 1 and 4, were to Strickland Road, and a desire to kind of move it off of the road a little bit. But to the extent that this is necessitating, the elimination of such a large green area, I question the validity of that argument.
Okay, so it just that was done, and I mentioned it a little earlier, that was done to accommodate 1.5 parking spaces. If the commission would be willing to have us allow 1 space, and don't forget that, I guess we could work this out so that somebody could use the underground parking after hours, even though that was not our original intent. If you went to 1, if we eliminate what's in the back that was added above building 3 and leave it back to what I had originally, you'll have less parking.
Rudy, doesn't that also affect, you have 2 levels there. That also affects the amount of
the commuter lot
spaces.
Yep, a commuter lot. So we would end up with, let's see, 20 or 25, we'd end up with 52 parking spaces for 48 units. And on the lower level, we would have just about 100 parking spaces underneath the building, and you would eliminate all that piece there, and it would still, building 2, we need building 2 for the numbers of to make this Greenwich community work. Their math has worked out. They need 48 units to provide this amenity, the affordable units. And there is a lot more green area there, as you can see. We're all well within our property line. You can see a very faint red line. That's the property line, diagonally running parallel to the word Connecticut Turnpike.
Right. This is not private property. This is the town's property. And it's the elimination of green space on the town property affecting the neighborhood here and the residents. And I don't even hear anybody paying lip service to any concern about that destruction of the green area.
Well, in actuality, the project itself, based upon we're R6 there right now, and this project, we're under the R6 regulations in terms of green area, would meet the green area requirement in the R6 zone. And
Mr. Tessie, with all due respect, R6 or not, this is an existing green area, and you all are proposing to eradicate a major portion of it. Period.
We're proposing an application. Well, look, we understand that. This is an affordable housing project that the town, I believe, warrants. You don't want bulk. It was asked of us to lower the profile along the street. That caused, of course, the elimination of units in buildings 1 and 4. And we have to make it in Greenwich Communities has to make them up somewhere. So it's a balance. If the commission thinks this project doesn't can't exist on the site because certain commission members want see a lower profile and others wish to preserve as much green area as possible, we respect that, but it may not be a project. What are we going to say? We're giving you alternatives here for a 48-unit project that Sam and Tony believe is a critical number to be able to make this project happen with the giving, if you will, by the town of Greenwich itself of the property in the form of a long-term lease. Mm-hmm. So we all know the parameters here, and I'm not here to debate preservation of green area because I believe in it. But then again, we all believe in affordable housing, and We want to try to respect the regulations as much as we can here. And just pointed out to you that insofar as the green area requirements for the R6 zone, they happen to still be met. So,
But am I not correct?
Excuse me,
Just-
I'd like to respond to that, if you don't
Sure.
mind.
Okay.
Our charge as a commission, our mission is not to get into the finances of this. But the POCD is pretty clear about some of its priorities. And without getting into what's, quote, viable or not viable, this represents essentially eliminating what little green space is left in this area. That's the nature of my concern.
and I said, I
I'm not
appreciate it.
sure, and I'm not sure, Mr. Tessie, that we couldn't make more of an effort here to reduce that reduction in green space.
So if you don't mind, just a question to clarify, and I think it's to Mr. Rydberg. If you were to add a story, because Mr. Tessie said half the commission wants less height, the other half wants more green space.
Said both,
If you were to, if you were to add a story, it changes the construction of your building, correct? And adds to your costs, correct?
Well,
Because you
certainly
now,
does, yes. You're
It-
adding a story from where, or trying
No,
to take one
I'm
story
just-
away?
yeah, if you were to take away building 2 and you were to add stories, you were to add those units to buildings 1, 3, and 4, you now have a different type of construction, correct or not?
No, they're all, well, yeah.
Well,
yes,
you would
it
have to
does.
have an elevator.
You would still have the elevators, the stairs and everything else, but it does add cost. You're moving from one building to another. The problem we have is.
But you don't have a total higher cost. You just have, you're shifting your cost.
We're still gonna do the design of all these buildings that are being done along Fairfield County I-95, which is basically a concrete podium and then wood framing above. And the building code allows you to go up, I
Okay.
think 4 or 5 stories in wood frame. It does complicate it the more you put in. We have to
Okay.
put more structure. However, what we're saying is by eliminating 2, where are we getting the parking? If we eliminate the one unit in the 25 spaces that we added in this scheme as an option, we could eliminate that right now and keep all that green area. But does one parking space or one little of 52 for 48 units work?
I got it. Okay,
No.
so folks, Greenwich Communities is making a huge effort, as I see it right now, to hear our input and work with the community. And what they're saying is we, rather than be sharp about what we're not seeing, should say what trade-offs, this is a pre-app, what trade-offs we're willing to make as representatives of our neighbors and other residents, and what trade-offs make sense for the community. Do you want to reduce the available parking? Do you want more height? Or do you want to save the green space? And that's really the question that Mr. Tessie was saying. If you subtract some of, and I think, let's not let the heat rise on the Zoom, okay? Because I think everybody here is trying to do the right thing for the town.
Right.
And we're trying to find what is the right balance. We're going to hear more from the neighbors and what's the right balance. And what do you guys think is the right balance for the town? More height and less parking? Or don't shake your head, Mr. Romeo. Their job
I'm
is
not
to,
doing more height.
okay, well, but Mr. Rydberg just said it's not going to be.
I don't care what Mr. Rydberg said.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
And why did you hire him if you weren't going to listen to him?
I believe
Mr.
that we propose,
Romeo,
we have a nice
You do.
design here going in
you
with.
do. Now, don't,
and-
yeah.
And we're trying to blend it in with the neighborhood.
I'm
And
going
I
to take
think
the
it
word
blends
no
in-
out of your vocabulary too, because I'm having the same problem with my commission. I get you. Let them think it through. Don't say no right up front. Let everybody think it through.
You know, I'm getting a little tired of the nitpicking now. You know,
They're
we're
not
getting down to the
nitpicking.
minute.
they're not nitpicking. We call it rabbit holing. Okay, and they get lectures all the time on not rabbit holing, but they're not meaning to rabbit hole. They're saying what's right. Would they be fighting to protect green space for the town, or are they better off with a lower profile design that they have now? Understanding, folks, that it is essential that if we're going to do a project like this one, that we do try to get as many units as we can, because that's what the state is asking us to do. So we're trying to do that, and we know that we have a need, and we've articulated.
Just for your information, the governor is very interested in this project. I've had
Good.
conversation with his
You
office.
always tell us that, but we can't be mindful of politics. We're not elected. Okay, we're not elected. And I know the governor's excited about the stuff we're trying to do, and that's good. I know that. But these folks here got to get their minds around it, and you just got to be a little patient here. Now, I'm going to let Mr. McRae talk, and we're going to keep the temperature cool, and we won't make Sam feel like we're nitpicking. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
Mr. LaRoe, could you go back to the aerial overlay slide? Mr. Rydberg, appreciate the fact that actually you lowered the 1 and 4, and see how 1 and 4, as it gets lowered, eliminates the parking underneath, but it now pushes it back into the building. The one thing I think that we talked about but was not addressed, Mr. LaRoe, if you can zoom into the beige rectangle, that house next door.
That's a Greenwich Communities property.
That's great. I think that was one of the things that we had talked about. You did lower the building, but I think it was actually a lot about the setback off the street. You can see actually the proposed building in black, the beige roof line of the existing house, and how far it is off the curb of the street. I think that's one thing that Mr. Lowe was alluding to, the fact that actually you're sitting here right on the street, but not taking advantage of the space of the lot itself. Even though it's lower, even though you've moved the parking around, it's still looming on the street because it's so close to the street. Even building number 2, it's taller, but it's still close to the street. I think one of those things is actually taking a look at what's the available parking, and you've moved the parking around on the playing board here. Maybe it's a time to actually really evaluate the parking and see what you could do about actually really getting this thing off the street and down. The open air plaza, I foresee right now a real big mistake with that. You have 3 planters with tree. We have run experience recently with mature trees on top of a garage that in 30 years, when they mature, the garage can't support it anymore. So then we get back to where we started.
Yeah.
It's nice to have an interior open air plaza. We think that, please, because it's an open air plaza with landscaping that's proposed. You really need to do something to make sure that that parking garage is constructed in a way to really support that.
So in other words,
I appreciate the fact
Nick is referring back to the Pickwick Plaza experience, Mr. Rydberg. And they planted large trees, and they didn't have the support columns underneath where they put the trees. So that, I would think that you could figure that out. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
I would hope so.
The more residential scale and feel of building 1 and 4 is appreciated. I would hope it doesn't get too busy with lots of different materials. As you go down the street, you have various houses of various materials, but they're separated. If there's a little bit more consistency with that, it might work better with the elevation and how it's presented on the street, which is a big concern of this commission. And I think actually understanding you have a very irregularly shaped lot. 2 buildings actually work with the irregular shape, but 2 buildings do not. It might be a good idea to actually say, well, I've got this funny shape. Maybe the orientation of the buildings should be maybe more indicative of this funny shape, so it takes advantage of what you have, as opposed to kind of forcing it into the funny shape. Building number 2, again, in your sections as you provided for us, building number 2 really looms over 1 and 4 now, and looms over more the street itself. I think actually taking a look at that, because at that point, that's the thing you see when you come off this train station, come down the street, come around anywhere in that corner. So also below grade, if you can go to Mr. Rowe. Gotta find the right drawing here. It's the lower level parking garage plan.
2.8, 2.0. Come down right there.
Yes, that's it. Okay, so this is the parking garage for the lower level parking garage that's providing the parking for the train station.
Correct.
Okay. From experience, we always look at parking garages. And then people have a hard time of actually parking in a parking garage. Where you have the 2 and 9 spaces in the extension into the thing, they're very, very buried in the back. I would suspect nobody would ever want to park there. And I think that gets back to what we were talking about. Do we actually need all of this parking underneath the building? Or can the parking that's above be shared? I, for one, actually, when I go in there, I would have a hard time of like, oh, say if I park in here, how do I get out of here to go up to the street to get to the train station? That would be a big concern. We just talked about the same condition on another site plan where the parking for a destination was so far away from the destination, it made no sense whatsoever. That's something you should consider on this.
So on the parking, one of the things we talked about yesterday is that the Greenwich Communities has to have the Board of Selectmen make the decision about what they're willing to do with the train station parking. They are assuming that they have to retain all of it. And unless the Board of Selectmen, and I think maybe the RTM, I don't know who makes the decision on how much parking is provided for the train, Greenwich Communities has to make the assumption that they have to keep all of the existing train station parking unless the first selectman releases it from them. Then somebody pointed out yesterday that this is not, except for that it's near the train, but it's not near the bus, and that there's no supermarket nearby. So anybody living here, and they're 2-bedroom apartments. So we can safely assume that people are going to have a car. And since there's not bus access, we may be better off, better service for these people having cars to give them more parking. I'm just saying that's a consideration. But Greenwich Communities doesn't have the flexibility at this point in time to reduce the parking for the train station itself. Is how I read it. Mr. Romeo, feel free to correct me, but I believe that you've probably talked to Ben Branyan, and he's probably told you that they want to retain the parking. I mean, we could ask them, and we'll happy to ask them for you, but I don't know if they're willing to give up any of the parking.
I wouldn't if I were them.
Well, we know that ridership hasn't bounced back completely, so it could be, but given the fact that they're paid to run a town, they'd probably want to play it safe. So you wouldn't give it up. They probably wouldn't give it up. So Sam is making that assumption.
They have another issue, don't they, Marina? Because the permits, there's a waiting list for permits there.
Well, but we talked about this yesterday, Mr. Tessie.
So, yeah.
The issue with the permits is I know people who who are just getting permits now, and they waited. Yes, they wait and they use it exactly 1 day a month.
Yeah, I know that's a problem.
So
That's
they're
the
not
point, they have to-
using, but everybody has a permit, but it still doesn't give you more than 60% utilization at best of your lot, because they're actually not going into the city every day of the week anymore.
The town
But
also they oversell permits, just knowing that they're going to oversell.
Yeah, so
Because
assuming that,
everybody doesn't use it.
assuming that. So my sense is that Sam is I haven't asked you, Mr. Romeo, but I'm assuming you've had those conversations and you believe that they're going to want to retain the parking. We can ask we can ask them. So then one parking space for a 2-bedroom unit seems very conservative, very low number, given the fact that you're not near the bus line. Because it's a half a mile to the bus, up to the top of Strickland. So on the post road. So those are just things to think about. I'm not telling you, I'm not dissuade. I'm just saying, think about those things. Okay, Nick, go ahead if you weren't
I'm
finished.
thinking
So
about
that's-
Zoom, Margarita.
So that's the
a lot of
discussion about
difference.
parking and or building.
Right.
Now we're dancing on the razor blade because we have to keep parking to satisfy the town.
That's correct.
And we have to keep units to satisfy the development.
That's
So
correct.
the
And
latitude,
that's
the
what we
latitude in
do.
between those two is nil. We
Well,
have
that's
a
what we're
imposing,
trying to
we have
get to.
imposing, we have imposing structure on top of parking that we need. So there's really no compromise there. We need the parking on one side and units on another. So
Well, that's
how do
where,
you,
that's where they've,
there is no compromise there. It's either one or
So-
the other.
But
so
that's what I
Mr.
was
Hold
trying
on.
to say earlier to Mr. Lowe. I respected his opinion, but I was just saying, this is what we're faced with here. And decisions have to be made. I don't know how much compromising could take place here and still have a viable project. And so.
And if I could, Mr. Tessie, because you
Go ahead,
interrupted me.
I'm done.
Yeah, well, thanks, but you talked right over me.
Oh, I didn't know
so-
that.
Yes, you did.
Apologize.
Okay, so the thing is, rather than take this negatively and say, well, we've got no room for compromise, in the case of Greenwich Communities, how do we help a good decision get made? They have to have enough units to be able to get the borrowing, to be able to get the support. There's funding available from the DOH. I've talked to the DOH myself. I know that the commissioner has funding. So how do we get a development that can be financed, has the economies of scale, is consistent with a neighborhood, meets the town's requirements for parking? This is not an easy formula. How do we help them rather than criticize them for not giving us a more perfect world? Mr. Yeski.
I don't want to go where I was going to go, but to answer your direct question, if I had to choose, I think I would eliminate parking. Was that the question you were asking?
No, I mean, that's a conversation that's up to the first selectman's office.
No, I mean, the open air parking lot behind building 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Huge green space. That's where he gets a point and 1.5 instead of 1, right?
Right.
And as a compromise, I'll just begin the compromise. I think that's what you're looking for. Eliminate that space, keep the green space. I mean, next would be what they would compromise on the height. I'd be curious to see on building 4 where the height of that is vis-a-vis the surrounding properties, particularly the properties across Strickland, which are a bunch of condos. And I think they set up on the hill there, so to speak. So maybe one of those could be added to. I'm not sure it'd be enough to get rid of building 2, though. That building 2 is big.
If you don't have enough parking at this location, you're going to have people parking all over the neighborhood.
Well, you asked for a compromise. You didn't.
Well, there's nowhere to park. If I just may interject, Mr. Yeski, the problem with getting rid, as we spoke earlier, getting rid of that added parking area is that it's 2 levels, and the lower level is needed to satisfy the needs of the commuters with the permits. So if the town reduces, if the selectmen reduces the number of parking spaces that they require Greenwich Communities to maintain, then that's possible. You know, if you can eliminate the need on the bottom, then you can talk about the need on the top being eliminated also. That relates to the units, although 1 per unit is kind of low.
I think 1 per unit for 2-bedroom units is low.
Yeah.
We agree.
Okay, but do you want to just keep going around in circles on this or what?
No, I know, I hear you.
Where,
All right.
where,
Okay.
and you
All
want
right.
that project,
Let's,
right?
let's go, yes, let's go to Mr. Wells. Mr. Yeski, do you want to add anything else?
Well, what would be a suggestion? I'm just putting one up. What's the next suggestion?
Make
Well,
it smaller,
okay.
make the whole thing smaller.
You
Or-
can't. We've heard they're making it a small, plus our objective is to reach the
Yeah, but
10%.
I can't get into the discussion of finances. All I can say is what I see in front of me is a plan.
Not
If it's not
finances.
working and we can't get the balance or a compromise, maybe the balance and the compromise is that we have less parking and we have less building. Or maybe, and I dare say this, getting back to the beginning of the first idea, maybe this wasn't a good idea in the first place because of that compromise can't be made between the units that are required and the parking that needs to be required. There's no wiggle room there. It's got to be what it is. Maybe it doesn't, the whole thing doesn't work.
Now that people have
Mr.
jumped
Wells,
ahead of me.
Mr. Wells,
you-
would you please go ahead? I'm very sorry that
No,
you
it's-
keep, go ahead.
That's all right. That's all right. So anyway, my 2 cents are big improvement over the previous plan.
Mhm.
This project should not be doomed because of the parking issue. It's a great project in a good location, makes a lot of sense. Where I'm agreeing with Mr. Yeski and some of the other ones are, let's really push hard on the parking issue. Let's not give up. And I just want to make the point, okay, one parking per unit, I get that. But look, below the building, the parking's going to be empty for 12 hours or more, out of the day. So
Yes.
maybe give evening parking. So it's not like we're sort of assuming there's no parking below and there's just, one space per unit. There's not. There, you've got it below as well. So there is some flexibility, and you have to push. If you say to the first selectman, I mean, the choice is going to be green space versus parking. I'm going to lean more towards green space. And my final point is, a lot of big cities have gotten rid of parking requirements entirely. Los Angeles has. Austin has. This is a growing trend because basically, when you have parking requirements, it means you have less housing. So
Yeah,
let's just not be totally, worshiping parking.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that you don't have any retail anywhere nearby this development. So anything that you want to do, you need a car for.
I
Unless
have
you
my
wanna-
groceries delivered to my house.
Wait a minute,
Yes.
wait a minute. You need a car to go shopping? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? We have a thing called delivery services. There's thousands of them.
Hold on, there's, wait. There's a premium for all of that.
Sure there is.
Okay, there's a
Amazon.
premium. It all costs extra to get things delivered. And people have to get to work. Yes, they could take the train, but that's some of the locations. There is a premium. Costco charges 10% more for the items it sells online when you do Instacart. And then you have to often, tip the person. You are asking people in an affordable housing development to pay to have their food delivered. It's
Again,
just not something that people in lower income groups do. I do get the point that for 12 hours a day, you are basically going to have that parking lot empty, and you really have a lot more parking than you realize, so that we could reduce the residential parking. That does make sense. So it's a shot. Is that what you guys are going? Is that what you would like, the guidance you would like to give the applicant?
I would, but it's just me.
Okay,
what-
I believe Nick would as well. Mr. Yeski would.
I think it's understanding the available space for the parking And because that lower level parking garage is so big, maybe a lot of the parking that's actually underneath the buildings, the stilted areas, could be eliminated and put down below as well. I think that would actually go to benefit a lot, and actually even remove that back space that Mr. Lowe was talking about. Lower the buildings, but put it all underground. And like you said, it's going to be vacant a good portion of the day.
It's vacant. A lot of it's vacant during the day right now. I mean, we all drive by it.
Well, but we're talking about it being vacant at night when people come home. We
Yeah.
really don't know where the post-pandemic thing's going to shake out. We said that yesterday. All
Yeah.
right, Mr. Levy, you've had your hand up for a while.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's A 4.1 drawing. This section has the elevation in the north side of building 3, which is about 50 feet above the grade. There's very little, I mean, I don't mean this as I don't want to be taken the wrong way, but on the north side of this building, nothing's going to grow too well. And to have a little parking back there is not such a bad idea. If you're trying to reduce the amount of parking, maybe you just reduce the parking, the basement level, and keep this parking on the ground level.
We're trying to keep some green space.
Well, this green space, I mean, the qualities of green space. This is a no man's land on a slope. It's all. There's nothing special about this foliage. It's all.
It's green, and it's currently green. There's a bunch of trees there.
Right, but the growth there is scrub and nothing in particular. And it's on the north, going to be on the, much of this is now going to be sheltered by a 50-story, 50-foot structure, which is going to rapidly reduce the quality of that green space. I'm just bringing that up as something another way of looking at this. I'm kind of neutral about what to do about the parking, but you're not creating a park back here. This is, you'd have to do an awful lot of work to make this park-like and scenic. There is nothing particularly scenic about except for the fact that it's open space. I would call it open space, and green space it's a very low quality kind of, it's not very much to look at.
I think, yeah, I know you feel that way, but the frustration in the neighborhood is the loss of green space on the loss of trees on I-95, and both from the clear cutting.
Yeah,
So,
but I understand that, but there is still, the property doesn't go all the way to the tracks. There's still a good amount of, I don't know, is it 10-foot setback or something, which
no,
is.
you're not anywhere near the tracks. You're on the other, across the street from the tracks.
He meant the throughway. It's a throughway, Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
That's there.
You're still across the street.
Yeah, well, the throughway is, you're
Still across the street. And the problem is it's gotten enormously loud down there because because DPW clear cut to work on the old Greenwich Force Main, and then DOT has been taking down the trees along 95, along all of I-95 in Connecticut. So
Yeah.
between the two, it has gone bald in the last 8 years, and the noise in the whole neighborhood is much higher. It's a huge issue in the neighborhood. So that's why.
I understand, but we're trying to come up with something.
Right. What we're trying to come up with is keeping the green, is finding a way to keep the green.
Well,
Even though you don't think it's high quality, it's more planted than bare. And so the question is, should you keep it? That's what they're trying to do.
Is you take out one row above or something and keep the rest open. So you take out a row of cars on the
Okay.
level kind of thing. But I just I think that a lot of things are going in the right direction here.
Yeah,
Just,
I do too.
I think that the a 3-story building along the street, it would be great if it had a better setback, more of a setback than the 2.
Hard for, yeah.
You know, so there's still tweaking that could be done here in order to make it fit into the neighborhood even more so. But the project is, I think, is a decent location for such a thing like this, and I do agree that you do need more cars than less.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna let Mr. Romeo talk. He can't say negative
Yeah,
things
just two
either.
things. Could you upgrade Mr. Johnson in as a panelist?
Okie dokie.
He's been trying to get in.
Oh, well, he doesn't, oh, no, he doesn't have his hand up. Jennifer Jones.
Yeah, but he
and
can't, he's trying to click, but he's not,
his hand
he
isn't up.
can't put his hand up.
Is it Anthony's iPad?
What's that, Johnson, Mr. Johnson?
It doesn't, I'm not seeing him. I've looked for him several times already. Patrick, can you find him?
Maybe it is Anthony's iPad.
All right, well, if we all let a stranger in, you guys, it'll all be your fault.
Then let him out.
But he doesn't have his hand up.
He can't, because he's not put in as a panelist.
No, non-panelists raise their hands, Mr. Romeo. That's who has their hands raised. I have a lot of people. Okay. So
Anthony's pad. There you go.
It's me.
oh, there you go. Okay, now Mr.
I'm strange though, by the way.
Yeah, that was strange because you should be able to raise your hand and you weren't. Okay. Now that he's in, that's all you wanted to say. How would you guys?
Yeah, I'd like to say one more thing. Well,
okay.
Well, you know, if you want, we can push the building back, but we have to take more green.
Right, we got it.
So that's all.
You lose green when you push the building back.
The green's in front instead of in the back.
All right. Okay, I'm going to turn to public comment. And
Tony, did you want to say something?
Oh, yeah, now that we got you in, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think, there's some positive comments, and I think there's some things that we could do, continually to make this work. However, we have a financial obligation. We're doing this on behalf of the town. I've heard some comments that maybe this isn't a good idea. Then vote it down. If you don't think it's a good idea, don't do it. Tell the state you don't want affordable housing and you don't want to make it happen.
No.
We're
Okay,
happy with that.
no.
We're trying
Okay,
We're not
Mr.
voting
Johnson.
here, everybody. We're not voting, everybody. This is a discussion item.
Okay,
So that you
wait,
get information.
Patrick, stop. Mr. Johnson, let's not go with that kind of behavior. I've been telling everybody to just keep it calm. Go ahead and vote it down. And then if you don't want affordable housing, you can go screw yourselves kind of thing. Please, let's not do that. Okay. You have support on the commission. This is not a voting meeting. This is a pre-application. Okay. And I'm sorry. I'm going to turn to public comment now. And we are trying to work with you guys. And we are very grateful that you have revised the plans. And I'm going to turn to the public for comment. And the first person who's going to speak is Shubha. Followed by Sean Meyer. And anybody else who wishes to speak on this application, kindly raise your virtual hands. Yes, Mr. Leroux.
Would you like a timer on this? I'm sorry, just.
Yes, Shubha, if you could keep this, please.
I
to
will
2
keep
minutes.
it very brief. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Shubha Fensalkar, and I live on Butler Street, so I'm very familiar with the neighborhood, and I want to bring 3 points to the committee's attention. One is, have you noticed that there is an S-shaped road right across from where this proposed development is going to take place? It's very narrow, and during rush hour, there's a lot of traffic. But we are a community which uses the Coscob Park a lot, you know, at the waterfront. So people walk with their children, with buggies, you know, babies and strollers. So the idea that we're going to have a 48 apartment unit with 90 cars, you know, 2 per apartment, increases a lot of traffic and congestion. That's one thing I want the committee to really please. And your point is right. There is no grocery store. If this is a lower income housing project, people are not going to pay to have fresh direct deliver groceries. That's not realistic. There's no proximity to public transport apart from the train or any sort of shopping, banking, post office, anything within walking distance of this proposed community. The second thing is that, you know, the Coscob Park playing field is used a lot, 9 months out of the year. All sorts of children's sports go on there, high school sports. There's no parking there, so all of the commuter parking is used for the parents of the children who use those fields. I want this committee to take a walk and familiarize themselves with this actual neighborhood, how it operates. Parking is necessary, and that parking lot is used a lot by people.
Okay, you're out of time. Just so you know, 3 of us live in the neighborhood,
Good.
so we're very
Okay.
familiar.
So
Thank
you
you.
know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Meyer is next, followed by Jennifer Jones.
Hi, thank you. This is Sean Meyer from Sachem Road, and before that I lived on Butler Street, so I know the neighborhood as well and a lot of the dog walkers in the neighborhood. And my comment is similar to Shubha's. I think this could be a big benefit and boon to the neighborhood if done correctly.
Great.
And the biggest concern I would have to that is management of the increased traffic. There's a lot of narrow roads that at rush hour times, which are also the times people are walking to school or walking their dogs, there are a lot of cars going, you know, very fast to and from the train and going to work. So, you know, to the extent we can take a sort of a systems thinking approach to this that goes beyond the discrete lot and thinks about the neighborhood. And for example, the portion of Strickland Road that you would need to walk to get to downtown Coscob that is on a sharp corner, is narrow and doesn't have a sidewalk. You know, it's not as walkable as it could be. And if we used this as an opportunity to make the neighborhood more walkable for everyone and safer for the kids to ride their bikes and safer for people to walk their dogs and, you know, everyone in the community to use the streets with the new neighbors, that would be a boon. And we should think about that. And I don't know about the fees playing on the systems thinking approach and thinking about parking lots. I don't know who owns which lots around the train station, but if there's budget to build a 2-story parking garage on the back of this development, could that be used to develop the parking lot across the street from this development to add the additional parking spots there, which is there are nice, you know, sycamore trees there, but it's also a space right up against the train embankment where you could add a you know, an extra story and maybe pick up all those parking spots and maintain the green space next to the highway. I worry about reflection of noise from this development, highway noise from this development. So keeping that green space would be important. And I'm over time, so I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Ms. Jones, if you would go ahead. And after that is Blake Delaney.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Jenny Jones. I live at 5 Butler. I'm a representative, I'm part of the RTM for District 2. And I'm I also sit on the BOE. So I would like to point out one of our the concerns that were brought up among some friends having a casual coffee conversation is the amount of flooding. I would like to ask the applicant to please evaluate how far below sea level all the parking will be for grade. That property floods with the super tide every single time. We have seen it flood 3 times this year, all the way up to all the way up through Butler Street, and it floods all the entire Laughlin area, Laughlin Park. So if any of the parking for the residents or for commuters is actually not even at grade, but below ground, if that's even coming near sea level, that parking will be flooded probably 2 to 3 times a year. And I would ask the applicant, and let me just say, from a personal standpoint, not an RTM standpoint, but from a personal standpoint, I am an advocate of this development. I'm an advocate of affordable housing, and I would like us to figure out how to, I want us to do this. I want to do this. I live in the neighborhood. I think it's a great idea. I think the challenge is, I would ask the applicant, is this the right way and place to do this, considering the flooding? Do we want to make that investment in this particular location because of the rising sea level and the increase in frequency for flooding we see in the neighborhood? It's a legitimate concern. I think that you guys should really take a look at how close to sea level that below is, how frequently that property will be flooded. That'll make a big difference to the economic impact of the people living there, of the residents. You know, I don't care about commuters. I'm a commuter. I commute 4 days a week, but for the residents, and I know that we don't want to raise that profile, but I personally would think that anything we can do to make this happen and make it safe for the inhabitants would be better. So I encourage the applicant to please look at those flood parameters. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for your service on the BOE and the RTM. Our next speaker is Blake Delaney, followed by Eileen.
Hello, Blake Delaney here. I live at 8 Laughlin. I too also RTM representative for District 2, and hello to my neighbors, Jenny, Sean, and Shupa. So Jenny has already taken a little wind out of my sails. I am concerned about the flooding aspect of the neighborhood, and more so the accessibility to the spot, to the site for, you know, health and services, fire trucks and such. We have 3 pinch points outside of those potential flooding areas on Indian Field and over on the 2 underneath Trussell's on either side of the station, that I think if a perfect storm happened, which is happening more frequently in the neighborhood, we have a limited accessibility for fire trucks and health and safety services. So I'm actually a little surprised that this site was even considered just for that fact itself. Given the hour, I'm going to yield my time back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes.
Delaney. Eileen is next, if you would unmute. Followed by James Walsh. Eileen, go ahead.
Hi, I actually live at 100 Strickland Road, right across the street from where this project is proposed. A couple of issues were brought up that I have major concerns about. One of the issues that was brought up was the narrow roadway in front and the 90-degree turn. I don't know if you know this, but there is right at that section right now, there is a telephone pole that was hit in the springtime and is being held up by another telephone pole. This area it's not safe road-wise. There is a lot of traffic, you know, back and forth, and it's not only necessarily during, you know, commuter hours. You also have, you know, accidents or issues with traffic that gets rerouted through here, and the congestion and I just don't think a building of this size is this. I don't think this area is conducive to fit that the structure. That's one of the things. Also, too, another thing that was brought up, Strickland Road gets flooded, as was brought up before, at least a couple of times during the year. My thing is, what about emergency vehicles getting to the location if anything happens and the road is closed due to flooding? Has that been any?
We'll get sign off from everybody regarding the flooding and the risk before we go forward. This isn't a formal application yet. It's just a discussion.
Okay, yeah, but in regards to the discussion, I think that that's something that should definitely be addressed, because if the road gets closed over here, And you also have, I guess, the other two access roads that would get here, emergency vehicles would have problems
Yes,
getting through
but-
due to the train station.
Yeah, but we'll get sign off. They'll review it. Once it's a formal application, the emergency services will all have to sign off.
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much.
you're welcome.
James Walsh is next.
Yes.
Dave, was
yeah.
that rambling?
And then followed by Susan Ferris. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, all, and thank you. So first of all, I think the changes from the presentation, this past fall are a major step in the right direction. However, just some thoughts and maybe issues. The proposal still only contains 2-bedroom units, right? And it seems that, we're just trying to pack as many units in here to appease the state, move our 830G denominator. And while that may be the letter of the law, is that really the spirit of the law, which is to provide housing where there's a need, right? And I think that current need is 3-bedroom units, if I'm not mistaken. So is there any way we can incorporate, more of the units that are in need into this development? Right. Also as it relates to parking, right, there seems to just be excess parking in the area. I agree it would be great to move that surface lot behind building 2 and 3. And can we restripe the other lots, right? Can we take those 20 odd spaces outside of the Cascade Park, which are largely empty Monday through Friday, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and make those into parking for the train? Can we work with the office building directly across the street to get any covered spots? Do they have excess parking in their building, right? That would be phenomenal. Covered parking right at the train station there. I think there's a lot you can do moving the pieces around to get the train parking aspect taken care of to free up parking space for the residents of the building. Again, I would love to see a commercial component to this to make it truly transit oriented, right? It's more than just housing next to a train station. It's blending together residential and commercial so people can do those tasks without walking. And finally, just want to reiterate that I'm a fan of this, especially if done properly, right? If done properly, it's a net benefit to the community. However, I stress just please, both planning and zoning and Greenwich communities, take time with this project to make it fit with the neighborhood and community as a whole and meet the needs of the tenants. Because I'm assuming you're want to replicate this across town. And if you get it right here, it's going to be easier to replicate it down the road, in Old Greenwich, Riverside, and Central Greenwich. And I think I'm up. So
Yes,
thank
you are. Thank you. All right. Susan Ferris is next. She's the last speaker. And Tony Johnson and Sam Romeo, we'll ask you some of those questions. Ms. Ferris, if you would go ahead, you need to unmute. It's hard because you can't force unmute. There she is. Oh, good. You're good. Okay, go ahead. We can't hear you though. Your volume must be turned off. No, you just muted. So if you would try unmuting again.
Any
There you
good?
go. There you
Okay.
go.
I'll be
Yay.
very quick. I've been 35 years living at 83 Strickland Road. I've watched the development to my left, to my right, across the street. And I've also been a victim. I've also been a recipient of the flooding. If anyone was around 2 weeks ago, Strickland Road was blocked off for 5 hours. 5 hours, I couldn't get back into my own home. That was 2 weekends ago. The flooding is a major, major concern. I believe the traffic is going to be a major concern as well. You've got this rather narrow 2-lane street going all the way out to the post road, where depending on the time of day, you sit for a half hour trying to get out to the post road. That's the post road heading toward Riverside. Clearly it's a mess heading back over to Cascade. I just think those are 2 items that really need to be taken into consideration. I think I know what I'm talking about, having lived here for 35 years. The 15 or 16,000 square foot units that went up to the east of me about 4 years ago, has brought on up some major traffic as well. I am sure it's helped contribute to the flooding situation. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ferris. You know, somehow it always seems like, so Mr. Romeo, I guess you've unmuted, you'll.
Yes.
And the couple of questions came up. I don't know which of you, you're just, the flooding issue you're going to have to address once.
Well,
you're
I thought, Madam Chairman, I thought we addressed that at
Right.
the original meeting
Yeah.
where the flooding is not a problem for us because of our grade. Matter of fact, we're at 85 Strickland Road. In this last storm, we didn't flood. I'm sorry that Mrs.
Yeah, the
Ferris
people are
flooded,
saying,
but
yeah, it's
so I don't
interesting.
understand. And then we have our units are above the floodplain anyway. We're high, elevated. The back portion of the parking lot is an exit for the town parking lot. So flooding is not an issue for us.
That's where the flood zone is. The back entrance to the lower level is in the flood zone, zone
But-
AE, elevation 13. I'm looking at the FEMA
Well,
map right now.
you can look at all you want, but we didn't flood.
Right. Okay. I did not walk to the bottom of Strickland. I can tell you that Lockland flooded, and I know that the top of Strickland flooded because the Mill Pond flooded. I can tell you that the picnic tables at Mill Pond Park, you were ankle deep in water there. So, but I don't know how far down Strickland. We can ask DPW. I know that they
Yeah.
were very alert on that. So as we move forward, we'll see if that's an issue. Okay, so, Mr. Johnson or Mr. Romeo, I believe we asked you the last time, but the question came up again this time. Bedroom count and consistency with the demand. Mr. Romeo, I've heard you say that we do need 3 bedrooms, but there was a reason, as I remember, that you are doing the 2s, and that was to accommodate more units, right? So that,
Exactly.
because you have a lot of people, would you share how many people are on your wait list right now? Or do you not
Tony.
recall?
Tony, do you have that number?
Not by bedroom size, not in front of me, but it depends on
total.
what group of people you're talking about. I would say,
We have different wait lists.
you know, just
Right.
Section 8, last time we opened the list, we had 5,000 applications. We probably have sitting maybe 500 or 600 applications now for affordable housing that we manage.
All right,
In
so-
addition to that, you know, we have applications for Armstrong Court phases 3, and we're going to have new applications for phases 4. Phases 3 at Armstrong Court, which is an affordable housing development. So as soon as we get a CO. But to your answer of 3 bedrooms, yes, there's a need for big families.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson?
Units. That's,
Yeah, you're having a lot of trouble with, we're
Can you
having
hear me?
trouble hearing you. Could you turn off your?
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Helps. There
Is
you
that
go.
better?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I took my earphone out, sorry. Yeah, I was
Gosh, it was
saying that
awful.
we have, Armstrong Court is fully leased, Armstrong Court phases 3. Even though we have not opened the building yet, we're waiting on our CO. So we're ready to actually occupy that building, and the units have already been spoken for. Armstrong Court phases 4 is going to start construction and hopefully right after April. And we'll be looking to do that. That also will be fully leased. We do market studies before we actually do any developments. You know, it's part of the overall financing of any project that we do. So no one wants to get into a development where you're financing development for units that no one wants or no one can afford. And if you consider, you know, the rents that we charge in the communities that we operate in, we're the low-cost, high quality operator in all of the markets that we operate there within Greenwich. So it has never been a problem for us to lease our units and to maintain our units. as Sam said, we actually own 5 units for the last 8 years next to the parking lot. So we know the neighborhood very well. And we know the flooding in that neighborhood. And I can tell you that our building, at least as long as we've owned it, has never flooded. The street has flooded. Don't get me wrong. I've seen the water myself. It could get bad there. But what better place to actually do flooding is to have a parking lot where the water runs through versus a building that is not.
Yeah.
So we're totally cognizant of the fact that, you know, when you construct, you should construct it properly. And by the way, if it was in the 100-year, 500-year flood plain, we may have a problem even getting financing, but I don't think that's going to be a problem in this site.
Yeah, you would have a problem. I could tell you right now, based on the Katrina history, that we've already heard that a lot about affordable housing being in flood zones. Mr. Yeski, did you want to ask a question?
I did. I'm just curious on the parking, Mr. Johnson, what is your parking ratio on your various projects? I know they were built a long time ago. You know, they were probably in a better location, but I was just curious, like Armstrong Court
Yeah, believe it or not, Armstrong Court, as I recall, I think is 1.5. We're actually meeting regulations. We didn't get a variance for any of the properties that we've developed so far. We're going to be coming in with some other things, and I don't think we're asking for parking variances at all. We meet the zoning requirements for the parking that we require, that we are coming in with. John, is that correct?
And I would also tell you that Mr. Pecora has told us in the past that he shoots for 1.5 parking spaces per unit.
Yeah, I mean, that's our goal. Is that we have never asked for a parking variance, to my knowledge, since I've been doing this in town.
Yeah, I think the only place, I could be wrong, but I think where you had lower parking might have been McKinney because folks don't drive as much. And that was what you said at the time, is it where, and your seniors, where you have a higher age population that doesn't drive as much. But I think
That's
from what
true,
you've
but
said.
we're still coming in under the regulation because it's a P zone. It's
Right,
going to be
no,
a
no.
elderly zone. Yeah.
And not only that, but we would rewrite the regulation to fit, I mean, all those regulations are written for the Greenwich communities. So we would, we've got somebody else who wants to speak from the public, but we've finished with the public comment. Okay. Am
Can I
I
make a
correct? Oh,
final-
yes. Well, before you
what-
do that, Mr. Romeo, I'm going to try to get the consensus of where the commission is coming out of this. People really love the fact that you made an effort to make it more street friendly and more consistent with the neighborhood. There is some lack of consensus. There are people who really want more green space. There are some people who think the parking is more important, but overall, I'm hearing try to get more green space and a willingness to reduce parking. Does anybody disagree with that statement right now? No. Okay.
So.
I
given
know you don't think that the
traffic-
green space is high quality. I know you have a hesitation about the quality of the green space that might be kept, but I'm just articulating the trade-off at the highest level right now.
Yes, I just want to understand. So does that mean that the applicant probably needs to go back to the Board of Selectmen? To
No.
figure some of this
No,
out?
no, because they would reduce the residential parking. Not the town parking. Although I'm gonna try to find out, I'm sure Mr. Romeo has taken the Board of Selectmen's temperature informally, but I will also try to find that out, as I think Patrick and I'll figure it out. But everybody's agreed that you would rather see a reduction in the residential parking for more green space for the development. Understanding, Mr. Romeo and Mr. Johnson, that this is not binding on the commission, but that's where they are today. And so it's not like an absolute commitment, but that's their consensus guidance to you right now. I'm hearing the neighbors are pleased. They raised the flooding concerns that'll get, and emergency vehicles and those things, all of those will get addressed in your formal application. Anything else as guidance that you guys want to pass on from a high level to the applicant?
Well, just the benefits of moving off or further from the street will, be of great value to the neighborhood as if there's anything more to do there.
I agree with that. Moving 1 and 4 back off the street would go a long way to make this fit with the neighborhood. And I think that could be accomplished if the residential parking could be reduced.
Okay. I think I really see it as just so much more street embracing now. I was pleased with that. And okay, I'm not hearing any more guidance. Did we answer all of your questions?
I
Well,
just
I
want to
guess-
make,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Sam. Yeah, here's our dilemma. We're spending money on a lot that we don't have any land control, site control over,
Oh, yeah, we know.
which is the first wrong thing to do in a development project.
I
And
know.
So, we can't keep throwing money at this. We need to start the process of trying to obtain a lease from the town if that's going to happen.
Yeah.
So we would try to address these issues
On final.
in a
when you
formal
come in.
application. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And we're fine with that. We really appreciate that you came in and talked to us again on a pre-app and that you spent the time and money to come in with another pre-app. That was great. And, I think it makes sense for you to make sure that the Board of Selectmen is going to be okay with it. And you are going to it has to go to the RTM because you are doing the lease, correct?
Right. Yes.
That is correct. And
So
we'll need to talk to the Board of Selectmen
Okay,
to see
so
if they're
I
willing
can
to
address that.
reduce.
I can talk
So
to
wait,
that now.
before you do that, so I think with Mr. Romeo and I talked about this at the last time we heard it. It has to go to the Board of Selectmen, it has to come to us, and then it goes to the RTM, just the lease part, just the lease.
Right, the lease is an MI that you have
The
to
lease is
approve.
an MI,
That's correct.
Yeah.
We all agree.
for just the lease. Then
I-
there's a second MI, which you can do separately. Patrick, jump in anytime. You can do the second MI separately, Board of Selectmen, us, but no RTM unless it gets appealed. The last time you came to us with an MI, as you will remember, it got appealed, but you held up. So I would assume that you would not be going to the RTM this time. So the first one would be the lease and you would be going to all three bodies. And there it is.
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Romeo, now that I went through the process with everybody?
I've talked to the Selectman's office about a lease, and they're working with the law department now as we speak on that issue of it, drafting a lease. The other thing I'd like to say is that what we're trying to do here is that we saw an opportunity to help the town meet that 10% requirement under 830G.
Yep.
We thought this was an ideal location, underutilized property that the town controls, and it would give us a big bite of the apple. Right now, as it stands, the developers have a hammer over us, and we're not stopping the massive developments that are going on in town. Even though we have the Housing Trust Fund, at best, the Housing Trust Fund can help reduce the size of a project, but it doesn't stop the development. We're still being eaten up by 830G. The difference between the developers 830G and our 830G is that 100% of our units take a big bite of the apple and they're affordable in perpetuity. So the sooner we get to that 10%, the better off the town of Greenwich is going to be. And if you want to keep the green in Greenwich, the way to do it is to, work with us and get these projects done, because we're going to be losing a lot of green. Look up on King Street, what's going on. I mean, there's a lot of development going to be happening here on a post road with the ironworks. So our best weapon in this fight with 830G is Greenwich communities. And I realized Madam Chairman, that you understand that. So the more that we can work together, the better we're going to be as a community. And quite frankly, right now, to date, we've spent over $50,000 to date just on this project. And I'm not too sure we want to spend much more moving forward without any sort of
I
assurances
agree
that
with, no,
we
no,
have a project.
yeah, and that the only persons who can give you that assurance is the Board of Selectmen with the lease. We cannot ever assure you of that, you know
I
that.
understand that. Now,
Yeah, I
that's
know
my
you were,
problem.
yeah, so, but you got to go to the Board of Selectmen and do the lease part, come back to us, do the lease part, and then go to the RTM, and then we'll know if you can move forward. And at this point,
And one other thing, as far as
Yeah.
moving the project or back more, that's fine with us. That's very easy. But
Yeah.
I don't want to hear you say after we moved it back that we took more green. I mean,
Right, I
we
know.
can't have our cake and eat it.
Okay, but here's the problem. When you move it back, you're also going to eliminate, I'm hearing that they're willing to reduce that outdoor parking lot or eliminate it. And Mr. Rydberg's going to have to play with that. I'm hearing that the commission's open to reducing the parking. I would say, don't spend a lot of money. We'll take any sketch and any conversation. Anytime you guys want to come talk to us, you don't have to have a set of fancy plans. You can just come and talk to us. Okay? And if somebody says, why don't you have fancy plans? I will mute them. All right? And that's so good we can hear Mr. Johnson again. Okay, so go ahead and do all that and we'll move forward. You've got our guidance. I believe we don't lose green space as Mr. Levy said, you push the building back, you'll gain the green space in the front that you're losing in the back. So that's what they're looking for. Look at the setbacks. You've got another COSCOB resident on your board, Mr. Romeo. So, you can go visit his house and sit on his porch and look at his setbacks. Because they're very typical of the neighborhood. I think he's in the R7 though. Jim Boutel, Mr. Boutel. Okay. So with that, and really seriously, you don't need to spend money to come see us. Just tell us you want to come back on the same pre-app and come see us. Come talk to us.
No, we're not. I'm closing the checkbook.
Yeah, you don't have to. You've never had to. You could have always just, I know that Mr. Levy and Mr. McWright want plans even for pre-apps, but sometimes the rest of us win the argument and we get back of the envelope discussions. Okay, so we'll see you when you come back to do the lease.
That's right.
And we'll be watching the BOS agendas and when you're before them with the MI.
Just remember, we're the answer to the problem.
Well, it depends which problems, Romeo.
832.
All
We
right.
appreciate that very much.
Thank you
All right.
very much. All
Night.
right. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
All right. Okay, so that's the last one. All right, so I hereby move approval of the December 12th, 2023 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second,
No, you can't second. I'm sorry. You're the only one who can't second. You missed an hour and a half of them.
unseconded.
Okay, unseconded. Who else would second?
Second.
I'll take Jenkins because we don't have to be seated for this one. Could I have a voice vote? All in favor, vote. Arn, could you unmute? And Dennis, could you unmute? All right. All in favor, just say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. No nays? All right. Okie dokie. So we have one item that we closed, which is the zoning map amendment. And then we're ready to go home.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought we I forgot Jerry Street. Never mind.
No, we left it open.
Yep, we did.
We dismissed with Sound Beach. We continued 237.
It's
Uh,
just number 6, the zoning map
6.
amendment.
Okay. Yeah. So this is 911 and 13 Hunsinger Drive, 37 Midwood Drive, application PLPZ 2023-467 for zoning map amendment.
Applicant is requesting a zoning map amendment to change the designation of 4 properties from the RA2 zone to the RA1 zone. Whereas as required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 1923 public hearing under file PLPZ 2023-294. The commission finds that Westcog in a memo dated 1/8/24 indicated that the proposal is of local interest with minimal intermunicipal impact. None of the parcels considered for rezoning comply with the minimum 2-acre lot requirement for the current RA2 zoning. The proposed zoning map amendment will cause all of the subject properties to meet or exceed the minimum lot area and lot shape for the RA1 zone. The use of the parcels will remain as single-family residences. 3 of the 4 subject property owners have endorsed the proposed zoning map amendment as they signed the authorization to allow the applicant to submit the applications on their behalf. The remaining property owner has not indicated any objection to the map amendment. The proposed zoning map amendment was in keeping with objective 1.3 of the 2019 Town of Greenwich Plan of Conservation and Development and the intents and purposes of sections 6-1 and 6-22 of the Town of Greenwich BZR. As RA1 zoned lots, subject properties would continue to be subject to all provisions of section 693 of the BZR. Therefore, a motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment.
Could you just add, I didn't hear it, did I miss it because I'm tired, the comprehensive plan consistency?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, he did, okay, I just zoned out. All righty, do I have a second? Yeah, okay, Mr. Levy has seconded? Yes?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
And Albin is also an aye. All right, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we are done for the night.